This room is very hard to hear, so it echoes, so please, if you have to have a conversation, take it outside until you have the opportunity to speak. We can hardly hear ourselves. Thank you. There you go. Grassroots? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. This is our Wednesday, November 6th regular Board of County Commissioners meeting. And we're going to start today with, John, any additions or deletions to the agenda?
There are no formal additions or deletions to the agenda. We discussed yesterday about addressing one open discussion item I had during public comments so that we were sure all the board was going to be here for a lengthy meeting today.
Okay, so we'll do that. We'll put that in right after public comments.
Okay.
Anybody here wishing to make a public comment that is not on today's agenda? Wow, everyone's here for the agendas. Okay, see, now we'll close the public comment, and John?
Thank you, George. I wanted to make the board aware that we have a process that we've been running concurrent with our budget process regarding a Best and Brightest intern. And the Best and Brightest internship is a program that's done in cooperation with the Colorado Department of Local Affairs and the University of Colorado School of Public Affairs, where they provide 2 years of graduate level interns to organizations on a competitive basis, where the Department of Local Affairs basically picks up roughly half the costs of that intern. We have a budget request in for 2014. You guys have seen that, but we haven't had a formal decision point on it. To keep our names in the hat to be in that competition for the intern, we had to make an application. And what I wanted to talk to you about today is there was miscommunication or lack of communication really between Department of Local Affairs and Pickens County that started to get resolved yesterday. And what's happened is we were notified that we have been successful in that application for an intern. However, that notice never made it to us. It was supposed to come through the Department of Local Affairs. When the Front Range flooding hit, all the regional managers were sent to communities to address flooding issues and such. I think the communications with us, quite frankly, in that environment just fell through the cracks until yesterday when I was notified that not only were we selected, but we should be at interviews for our intern this Friday and be prepared to make a selection. Had I been aware of this timeline previously, I would have put the decision point for the Best and Brightest intern ahead. You know, in one of our earlier budget discussions. Right now it's scheduled for our last budget discussion. I didn't have an opportunity to do that since I just found out about it yesterday. It is a competitive process both for funding and for the most qualified interns, and so there are going to be a number of communities that have representatives collected in Denver on Friday to interview candidates and try and make an offer. And so what I wanted to do was talk to the board quickly, one, to make you aware of that timeline and that lack of communication, and also get an indication from the board. You know, we've had some preliminary discussions about this buy-up request. I don't believe that we've heard any significant concerns, but that decision point hasn't come to you in a work session. And before I participate in this process on Friday, one, I wanted to make you aware of that disconnect in processes and just get an indication from the board whether you're comfortable with me proceeding.
All right, thank you. Questions or comments? Rachel?
I'm very supportive of the request. I think it's a good opportunity, and you know, there's just a lot of policy work we need to be ahead of and working on. The legislative session this time, next time, you know, who knows what's going to come down the pipe. And so that alone is reason for me.
Rob?
So John, real quickly, can you just describe the scope of work that this person would be doing and the budget impact?
Yeah, so I'll start off with the budget impact. The Net impact to the county would be $28,000, $28,223 in 2014, and $26,092 in 2015. It is a 2-year internship, so it definitely ends at that point. The position would be addressing several needs. First, the board had laid out 6 strategic goals for the organization in pursuing implementation of the strategic plan. All 6 areas were new areas, really, for the county to be engaged in. We have been working on those through employee team. We haven't added any staff to take those on. We have been working through employee teams, but we haven't really had much administrative support, both for research, analysis, and just oversight of those teams in general. So one area of assignment for the intern would be to start to really more formally organize those 6 areas and provide support for research and analysis. Another area that the board has identified as a challenge is the one Rachel has brought up, that both with state and oftentimes federal agencies, we are in an environment where there's a lot of policy changes coming at us in a number of areas, whether it be through the Colorado legislature, whether it be through our large federal land agencies. Oftentimes, we're finding ourselves behind the curve in terms of, not only seeing those things coming down the pike at us, but also having the capacity in the organization to really step back and do a quick policy analysis or white paper analysis so that the board can make more informed decisions on either policy positions and or various administrative policies and such that we're asked to weigh in on. And so we'd see that this intern would be a resource to help us with those types of issues over the next 2 years. And as I said, I just want to repeat that these will be basically master levels folks in either public administration or public policy, so they're well suited to those roles, and we're getting them at a pretty reasonable price.
Good, thanks for that explanation. Everybody okay with that?
Okay.
Good, well,
Thank you.
hopefully have good success and we get the right candidate.
Me too. All right, thanks.
All right, we're going to bring this over to commissioner comments. Steve?
In the Messiah, Linda Kimmel, who works in communications, was selected to be an alto soloist in this year's Messiah. So I'm looking forward to hearing her singing her solo.
Excellent. Anybody else? Okay, with that, we'll move on to our consent action items. These are first readings and are set for public hearing on November 20th. The first is an ordinance authorizing the purchase of the Redstone River parcels, and Dale Will is here.
Hi, George, and it's great to be here. If I might, I first want to introduce the new acquisition manager for Open Space and Trails, Matt Adeletti, and he will be a face that you'll be seeing in the future presenting things like this with new acquisitions for open space. So, we also have Jeff Beard here, who's representing the seller on this purchase, so Jeff can handle questions as well as I can on this. But essentially what we've got is 21.3 acres that is in a linear shape. It's 2 parcels that front Highway 133 on the west side. At the south end, you've got the confluence of the Crystal River and Coal Creek. The biggest parcel runs about a mile down. It's contiguous with 2 open space properties at this end, Elk Park and Redstone Park, and is contiguous with the Redstone Boulders open space down at this end. So the result of purchasing this will be to meld all of this open space together into one larger parcel that has this extraordinary reach of the Crystal River in it. The second parcel is also included in this. It lies down towards the North Redstone Bridge, and this other parcel is very significant in that it includes a very popular beach that a lot of folks had heretofore thought was part of the National Forest, but turns out is on this property, as well as a little parking area that was created on a remnant of the old Crystal Railroad grade and is a very popular trailhead where people can get off Redstone Boulevard and walk down to this beach, which is one of the most popular river access points on the whole Crystal River. So we're quite happy to have discovered it's on private land right at the same moment that we are getting that private land under contract. The owners of this property are the kind of residual partnership that once upon a time owned the Mid-Continent coal mine, and they don't have any current use for it. We're very appreciative they brought it to open space, and Jeff has brought it to open space. And the basic conservation qualities that we're looking for here again are the scenic river frontage along the West Elk Byway, the habitat both on the edge of the river and under the river for this length. There's recreational opportunities here, both with the existing use on the beach, but also the potential for some new things on this reach of the Crystal. We will be redoing our recently adopted Redstone Open Space Management Plan over time to wrap this in and program this property more fully. But one of the most immediate things that I anticipate we'll be wanting to work on is that the Healthy Rivers Board and the Open Space Board have been talking about restoration of the confluence of Coal Creek and the Crystal. Historically, that confluence meandered up and down this reach, and on old Redstone maps was actually much further downstream. The current confluence is now constrained by the location of the bridge that the highway goes over, but nonetheless, this area is not in great shape from a geomorphology point of view. It scours, and so with ownership of this property, we'll have much more flexibility at healing this river as well as we can, and of course that will merge nicely with our Elk Park redevelopment plan that was adopted and is already underway and is actually subject to a budget appropriation we've proposed, and we talked about it at the budget review meeting. I want to note there also are a couple citizens here who drove all the way up because they are interested in this purchase as well, and they might want to have a chance to say something.
This is actually, it's set for public hearing on November 20th, but we'll sort of see how this moves along. Questions or comments from the board? Steve?
Dale, on the budget on page 3 of our packet, you list this as glacier property, which I think is a carryover from cut and paste or something.
That's a typo.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
And it looks like the numbers are right though for the purchase price and everything. So
I get in trouble cutting and pasting sometimes. Sorry.
No other questions? Rachel?
I'm very supportive. I think the price is quite reasonable and continues to really put that river corridor together in an important way.
I know that there are some people that drove all the way from Redstone, having to go through a whole nother county to get here. So if anybody would like to make a brief comment, I'll allow that.
I'll be brief. I am supportive of that. I'm a resident of Redstone. My name is Chuck Downey. One thing Dale didn't mention is that in addition to the things he hit, this is really key to the viewpoint from Highway 133. A structure in there, which could happen, would have an enormous impact on the viewpoint. Also, there's mature cottonwood forests in here, Those are great. And then this opens up possibilities that some of the more water-oriented people in Redstone have been after, which is to try to undo the channelization of the coastal rivers that goes through this area. So that has opportunities there. One other comment, only changing the subject a little. You guys in open space have had a profound impact on the future of Redstone. You have done an incredible job buying key parcels. I counted up last night, there's 15 parcels that have been purchased in the last like 10 or 12 years. 2 of those parcels had multiple residential lots on them. So that number, if you counted by lots, would be like double that. 2 of these are preserving some of the best ice climbing in the state. One of the ones that Dale didn't get, which is owned by a private party, has been closed. It's really unfortunate. So you have used a land use tool, the most powerful land use tool that you've got, which is open space, to shape our future. Don't change.
Thank you. All right, do we have a motion?
To do it. I would move to approve the ordinance authorizing the purchase of the Redstone River parcels.
Second. Okay, any further discussion? I just wanted to thank those comments and thank Jeff Beer for all of your work over the years in terms of bringing some of these gems to us to look at and working with the owners to make this happen. With that, all in favor say aye. Aye. Good, thanks, Dale.
Thank you.
All right, very good.
Okay, next on the consent action item, again, first reading set for public hearing on November 20th. This is an ordinance approving the purchase of Aspen View Condominiums, Unit 304 for Pickett County Employee Housing Inventory, and authorizing the chair to execute the necessary documents. John Peacock is
Yeah,
here
thanks,
to
Ray. I
answer any
know
questions.
John Ely was listed, but I think I was on the memo, so whoever wants to take it, Jen.
Feel free to proceed.
Okay, well, what we have in front of you today is a contract for purchase of Unit 304 at 326 Midland Avenue. I did try and pull up on the web a map because I know Michael was going to ask for it, but for some reason the internet was working too slowly and I couldn't get the documents up. I apologize, Michael. At any rate, this is a 624 square foot unit. We have a contract subject to board approval for $372,500. It's a 1-bedroom, 1-bath, 624 square foot unit. The agreement did come with us assuming the existing lease. That lease runs through March 31st, 2014, at which time we would take over the unit, make any minor, really, we've reached agreement on all the inspection findings and such, but any types of cleaning or patching that need to be done after that, and make the unit available as a rental unit through APSHA, through the Aspen Pickett County Housing Authority. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions, John? Rob?
John, our decision-making process on the specific use and terms of this unit will come in front of us later on with analysis of return on investment or how much subsidy is going into this employee unit, whether or not it's open to a Pickett County employee or open to the general public, whether or not we charge the HOA fees and the utilities, pass those through as a rental cost to the tenant, or whether or not we absorb those, and what price within the APSHA guidelines we actually charge for them.
So, yeah, we can definitely do that in future meeting. I also do have those matrices prepared for you today if you wanted to take a look at them before approving, at least on first reading, moving forward with this. I will say, I think what we'd anticipate is that this would go into the community housing inventory at this point. And, we would anticipate that it's either going to be recommended at Category 2 or 3. It is a nice unit. Category 2 provides, right now, a little bit better subsidy on the rent for what those units currently are renting at, which would be the logic there. It is a nice unit, though. It could be easily justified at Category 3 also. So I'm happy if the board feels like you want to engage in those discussions now, or we can bring those back.
I think if we bring those back at the time period when we're going to be making those decisions, but maybe in our packet for second reading, we have, because it wasn't in this packet,
Right.
we have the analysis of a thought process of the direction that we're going to go in with those financials.
We can do that.
Okay, any other questions?
To accept the motion?
Yes.
I move to approve an ordinance authorizing the purchase of the Aspen View Condominiums Unit 304 for the Pickens County Employee Housing Inventory, and authorizing the chair to execute the necessary documents.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Don't go too far.
You're the next one up.
Oh, that's right.
Okay, we're on to our emergency resolution set for confirmatory reading on November 20th. This is emergency resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement for provision of mutual aid to Larimer County.
So really the next three items are along the lines of these emergency resolutions approving mutual aid agreements. Each one of these, you'll notice, will have different language. Boulder County, Larimer County, Weld County, the counties that we've been providing flood assistance to. And quite frankly, we don't think the language in any of these is perfect. Right now, these agreements have been set up to put Pickens County in a position to be part of FEMA reimbursements for the resources that we've sent over to these counties. In all cases, our heavy equipment and operators and such have actually already gone and come back. And so these agreements are actually being approved retrospectively so that we have the proper paperwork in place for the federal government so that we can receive FEMA reimbursements for our costs in sending our employees and equipment over to assist flood-impacted counties. We did this with the idea that we may not get any reimbursement, and we certainly are not asking the local communities, the counties or municipalities that we've assisted to provide any reimbursement from their funds, but we always represented to the board and to the community that if there is an opportunity for us to receive federal reimbursements, we would certainly pursue those to the degree that we could for the resources we sent over. This agreement in front of you right now for Larimer County, as well as the next two that you'll be considering, are really the formal paperwork agreements required by FEMA in order to qualify us for that assistance. In the future, we'd like to have a master agreement that's vetted ahead of time because these agreements, if it were anything other than an emergency situation where we had already sent our resources, we probably wouldn't be looking at this exact language.
And just for the public, I just want to acknowledge certainly the board's support and the staff's under John Peacock's leadership along with City of Aspen, Tom Snowmass Village, Pickens County, to go over to the Front Range to help in any way we can, be it heavy equipment, our emergency coordinator, our public relations person, and now our finance director. And I think that's really extraordinary. I don't know that there's any other county on the western slope that has risen to this challenge to help out our neighbors on the eastern slope.
I can assure you no county our size has certainly risen to the level that we have, and we provide an exceptional amount of support to our flood-impacted counties. And I can tell you, it is greatly, greatly appreciated. And we're learning a lot about how to respond should we ever have a similar type crisis in our own community.
it's not a public hearing, I'll make a motion. I move to approve the emergency resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement for provision of mutual aid to Larimer County.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, yes, Steve?
I would wholeheartedly agree with what you said, John. Since we live in the mountains, if we have a rain event like they had in a narrow mountain valley, we could have the exact same kind of road damage and washed out culverts and that sort of thing that they had, washed out sewer lines and all that sort of a thing. So it's really invaluable experience, and hopefully we never have to apply that here, but we'll be more ready if we do.
Okay, with that, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Next are, I'll read these together, confirmatory reading, and these are a public hearing. First is an emergency resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement for provision of mutual aid to Boulder County. And second is an emergency resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement for the provision of mutual aid to Weld County.
And George, I really don't have too much more to add other than what I already said, and again, it's been amazing for our employees to have the opportunity to go and provide assistance to communities that really needed it, when they really needed it, and we've collected a few IOUs in the process.
Good. This is a public hearing. Anybody wish to make any comments on either of these two? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board.
I would make a motion to approve the emergency resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement for provision of mutual aid to Boulder County, taking them one at a time.
Second.
Second, any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
I would make a motion to approve an emergency resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement for the provision of mutual aid to Weld County.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Sure, thank you, John. We're on to our consent public hearing. This is our second reading. This is an ordinance accepting the conveyance of the Clear W Conservation easement. Paul Holsinger is here.
Yeah. Thanks, George. I'm Paul Holsinger. I'm the land officer for Pitkin County Open Space and Trails. And you can get a map up here to better illustrate the property that we're talking about. The Clear W Ranch, Clear W Ranch is in Old Snowmass. It's this red blob here. This is the Snowmass Conoco. It's about 272 acres, and it sits along the Snowmass Creek, and it's in that kind of narrowish area of the valley, kind of going up towards this Snowmass ski area here. And it's this process has been about 5 years in the making. It predates my tenure. The landowners came to the county with the idea to get part of their property annexed into Snowmass Village, and that property is this area here. In exchange for the county's support, they're offering this conservation easement, which protects wildlife habitat, the stream corridor, great views coming up the valley there, and it's a no-build easement. No structures can be put on there. There is some stipulation that some corrals can be put up, but other than that, it's a no-build easement, and we're bringing this forward now that the owners of the ranch are ready to move forward and have put in their annexation proposal to the county. So we're ready to possibly or hopefully accept this easement into the Open Space and Trails Conservation Easement portfolio. It comes to us with no cost to our Open Space and Trails Fund, and the Open Space and Trails Board has already been briefed on this, and they have recommended that the easement be accepted into the easement portfolio, and that you all approve this conveyance of a conservation easement.
So Paul, is it also contingent on Snowmass, town of Snowmass accepting the annexation, and have they done that yet?
They have not accepted. They're actually waiting for Picken County to hear what Picken County has to say. Once they hear that we are in favor and we will be accepting the conservation easement, they will move forward and go step forward with the process of annexation.
Yeah, didn't we sign something, didn't I sign something a while back, letting this annexation go forward for the town of Snowmass Village? We weren't going to hold them up for anything?
George, I'm not sure if that was this annexation or not. I need to go back.
Yeah, okay. All right, other questions? This is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to make a comment on this? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Steve?
Well, I would note that the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus supports this wholeheartedly. This is a very visible part of the valley bottom in Snowmass Creek. I'll also note that it is almost contiguous with the Harvey Open conservation easement, which is contiguous with ours on Capitol Creek. There's only, I think, one lot between this, one lot at Shield O that is in between that and Harvey's. So it almost makes that one big block of conserved land that much bigger.
Yeah, the property fits in really nicely with what we've already accomplished in Old Snowmass, and it just furthers our goal of really protecting that rural landscape and some really nice property out there. Yeah, here's the Harvey Ranch, which is over 1,000 acres. Here's the Capitol Creek Ranch, which is over 1,000 acres. Windstar. So we've got this nice block right up against the wilderness area that's going to create a nice buffer for wildlife and development.
Is there any public access on this land, Paul?
There's no public access on this land.
Yes.
You know, I would just note in my support of this that, you know, should this property owner have chosen instead to go through state 35-acre subdivision, this could have resulted in 7 lots. And I think the conservation easement, whether it has public access or not, is still very valuable for its scenic and wildlife habitat and to eliminate that kind of development and growth in that area.
Okay. Steve?
I move to approve the ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Picken County accepting the conveyance of the Clear W Ranch Conservation Easement.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Paul.
Thanks.
Okay, we're on to our land use public hearings. The first is the NJS Hobby Farm LLC special review for child care facility. This was continued from October 23rd. And Mike Kramer is here. So, Mike, last time we were here, we had some outstanding issues that we wanted you to work on with the applicant and anybody else that was involved.
Yep, that's true. Do you want me to go through them, George?
Yeah,
Want to get
please.
ready to questions? So the last hearing we asked Mary Wolfer, who's next to me here, better known as Miss Mayor, to address some items at the subject property. It's 258 Alexander Lane. It's located south side of Basalt. It's almost completely surrounded by the town, except this is within Picken County jurisdiction. Mayor's asking, if you remember, for 1,000 square feet of child care space within an existing residence. So on October 23rd, the board heard her request, and we hashed out a lot of items, and there were some action items for us to take care of. And one of those items, which are bulleted in page 1 and 2 of the staff memo, was that we asked Mary to put together a site plan to show some parking on the site. She's done that. It's an attachment to the board packet. She's shown drop-off areas and an accessibility area for students of need who need to be dropped off at the site. We talked extensively about road impact fees, and if you remember, a road impact fee is a fee assessed or exacted at building permit. And as of right now, the impact fee for the road portion of it would be approximately $18,000. And what Ms. Mayer has done is she's correctly drafted a letter outlining some arguments for a reduced fee. In fact, she's asking for an elimination of the fee, zero. And she's given some analysis on why, and what we call that is an independent fee calculation. It's in Chapter 8 of our land use code. It exists, and she's correctly asked for a reduction, and the board can consider that request. We talked about sanitation on the property. There was some talk of upgrading the existing septic field to handle the additional capacity of the students and the children on the site. That's no longer an option. Ms. Mayer is going to hook into BOCC Sanitation District to their main line. What's that?
For their safety.
Yep.
For their safety.
And she's aware of that. We have a letter from BOCC saying that they can serve it. So that seems to be moving along. And then we talked about on-site affordable housing. And what the proposal is for this approximately 3,000 square foot house to be partially used as a child care center, but then also deed restrict 3 of the bedrooms that are remaining in the rest of the residence. And that deed restriction would be a restriction that would be in place that the county would sign. It would be signed also by APSHA. But this deed restriction would link Ms. Mayer's employees to occupancy of that unit, those bedrooms. And at the time of the memo, we didn't have a draft deed restriction. We were working on that. Ms. Mayer has given us a draft, and we've run it by John here too. We have a couple corrections to make on it, but it seems to be satisfactory. We have a deed restriction in place, ready to sign if the board wanted to do that.
Mike, do you have a map or, we had a picture of the site last time.
We did. That was in the first memo, and without the Elmo projector, I can't get it up on the screen. So sorry, I don't have an aerial. Do you want one personally, or just for the
No, I'm
public to see?
thinking we have a TV audience and we have a large audience here. And we're talking about something they might not know the location of.
Sure.
And I thought it would be helpful.
If we can jump on the internet, I can bring it up. Want to wait a minute?
It's up to the board.
What's that?
It's up to the board, but I'd like to see it.
So we hooked into the internet.
It was running, we're hooked in through Wi-Fi. I couldn't pull up a map earlier.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we're hooked in.
It was up at our first reading, and if the public is interested in seeing this on a map, they could go to Grassroots, or are we getting covered by Granicus here as well, or not? So they could stream this from our last meeting, which was on October 23rd as well.
George, perhaps Mike can give us, and Mayor, a little description of where this is located. That
Sure.
would assist. I have the older packet, but we can't.
Sure. Want to do it?
Sure, I can. So this parcel is located at 258 Alexander Lane. It's accessed off, actually what we just learned was Basalt Avenue. And it's at the intersection of Basalt and if I'm pronouncing this correctly, Fio Lane. And it's the old Picorni property. And the Picornis were the previous property owners. They at one time had an approval by the town of Basalt, which was called a pre-annexation agreement for around 25 affordable housing units on the site. That obviously never came to fruition, and Ms. Mayer purchased the property, and it is developed with an old cabin on the property. There's multiple outbuildings. It's a single-family residence. That shows a site plan.
That's not aerial.
The very first page of staff.
If you're going down Valley and you make a left on Basalt Avenue, you take 1 block in and you'll see the Shell station on the left. It's the property directly in front of the Shell station. and Myers will be continued on the left. It's got the white picket fence, and it's almost like a square block. It's kind of nestled in between South Side.
Okay, while John is playing with that, why don't we continue?
Sure. So those were all the points that we were asked to address, and we have attachments to the staff memo. Really, if the board wanted to discuss the road impact fee, we could give some analysis on that, although it's an independent fee calculation, and Ms. Mayer is certainly arguing for her points to have an elimination of the fee. Staff doesn't think a true elimination of the fee should occur, but a reduction is warranted, and the board could make a decision on that. But our recommendation is that we adopt a motion to approve the special review for the daycare center, and we've drafted up a resolution for you to consider.
All right, thank you. Questions? Michael?
So how much does the staff feel is warranted for the
There we
road
go.
impact fee?
I can respond to that. My Lance Clark, Assistant Community Development Director. I'm officially denoted as the fee administrator for community development. The road impact fee section of the code allows for an independent fee calculation to be made if anyone feels that the categories that we have to determine numbers of trips that are generated and the fees associated with that, if anyone feels that they don't fall within one of those categories, or if anyone feels that for some particular reason there is something unique about their particular development, they can do an independent fee calculation to make an argument for what would be a reasonable fee given the particular circumstances of the proposed development. And the independent fee administrator evaluates that and makes a determination. If there is any disagreement about that determination, it gets forwarded to the Board of County Commissioners for final determination. There has not been in the past any case where that has come to the Board of County Commissioners. The reason that we're talking about it with you now is because it's part of this site plan and special review approval. There are particular cases where we have sort of a standard in reduction in fees. It has to do with proximity to transit stations. That is something that we use for a reduction in fees. Another thing we have used, which is one of the points made by Mary, is how much are county roads really impacted by the particular development. For instance, the frying pan. People make a pretty good argument in the frying pan that they do the majority of their trips without impacting county roads very much. And so a reduction is very common in the frying pan. Mary has proposed that in this case, though we don't have the details nailed down yet, she's proposed that we use as much as possible the raft to park and ride, which is just off that picture. It doesn't quite show, but it's very proximate. So she's proposing that not only will some parents take their kids on the bus on their way to work, get off at the bus station, can walk their kids to the child care center, get back on the bus. Also the ability to use for short term the parking lot to stop, walk their kids. It's true, without question, that county roads are not as impacted here as they would be in other areas of the county, perhaps. So she's made a very good argument. As far as going to zero, we've never done that. We've never said there's no road impact whatsoever, because there is. There just always is. But in this particular case, since this is a quasi-commercial operation, and Rachel, you talked about, do we have anything in our code at all for essential community facilities, and we don't at this time, and that may be something we look at. But I would think that a fee in the range of $2,500 would be reasonable in this case. Not zero, but
So, can I jump in, Michael? Sure. The original fee would be $17,712, but when I read through Ms. Mears' application, it looks like she's asking, or staff is recommending, that the road impact fee be dropped to $5,517.
she's recommending that it be dropped to zero.
To zero, okay.
Yeah.
But so where'd the $5,517 come from?
That, Ms. Mayor made a
Case.
series of arguments, and her last argument was, and furthermore, it's going to cost me $5,700 to redo my parking and accessibility, and because I'm making that expenditure, I think that that also should come off the fee. So that's how she was representing it to be zero. Is that correct, Mary?
Yes, I just kind of went down from parents walking. Parents are actually parking at the park and ride, which Raft has graciously said they could for the day, and then dropping the children and coming back after their day. And putting the ADA and the emergency pickup that you requested on the property. And the children here in Aspen taking Rafta always, because they'll be with me first to go down. So I just kind of went backwards. I'm kind of novice, sorry.
Rachel?
Yeah, I want to thank you for continuing to work on the issues so that we could pull this forward. And I'm going to throw out a proposal, see how the board feels about it. I'm going to propose that it's more of a 10% of the original calculation, not $2,500, so it'd be like $1,700. I could be talked into going lower, but I'm going to put that out there as a standard to start with the board. And the reasons are such that, you know, childcare is just incredibly hard to make work, financially, to make a pro forma work. And it was just recently I should have copied the articles, but there was a U.S. survey, and it said childcare costs in Colorado are the 4th highest in the United States. And that often your childcare costs for preschool are more than the annual cost of a 4-year college for families. And infant care tends to be the most expensive, as we all know. But this is just something that's really in short supply in our community. And this is not taking an expenditure of government funds to make happen. This is the private sector coming forward to try to fulfill a need. We don't know if it will succeed. We don't know if you'll still need the operations in 10 years and impacting the roads for another 10 years or not. And I certainly think that this is far less impactful than the proposed residential subdivision would have been for the county roads in that area. And so I am supportive of the application and the particularly the contract arrangement on the deed restriction, so that it's not something recorded against your title, and we'll work with your bankers. And I wish you well with this, and I would just put out there for the board that I think $1,700 would be 10% of the original calculation and kind of a top end of where I'd like to go.
All right. Comments on Rachel's suggestion, Michael?
That's fine with me. But let me ask you though, if we're walking from the Rafta parking lot, there's some sidewalk, right? Is there sidewalk all the way to the preschool?
The sidewalk goes around to the Shell station, and then just a little jog from the admittance to the Shell station across BOCC, and then there's the actual residence or preschool. They'll be accompanied with 2 teachers all the time.
So there's a sidewalk that goes to the Shell station?
Yes.
Then there's a driveway to the Shell station?
Yes.
Then there's an island that sort of separates...
We wouldn't go
the
in the Shell station, we would just keep going along.
So let me continue, Mary.
I'm sorry.
So there's an entrance to the Shell station, which students are going to cross. And then there's an island there that separates the road from the Shell station, but there's no sidewalk.
No, sir.
So there's no sidewalk, continuous sidewalk to the residence. So the kids are going to be walking on the shoulder of the road.
Crossing the street, yes, from the Shell station to the residence, yes.
So who is that basalt there?
That is Basalt.
Has anybody requested that Basalt put in a sidewalk all the way to the residence?
That hasn't come up yet.
No.
Basalt did talk about making improvements on site, but they haven't talked about improving sidewalks in the area.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the idea, walk the students, have an intercept lot in effect,
Yes.
but it seems to me that you'd want a sidewalk all the way to the residence. Because this is a new use in an area that's not familiar with multiple children walking. And you have an industrial site, you have a gas station. I just think that we need to request, and it can be the board's request, that Basalt put in a sidewalk, and that money, we'll share those costs with Basalt. But I'm not happy about asking kids to walk on a road to their preschool.
Did, Ms. Mayor, were you talking originally, I don't know if it's in this packet now, about having a van shuttle
Yes.
going from the intercept lot back and forth?
I would like to explore that, and I've had several parents, I don't want to say offer, but communicate that that might be a nice thematic type, going with the farm sustainable theme, to have a little type shuttle there with a window like 8 to 8:20 to put the majority of the kids on and just shuttle over once in the morning, once in the afternoon, with the caveat that the site has the handicap and the emergency pickup on site. And that would be awesome. That'd be great for the kids to be accountable and be there on time, for parents to be there within the window to learn about being not so tardy when you're coming in to get your day started. It would be great. And yes, I'm definitely exploring that option also.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with Michael's comment about the safety of the sidewalk.
Mhm.
But these are small kids in winter conditions, and this morning down there it was icy even on that road. And so there's also a safety concern in terms of just
Right.
walking that distance with young kids and infants, basically. So I would rather see, at least in the interim, because I don't know how long the sidewalk would actually take to go through that process, to have a shuttle service.
Yes.
Because you also have the high schools up there, and you've
Yes.
got a tremendous amount of traffic going back and forth, not only with buses, but with also teachers and students who are driving up and down there. So that area gets a tremendous amount of traffic. It's really sort of a funky intersection there. So I would think at least in the initial phase, a van shuttle would be probably most effective, and then we could work with the town of Basalt and see if there's opportunities to install a sidewalk there.
And even with your approval today, this will not be coming to fruition until at least May, because I have got 4 more government agencies I have to work with after you. Environmental Health, Fire Marshal, CDHS. I know I'm missing someone right now. Oh, Basalt Sanitation. So it's going to be taking a few months to get it all to come together.
Rachel?
Yeah, just to add to the conversation about the sidewalk, I can see what Michael is saying. I think that could be valuable. But we can't force Basalt to say we need to put sidewalks in here. And I think that we should think carefully then, if we would like to contribute to a sidewalk project in the future, that I don't know that we can transfer road impact fees to a sidewalk project, and whether those two are considered the same under the impact fee legislation. If that's the case, we might want to waive entirely the road impact fee and then see if, a condition of approval is a contribution of the same $1,700
Right.
towards the sidewalk program. But I think we need to make sure we structure it correctly so that we could do this. The thing is, it's going to be up to the town of Basalt with their engineers to determine if they even have the right of way to add a sidewalk across the front of any of these properties, or whether they have to do condemnation, or who knows, maybe they even have a clause that those guys would have to put a sidewalk in when requested, which is often the case in other communities. That it's kind of if and when, but we're not going to make you do it until it connects with something. So I'm comfortable trying to allocate that same dollar number towards a sidewalk should Basalt want to continue and do a sidewalk improvement. It also gets into some real complicated issues with whether BOCC has an ordinance that requires property owners to clear the sidewalk of snow if it's in front of their property or not, or whether it would just be there and no one would clear it, or whether we're putting an additional burden on the child care center to get a snow blower and go out and clear the sidewalk in front of other people's residences in order to make it passable into her property. So there's just a lot to investigate through the town of BOCC. But I would be happy to make the same sort of fee available to a sidewalk project should those other pieces be in place.
Michael, Steve?
Yeah, I think, the proposal's a good proposal in general. And we could get caught up in the small details that you just outlined, Rachel. But I think we have to stick with the principle that the safety of the children is first. That's what the building codes that Mary's going through. That's what the sanitation was about. And without a sidewalk, there's essentially a missing link in safety for the children. So I don't know if $1,700 is a sufficient contribution to the town of BOCC. But I'm sure the town of BOCC shares the same concerns for children that we do and their safety. So I don't think it would be difficult to collaborate in whatever manner is necessary with the town of BOCC to ensure the safety of the children and that they have a sidewalk. It's just that simple. There are complicating factors, but without a sidewalk, I'm not particularly keen on this. So let's go from there.
Michael, with all respect, I support this application as well, and I'd like to see this go forward. And I would not like to hang it up and say, no, it can't go forward if there's no sidewalk. You go out to the Airport Business Center, and the Aspen Sprouts existed forever with no sidewalks, and people getting on and off RAFTA and going through one of the busiest intersections, one of the busiest roads we have, down to drop their children at Aspen Sprouts. And we're only now getting a sidewalk there with our sidewalk improvement project. And I'm just simply saying that we cannot force this applicant to go out and build a sidewalk on other people's property. And that is more than just a minor detail. I wouldn't want to hold this up until they have obtained the easements and the right-of-way to construct a sidewalk to the town of BOCC's specification, should they have one, in this area. And so I'm happy to participate. I want to see this move forward. I think BOCC will be looking at those same concerns, and we can add a footnote to this to tell BOCC those are our concerns. But if they don't have a sidewalk plan and they don't want a sidewalk in that area, I'm not going to kill the child care center to support that.
I'm going to get some other commissioners involved here. Steve, then Rob.
There's an issue with the high school students walking. They have to cross the road twice. Have you noticed on the Google Earth the white crosswalks? So they come to the Shell station. They have to cross the road to the other side. They go down the sidewalk and then they cross back to get on the trail going along South Side Drive. If the CCRC is built down there, we will have senior citizens also walking down that same thing, crossing the road twice. And it looks like a joint sidewalk could be built that with one branch going down to the hobby farm and the other going to the path going to the high school and to the CCRC. And if I were the town of BOCC, I would be interested in doing that project that could help 3 different entities potentially and make it safer and the traffic flow more smoothly there. So I suggest that we as a board write a letter to the town of BOCC asking that they consider that and saying we'd be willing to put road impact fee money into the part of the project going to the hobby farm.
Okay, Rob?
I'm comfortable with the number that Rachel has proposed for the impact fee. And I was just looking on the Google Earth stuff, and you do have to cross the road in 2 places, like crosswalks, what look like crosswalks. There is a sidewalk if you go around that block.
Yes.
It's
It's just in between the gas station.
It's between the gas station and going the back way But if you go all the way around that block, you're on a sidewalk the whole way. You do have to cross, it looks like Basalt Road and Fune Lane, which are crosswalks.
Yes.
And they're painted on Google Earth. You can see that they're painted as crosswalks.
I'm gonna have to.
So
walk
I'm okay with bringing the kids. I'd like you to explore the van option. I think it's a good option. But I think having kids accompanied by 2 people as they're walking. I mean, I see daycare people going through Aspen, crossing Main Street in various places, all the time, with several teachers, of course.
So what I'm hearing is that the board seems like that we want to pursue a discussion with the town of Basalt to see if there's opportunities to put in a sidewalk, and we would be willing to participate at some level with our road mitigation fees. And then we would have to leave it up to the town of Basalt to go through their engineering and their easements to see where, if any, is possible. I think that's as far as we can go with the sidewalk. But I would also like to, in the interim, is to have the use of a shuttle service going from the intercept lot, because it would only have to run probably going in and going out. So if you have, do you have a van that is
I
available?
have a few leads. I just wanted to hear what you had to say first.
Yeah, so I would,
Yes.
You want to see that as a condition of approval in here?
I would like to see that, because that was the whole intent in terms of being able to utilize the rapid intercept lot. And I think, this will lead to another discussion with the town of Basalt, and I know that they are very concerned about the actual intersection of 82 and Basalt Avenue in terms of wanting to have a grade separation there. And that's something that we should be supporting if there's any funds that become available through CDOT on that. So, Michael.
Just like to touch on. I didn't use the word force for anything. I'm not trying to force anybody to do anything here. And I didn't use the word that we wouldn't approve this, but I need to express my concern about safety. And I need to say that I think we can collaborate with the town of Basalt. I wasn't trying to put Mary in the middle of this, but I think that with the town, we have good relationships with the town of Basalt. And this is cheek and jowl with the town of Basalt. In fact, it's sort of in the mouth of Basalt. And the ability to work, to use our good offices to improve the safety there is what I was trying to do. I'm not trying to hold up anybody here or force anybody. Let me be clear on that.
All right, thank you. This is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to make any comments on this? Seeing none, does the applicant want to make any other comments?
I appreciate your support, and I note the safety also. That's very important.
So we're comfortable with Rachel's suggestion in terms of, at this point, using a $1,700 traffic impact fee, a road impact fee, and if there's an opportunity to use that towards the sidewalk with Basalt, we will look at that. All these other conditions, the deed restriction looks good, the access for Basalt water looks good, sanitation. Steve?
On item 3 on therefore be it resolved, talks about the applicant applying for a building permit. Ms. Mayor, isn't it true that the work has already been done on the building to make it so you can use it for the 6 children now?
Everything's done for the 6, and I didn't need any approvals whatsoever, but I wanted the 24 so that I can include children of need. That was really important to me, so I had to take it further and tap into Basalt sanitation, because I would never put a child at risk if the septic failed and it leached. So I want to go into Basalt sanitation, and with that, I'm going to add a 2-stall toilet area, a trough-type sink, and then with the farming aspect for environmental health, I'm putting in another kitchenette separate and a separate hand-washing sink for the children, just to keep it all safe.
Okay, so there will be more
Those-
building, you'll need a new building permit to do
And
those additional things.
And the last 2 things is a firewall between the residence for the employee and the preschool, and a 6-foot egress at the back fence for fire code. And I think that's it. unless somebody has something else.
Well, the question would be to the board, Rachel just pointed this out, on resolution number 8, do we want to add mandatory having a van shuttle service, at least for right now, until there's another safe way to get the children back and forth, at least from the intercept lot?
You know, you brought it up, I think it's reasonable.
It is
If
reasonable,
for some reason sidewalk comes together first and you want to come back, I mean, it should be perhaps that a shuttle shall be provided until such a time as a sidewalk safe route is created, at least until such a time.
Is that acceptable by the board?
I don't see the need, personally. I think walking 2 blocks with teachers in a controlled environment, even if she walks all the way around the block, she's either on a crosswalk or a sidewalk for the entire way, requiring her to buy a van, get a van, and do that. I think it's unnecessary in my opinion, but if that's the way the board wants to go, I'm okay with that.
I guess the other option would be to see whether we can get a crossing guard there during those times. There is a crossing guard that Town of Basalt uses for the elementary school as they have to cross over by the 7-Eleven, and they're only there in the morning and in the afternoons. Again, just to, even though you've got parents walking kids there, the crossing guard just adds that extra level of security and safety. And so that may be a less expensive, an easier way to do it, but I think we'd have to have some sort of way to ensure some safety. These are small little kids, they're infants in some cases. You're looking in the wintertime where the roads are going to be icy and slippery. I know one of our staff yesterday fell here on the sidewalk and broke her arm. So, Steve?
Maybe we could make a requirement that the children going from the RAFTA facilities to the school have to be accompanied by either a teacher or their parent or an adult guardian. Then those people would serve as the crossing guard as need be to cross the street and to make sure the kids are safe going the whole way.
Rachel?
Yeah, you know, trying to look at item number 8 and where we might be able to modify it. Perhaps in the second sentence it should say the applicant shall have an alternate transportation and child safety plan, child safety access plan, so that's not just transportation, because that is then going to be required to be approved by the town of Basalt. And I think that might be enough for us for now. It's not putting any particular things. I'm not sure if the school district pays for the crossing guards or the town of Basalt does or whatever. And so we're just requiring that be carefully looked at by the town of Basalt, whose jurisdiction this is in.
Okay. Does that work for the board? Okay, good. Any other questions or comments?
Did we already do the public hearing?
We did.
I would make a motion to approve the NJS Hobby Farm LLC special review for a child care facility as amended by the board for a $1,700 road impact fee to be used for roads or sidewalks as the case may be, and the amended language on item number 8.
Thank you.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And best wishes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. The children made this for you guys.
Okay. George, you think we can take a 5-minute break before we get to the next big one?
I was going to give
Very
it to you
nice.
regardless.
Grassroots, we'll take a 5-minute break while we reset up. Grassroots?
Just a small portion.
Next on our land use public hearings is the LAFKLC LLC activity envelope site plan review, scenic review, request for exempt agricultural floor area. Lance Clark is here. And before you start, Lance, I probably have a question for John Ely or you. This application is for a greenhouse but it's for a specific purpose, and that is for a cultivation farm. And given that we have not come up with our rules and regulations for retail marijuana, how should we be viewing this application?
This is for medical marijuana.
So if it's even for medical marijuana, do they currently have a license?
They have applied for a license?
They've applied for a license. So,
From the state.
From the state of Colorado, there's no local approval as yet for this site.
so then at some point, if they were thinking that they wanted to extend that medical marijuana license to retail, they would have to come before the board and be in compliance with our rules and regulations, in which case they may or may not be granted that license.
That is what would be anticipated by the current discussion with the BOCC regarding proposed retail marijuana licensing.
Okay, so just so everyone understands that.
George,
Yes.
clarify that a little bit?
Yes.
When the medical marijuana regulations came into play several years ago, 2 years ago now, the grow sites that were associated with that were regulated primarily by the state, weren't they? We didn't go through a regulation writing like we did with, like we are in the current process of doing with retail marijuana.
No, we didn't.
Oh, we did. Now, wouldn't it, so I guess my question, and it's not necessarily for John, but maybe for the board, wouldn't one assume that because we're taking a stronger look at this because of the retail marijuana regulations regarding cultivation or growing, that we would bring those two regulations in line together to encompass the same guidelines, same requirements, same locations, allowability, and tighten up the medical marijuana regulations that were put in place?
That's been my presumption, at least, that once the board finally determines what regulations you want to establish for retail marijuana licensing, that we would revisit the regulations pertaining to medical marijuana licensing and essentially have the two sets of regulations, although there are different aspects and different parameters given medical marijuana and retail marijuana, at least have them be consistent with each other.
And the state allowing the growing for medical marijuana or retail marijuana, does it give the county the same leeway for both of those regulations? Because I know we've been told that with retail marijuana that we have a tremendous amount of leeway as to the local jurisdictions' regulations on those facilities and licenses.
The regulations on a state level, as well as the state statutes pertaining to both types of marijuana use, medical and retail, are different, but consistent with both regulatory schemes is a broad range of discretion to local jurisdictions in determining whether or not to license or otherwise approve a particular location for either activity. And it, of course, extends all the way to a blanket prohibition.
So I guess the question that I think George was kind of alluding to is if these regulations potentially are going to change and may or may not allow this particular location to be a suitable location, are we potentially just spinning our wheels with this particular hearing until those guidelines are set?
That's correct.
So, I mean, I would pose it to the board and potentially the applicant, is this something that is not much better suited to be continued until after the regulations as to place, time, and all the other criteria that we are spending a great deal of time trying to understand and set in place, would this not be set much wiser of all of our time and certainly financial outlay to the applicant to put this application, put the cart behind the horse as opposed to the cart before the horse?
Rachel and Michael?
I think we should just proceed, frankly. There's been a tremendous amount of citizen involvement, as we can see here today. Their time is valuable. Certainly the meetings at the Woody Creek Caucus, the volume of letters we've received have shown the public's interest in it, and sometimes things looming out there forever are more troublesome, kind of as a cloud hanging over people. And the regulations that we are working for allow full board discretion, an ability to say no at any time and at any place. And so if this is appropriate or not appropriate for the purposes being put forward, I think should be decided by the board at this time, because the regulations still allow that entire discretion to say no.
Michael?
Yeah, I mean, I recall a month ago, we approved greenhouses across from Holland Hills for the purpose of medical or...
The approval that we gave did not include the language of retail marijuana. It was for a greenhouse exemption for square footage for agricultural special use. And the difference is that this application is specifically for an existing use of medical marijuana, which has regulations in place, but will potentially be changed due to the regulations that we're putting in place for retail marijuana. So that's the difference between the two. The other one, it could be a tomato farm for all we know. And that's the way it was actually, the retail marijuana language was taken out of the resolution.
Well, my recollection was that it was closely tied to a retailer of medical marijuana in Aspen. There was no doubt in my mind that it was going to be used for either medical or retail marijuana. So, but it came in the form of a land use application, which essentially is what this is. And the risk is not really for us. The risk is for the applicant. So.
And I agree with that, Michael, and I made that point when the board approved those greenhouses down in by Holland Hills, that there was no guarantees that they were going to be allowed to have a cultivation farm for retail or medical, and that's going to be the same with this case.
This room is horrible, folks. We do not have a decent meeting room. We don't have it.
But in terms of the input that we had, Rob, a couple of years ago when it came to medical marijuana, was that we honored the request from all the different caucuses who wished to opt out in terms of allowing either a dispensary or a cultivation farm. And so we can view that similar today as well.
And just to be clear, the application today, although it is connected to a existing allowable use, the cultivation of medical marijuana, we have not done the retail marijuana side yet. The application before us today is a land use application. It's not a licensing application for medical marijuana. It is a land use application for an exemption of square footage based on a special need of agricultural, which is a provision in our code. So again, to be clear, we can talk about medical marijuana all we want, but we're not issuing a license for medical marijuana on this site. We're evaluating an application based on the code that allows for an exempt square footage for agricultural use.
Right, and again, similar to what we did with medical marijuana with the caucuses, those were potential land use applications, but at that time we honored the request of those caucuses who said they did not want to have either dispensaries or grow sites within their caucus areas. So that's just some background. All right, so I guess we will move forward on this, given all that. Lance?
Yes. Thank you. This is a request, and I'm sorry, I'm sure that nobody back there can hear, but I will speak as loudly as I can. This is a request for site plan review and flexibility for agricultural support for excess exempt agricultural floor area. It happens that in this case, the excess exempt agricultural floor area that's being requested is for greenhouses, and the applicant is being upfront that his purported use is going to be growing marijuana plants for medical marijuana purposes. The flexibility for agricultural support that's being requested is for the greenhouses, which could be used for any agricultural purpose. If these greenhouses are approved, they could be used for orchids, they could be used for tomatoes, it could be used for any purpose. And that's the land use code issue that we're dealing with. It happens that they have been forward about their potential use. And their potential use that they're requesting is not for a recreational marijuana grow site, it's for a medical marijuana grow site. The recreational marijuana standards, as you just said, have not been adopted yet for Pitkin County. The standards for licensing medical marijuana grow facilities have been adopted, and they don't have the specificity that you're talking about with recreational marijuana. They just talk about being in the correct zone district, an agricultural zone district, because we have determined growing medical marijuana is an agricultural use. And the medical marijuana licensing standards do not have specific size limitations on them either. So even though you're currently every week been dealing with the new regulations, this is essentially coming in under the old regulations. As Michael Owsley said, similarly you were a few weeks ago with somewhat a similar application in Holland Hills. So with that, let me start with what we have and where we are. The applicant is LAFKLC LLC. The applicant is Ron Radke, who is sitting here to my far right. He's the proprietor and owner of Green Essentials Medical. That's a company that currently has a medical marijuana dispensary in Glenwood Springs, and they have a pending application for a medical marijuana dispensary in Aspen. Is that true?
Well, we actually have the license for Aspen.
And they have the medical marijuana license for a dispensary in Aspen. The location that we're talking about is 2520 Lower River Road, Lot 6, Aspen River Valley Ranch. This is Lower River Road going down valley. This is the Roaring Fork River, and this Highway 82. These Aspen River Valley Ranch lots that run along here are some of the strangest lots in Pitkin County because they span all the way from the Red Cliff hillsides on the north, many of them all the way across River Road, across the river, and in some cases across Highway 82. And that's the case in this lot. This is approximately a 38-acre lot running all the way from the hillsides on the northeast to just across Highway 82 on the southwest. Existing on this parcel, the only development is on the west side of River Road, and what exists there today is a single-family home, a deed-restricted employee dwelling unit, a carport, a couple sheds, a loafing shed, pretty low-intensive development. What is actually being proposed today is that on this southwest portion of the parcel, in this area right here, which is open space clustered adjacent to the existing house and carport, what's being proposed is approximately 19,000 square feet of greenhouses and accessory mechanical structures associated with those greenhouses. This is proposed to be in two 9,600 square foot pods. So there would be two separate greenhouse pods that I will see if I can show.
Lance, can you show also where the Rio Grande Trail runs in relation to that?
Yeah. And the Rio Grande Trail is right on the south side of River Road. River Road bisects the property, and the trail is right along, sort of along that gold line there.
Push the button.
This is zeroing in a little farther. Previously I was showing the whole context of River Road. This shows a little more detail of this particular property. There's no development yet on the preponderance of the property, which is 30 plus acres on the east side of the road. All the development is on the, if you count the river and everything, about 8 acres on the southwest side of the road. The actual, if you just take along the line of the river and the road, this remaining parcel here is about 6 acres. And for reference, the closest neighbor, this being the location of the proposed greenhouses, the closest neighbor is Marty Schlumberger, who is here and will speak later, and his house is right there. And that's about, from where the proposed greenhouses are, it's approximately 300 feet to the Schlumberger house. Show another. This represents roughly, this was our computer drawing on the GIS maps, but this roughly would represent where on that parcel on the southwest side of the road that the two greenhouse pods would go. This being the EDU, this being the primary residence, this being an existing loafing shed, and the proposal is that there be added 2 structures here that would be approximately 9,600 square feet each, greenhouse structures, and that would be the location. So the process that we're going through is activity envelope, site plan, and flexibility for agricultural support. All of those reviews are typically administrative, meaning they could be done through a public notification process and then a review by the community development director and approval by the community development director. But as you know, we have a provision in the code that whenever an application rises to the point where there appears to be significant public interest or significant public controversy that goes beyond immediate adjacent neighbors, that the community development director can forward such application either to the hearing officer or the Board of County Commissioners. And the reason that this is in front of the Board of County Commissioners today is because of the significant public interest that we felt this application would rise to. You have in your application referral comments from the Basalt Fire District, which are very extensive, from the Woody Creek Caucus Planning Commission, and I believe you also all got a copy of the determination of the Woody Creek Caucus meeting, which was held October 31st. That meeting was held after this memo already had to be completed and in your packet, so that was not included in the packet, but it was forwarded to you. You also have many comments from adjoining neighbors and from people up and down River Road. Primarily, the concerns expressed of the neighbors in a summary is that they feel that the greenhouses of this scale would change the character of the neighborhood from the traditional seasonal open space oriented agricultural uses. There are concerns about effects on property value, concerns about safety and security, the commercial industrial scale potential of the business, wildlife impacts, response time for fire police, visual issues, and Woody Creek master plan issues related to size, the nature of the business, and the impacts of the operation. The key comment from the Woody Creek caucus was they felt that this proposal was not in harmony with what they called the historic and classic agriculture. As far as the process of the plan reviews that we're going through, as I said, it was activity envelope and site plan. There really are no constraints on this particular site. What we used to call our 1041 constraints now are Chapter 7 constraints. There are no slopes. This site is essentially flat. It slopes downward from River Road toward the river, but by and large it's a flat site. There are not 30% slopes that are impacted in any way. There are no significant wildlife impacts that don't affect everyone else in Pitkin County along the river. The primary wildlife concerns are clear up on the northeast portion of the property where it goes into the Red Hills, because there starts to be some severe winter range for deer and elk, but not in this particular location. The site, however, is visible. So from a site plan and scenic standpoint, visibility is a concern. As one is driving westbound on Highway 82, there is an opening in the trees that makes this little, what was once a pasture area, very visible. So there are visibility issues from Highway 82. There will be visibility issues from the trail. George, there's the trail. Visibility issues from the trail and from River Road. But this is the case where the property does slope fairly dramatically down. They've indicated that there's like a 16-foot difference between here and here, which means that the development will not be on the same level of River Road. It will be below River Road, which will make it less visible. The proposal is that these structures would be no higher than 18 feet to the ridge, which is significantly less high than would be allowed by barns, agricultural structures of this size in this zone district. That will in some way mitigate the visibility issues. Staff sees that if there were to be an approval, that visibility is an issue that can and should be mitigated by additional plantings, additional trees. If there were significant planting done on the neighbor side, the river side, and River Road side, more plantings, to a great extent these could not ever totally go away because they are greenhouse structures which are different and will have different roofs than we're used to seeing, but it can be mitigated to a great degree. So those are the constraint issues and the scenic issues that we dealt with. The other issue is the flexibility for agricultural support. And that's the provision that allows staff, or in this case the Board of County Commissioners, to allow a development to request and be granted more exempt agricultural space than would typically be allowed on the property. You'll recall that 3 years ago we worked with an agricultural committee to come up with a series of exemptions from our growth management system and from our floor area restrictions for agricultural structures, where throughout the county, the maximum residential house size is 15,000. Several of the groups, particularly in the Snowmass Capital Caucus, felt that agricultural structures should be exempt from that, so we worked with the committee for 2 years to come up with a group of exemptions that would be available, meaning that people could build agricultural structures without implicating growth management, and they would be able to be outside of floor area restrictions. And those exemptions were based on lot size. Smaller lots were given less of an exemption, larger lots were given greater exemption. This particular lot size, being 38 acres, would be allowed about 5,800 feet of exempt space, meaning space that would not count against their floor area. But clearly, as I stated at the outset, what they're requesting is closer to 19,000 square feet. So, whereas 5,000 essentially would be 5,000 plus available by right, they're requesting an additional 14,000, 15,000 square feet of exempt agricultural space. And there are particular standards in the code, and I think this is important to go over, relative to flexibility for agricultural support. And I'll just go over each of those and give the staff response to that. The first is that if someone is requesting exempt agricultural buildings more than allowed, that the agricultural buildings have to be listed as an allowed special review or master plan use in the zone district. This is zoned AR10 and 10-acre zoning, and agricultural buildings are allowed. Secondly, the agricultural buildings have to comply with applicable standards of Chapter 7. And what Chapter 7 is the constraints chapter, dealing with slopes, wildlife, wildfire, et cetera, et cetera. And staff has found that the buildings in this location do comply with Chapter 7 standards, except for there are scenic and visual standards that we feel could be addressed better. Next is that the applicant needs to provide specific description of the proposed agricultural activities, including number of animals, types and size of equipment, implements and gear, etc. In this case, since the applicant is upfront about the use being for medical marijuana, we're not really talking about number of animals, we're talking about number of plants. And you will see in your application, there is, the applicant's response to that is Exhibit 12 of their application. It's on your scanned list, it's number 89, page 89 on your scanned list. And there the applicant, who can go into this in much greater detail, talks about their current business in Glenwood Springs, their proposed business in Aspen, where they are currently growing their medical marijuana plants, the growth that they're experiencing in their business, the growth that is anticipated in their business, and the fact that they feel that there's a need in the next 2 years to add at least this much square footage of grow space, as well as probably even more. I didn't bring up in the outset, but again, the applicant mentioned in their application that long run, they would propose, if possible, through our, whatever we end up adopting, they would like to have additional grow space on the other side of the road, on the northeast side. But at this time, the only thing that's being requested is the 19,000 square feet on this side. So that's how the applicant has responded to that provision. The other provision is a site plan has to be...
Yeah. I just have some specific questions to this section, and rather than have to go back to it after other things. When we were going through the agricultural flexibility exemption and creating that. And in some ways, almost referenced in your memo, it seems to me we spent the whole time talking about barns. You know, what size barn would someone need for bringing in the equipment so it wasn't going to be outside the weather? What size of barn would someone need for adequate turning spaces, for X many horses? And it was all about barns. And it was about barns and making sure barns didn't turn into guest cabins on the second floor and the third floor. There were limits to the amount of water. We spent an inordinate amount of time talking about the number of loafing sheds that could be allowed on properties for horses and things like this. And so I guess I'm feeling very strongly that the agricultural flexibility to support agriculture was really very much oriented towards livestock, cattle, horses, these sort of things. And we left greenhouse regulations, which we've not completed yet, over here. And so I feel it's a mismatch of the intent of the board when we talked about agricultural facilities. And so, you know, even in your comments, when you talk about, you know, detailed description of existing and proposed agricultural activities, including the number of animals, types and size of equipment implementing gears, that was generated towards livestock. And the other, you know, discussion at the very beginning of this talks about under Ordinance 011-2011, the BOCC amended the land use code to create provisions that provide certain exempt barn floor area for certain size lots. And we use the term barn floor area. And so I'm having a hard time translating barn floor area into greenhouses. That doesn't add to the dialogue for all of us. I know we all have strong feelings on this one way or another, but.
Yeah, yes, and so are we. It is a mismatch, and the world is ahead of our code. You know, we said when we did the barn exemptions and the loafing shed exemptions and the equipment shed exemptions, we said we'd come back and do greenhouses, and we don't have that yet. So we are trying to fit agricultural uses the best we can into what we have.
Okay, and just two other comments on directly on that line. You know, we have been doing work sessions for developing our retail marijuana rules, and we just had one yesterday, and saving my notes from that, when we were looking under Article 10, Section F, you know, the basic simple language is all retail marijuana establishments, which means grow or production or whatever, must comply with current Pickens County zoning requirements. And then in parens, we have cultivation of marijuana may not be considered an agricultural activity. It is now, but it is something that this is a requirement that within the brackets is a statement the BOCC may consider, and it's not recommended for a variety of reasons at this time. But it seems that something I brought up a couple weeks ago, again, during one of these work sessions, is maybe we should start looking at what a definition of traditional ag and then look at different ag, you know, because what most people have thought of when they're talking about agricultural character in communities, and this is what I had said before, is hay fields, open pastures, horses, cows, chickens, you know, along those lines. But it's not, greenhouse ag is something new, and locally sourced produce and other products are something that's important to all of us. But I just don't find, you know, that I think that I don't want to have to go further than this is suggesting, but I think it's something we should consider in our work session as to whether we need additional language that defines traditional ag versus new product production.
One of the things we did talk about was a discussion regarding whether we should rezone certain areas of the county outside of an ag destination for those who want to use grow sites. And we decided, at least preliminary, that we would not do that because we can address those specific concerns through our rules and regulations.
Right.
So I agree, this is sort of like the horse before the cart. Not only in that case, but also because we're also in the process of redefining greenhouses. And that should be coming back before us shortly. So not only residential, but commercial. So I understand staff is doing the best they can with what they currently have, but these are all considerations I think we need to be aware of.
Yeah, and it should be noted, the staff recommendation is for denial of this because it, a portion, because it does not fit. And we did talk also about whether there should be some sort of special use permitting within the ag zone as opposed to use by right.
Anything else, at least on these points for Lance, or let Lance continue?
No, I was finishing up on flexibility for ag support, and you may have some specific questions for the applicants. But the other provision on flexibility for ag support, and probably the most important, is the applicant is to describe how the proposed agricultural activity will support and sustain the rural character of the county. And that's somewhat of what has recently been brought up here, and that is, what is the rural character of the county today or in the future, or what should it be? And I put in the memo the intent of the AR10 zone district is intended to accommodate small-scale agricultural activities and large lot residential development that maintains the rural character and appearance of the land. And the primary question at issue is whether large greenhouses maintain the rural character and appearance of the land. And the fact that this is an entirely new typology of rural character that we have just seen two of now and may see more, and we're not really sure exactly how to deal with that. And so that's the issue that the Woody Creek Caucus pointed out primarily in their information to you, that they felt that this type of rural character was not traditional agricultural rural character, and therefore not only not in conformance with the plan, but perhaps not in conformance with the flexibility for agricultural support. But in the end, what staff has recommended is that, given these various factors and concerns about the rural typology and the rural character, and whether or not it should change, and what kind of codes should we have to evaluate and accommodate that change, staff's recommendation is that this entire proposal for 19,000 square feet not be approved, but that in our ability, our need to find out what is appropriate, that perhaps one of the pods of 9,000 feet could be made appropriate, could be made pretty much non-visible with the right landscaping and with the right kind of development, could fit into the rural character, because clearly greenhouses are rural, and this is, as we define it today, an agricultural use. And so that's staff's recommendation at the end of all this.
Lance, thinking in terms of at least where you're at, and staff and P&Z is at in terms of commercial greenhouses, currently with the new code thoughts, would this fall in line with that line of thinking?
It's hard, we don't know what will come out, but we're going to the P&Z next week with the greenhouse regulations. What we've proposed, we haven't had a maximum size, but we've said that we feel that commercial greenhouses, which staff has defined as anything 3,000 feet or greater, that they would go through special review. They'd flip into another section of the code other than flexibility for agricultural support. They would be subject to special review, which allows all kinds of impacts to be analyzed and discretionary decision based on that.
All right, thank you. Questions for Lance? None at this time? Okay, we can always come back. The applicant, you just introduce yourself, please?
I sure would. Thank you, guys. My name is Jay Mayton, and I'm representing the applicant, Ron Radke, sitting right to my right. And I will be presenting this application on their behalf. And we are requesting, as Lance said, an approval for activity envelope and site review for construction of agricultural buildings, greenhouses at 2520 Lower River Road, located in Old Snowmass, Pitkin County. As I present this, I will be focusing on the issues that staff and the public raised. If I don't cover something that's in the application and you have a question for it, just please ask. The existing conditions, I'll just use Lance's map. The property is located on and split by Lower River Road, about 2 miles down valley from the Cherboz Bridge. The property is over 38.5 acres, and some of the stuff I read, it was close to 39.6, and everything was over 38.5, so I'm just going to go with that. It's over conforming for the AR10 zone district. Lance touched on a couple things, but a couple highlights of AR10 that weren't mentioned. The minimum lot area is 10 acres. This is almost 40. The maximum building height is 28 feet. The maximum accessory building height is 20 feet. And as far as barns go, or agricultural buildings, there is no height restraint due to their use. That's what the code says. My guess is if it has to be 60 feet tall to perform something, then it does. And they leave some openness for that. There's a home, a caretaker unit, a carport, and a shed, all built in 1979. They will all remain as is. The property has open fields and about 700 feet of river access. As Lance mentioned, there's 5,812 square feet of growth management exempt agricultural floor area available, and that's our by right. We have that to use. It's not enough for us. And the other current condition I wrote down here, it seems that most of the crops grown in our area seem to be big second homes. The current market conditions. The current medical marijuana market demand far outweighs the supply. The need for this type of operation is quite immediate due to the current medical demand. There has been a large-scale medical marijuana grow in the area for approximately 4 years. There have been no complaints or security problems. There has been no indication of lower property values, no traffic impact complaints. They have been a quiet neighbor.
Jay, is that in a greenhouse?
It is, no, it's in it's in some kind of building. It is. Snowmass.
Audience, you're not asking questions at this point.
Just I'll let you know, I do have Ron here. I have his wife Bonnie. I have his son Brian. Their attorney Lauren Mayton, who's my wife. We have the engineer Mike Gamba here as well. They can answer these questions. There is a grow, and I believe I don't know exactly where it is, but we can have that question answered. It's there. What's that? Oh, and the architect is here too, our architect. I have a letter here that we just received. I have 10 copies I'd be happy to give to you. It's from Mr. Radke's current landlord, and it's a letter of recommendation saying there's an upstanding tenant. In the end of it says, I'd hope to keep them as a tenant in my building for as long as they would like, and they come highly recommended to me, by me personally. I'd be happy to pass this out for the record. The proposal. The proposal is a two-phase construction project to build two separate 9,600 square foot greenhouses with ancillary buildings for a medical marijuana business that has an existing facility not adequate for agricultural development or large enough to support the current demand for the business. The first greenhouse would be built immediately. The second phase would begin next spring. The total proposal in front of you tonight is for 19,200 square feet of greenhouse space, including ancillary buildings, a stormwater detention center, and driveway improvements as required by the fire department. Although the available floor area for us to use for this purpose is 5,812 square feet, We are requesting an extra 13,388 square feet for a total of 19,200 square feet, citing the flexibility for agricultural support section of the Pickens County Land Use Code, which states, and Lance read it, I'd be happy to read it for you again. If the property does not meet the minimum acreage required in section 5-20-70I for an exempt agricultural building, or if the exempt floor area provided in section 52070I is not adequate to support the agricultural operation, the owner may submit a request to obtain additional exempt floor area. The community development director, and in this case this commission, shall approve the additional exempt floor area providing the following criteria are met. And Lance went through these. Didn't actually give his recommendation on C. They kind of interrupted you and you didn't. But A, staff agrees with. B, staff's only concern is scenic. And I will address that later in my presentation. And the third, or letter C, the owner demonstrates that the property is utilized for an agricultural operation that's defined in Chapter 11, which was Exhibit 12 he pointed out to you guys. This is an agricultural business. The county has defined it as such, and in every sense, that is what is done. The plants are grown, harvested, and seeds are planted again to create the cycle. Agriculture is defined as the science, art, or practice of cultivating the soil, producing crops, and raising livestock, and in varying degrees the preparation and marketing of resulting products. To give a little office sense to the agricultural definition. This is an organic, sustainable medical marijuana grow. There is no retail element to this project. The retail elements are in urban areas. This is agricultural, not commercial. I would like to demonstrate that the available square footage is not adequate to support the size needed to support this business and the demand. The current state allowable plant count for this applicant is 1,300 plants. This number can change and is reviewed by the state each month. This applicant has seen consistent growth in his business and does not project that plant count number to go down. This is a natural grow with no grow lights. Our plants need 12 square foot per plant for healthy grow. I have an affidavit signed by a notary from a gentleman by the name of Gregory Duran. And basically he is saying that, and he is just finished I just completed a Cloverleaf University course on growing cannabis in a greenhouse. The calculation of 12 square feet per flowering plant, as proposed by Green Medical Essentials, is a reasonable estimate for the cultivation of flowering cannabis plants. This space is required to maintain the health of the plants by providing air circulation and assuring sunlight reaches as much of the plant as possible. Pass that out too. These greenhouse plants have a longer cycle, require more room around themselves to collect natural light and for manicure work. The plants are not to be crowded. 1,300 plants times 12 square feet comes to 15,600. The applicant is also opening up a second dispensary in Aspen, which we are already licensed for. We are only forecasting 12 months ahead because of the requirement for an annual license. We don't want to assume or presumptuous that we're going to license every year, so we're only looking 12 months into the future. We have the license. And we have conservatively projected 50 patients with a minimum of 6 plants. That's the minimum that the state will allow. Which is 300 more plants times 12 square feet gets you to 3,600 square feet, which is the total 19,200 square feet we're requesting. So 15,600 of it is current, 3,600 of it is proposed. Or we don't have that plant count yet, but we expect to have more. Inside our building, we have to have walkways, mechanical, etc., and we will not be able to use all the floor area to grow the plants. Most likely, the plants will encompass about 15,000 square feet, leaving the remaining square foot as other space. I'm calling other space as the space that we are using that has to be there for code, for walkways, for mechanical, etc. That's what my other space comment means. We are asking for less than we can justify under the flexibility for agricultural support section of the code, since there is not a cap on size. This is not a projected need for increase in square footage. These figures are exact, they're not a projection. It is our position that we comply with all the criteria outlined and therefore ask the Commission to accept the additional floor area under the flexibility for agricultural support as the mandatory language in the Pickens County Code Section 2-30-2019 dictates. The site plan. We are well within all the setback requirements, and I'd be happy to show them to you. Lance confirmed that with his speech. Staff supports and has recommended the approval of the site plan building envelope because we meet or exceed all requirements. In other words, we're supposed to be 100 feet from the river, we're more than 100 feet from the river. We're supposed to be 100 feet from the bike path, we're more than 100 feet from the bike path, and so on and so forth. The greenhouse. And I've laid out a packet in front of each of you which has the same pictures as I'm showing here in case you need to see them better. This is an interesting product. The greenhouse is a metal frame structure mounted to only sonotubes. And the sonotubes are the little cylindrical pieces that will go into the ground and it will mount to. It's a barrel-shaped building, 18 feet high. All 3 pods, and if you look at the lower photo here, it's two clusters of 3 pods. All 3 pods are 90 feet wide. Each dome is essentially 30 feet wide. The length is 100 feet for the outside pods, and the inside or the middle pod is 116 feet. Sticks out 6 feet further than the side pods. The sides are made of polycarbonate, and the roof is a double-layer insulated polyurethane cover. The roof has an air gap that creates the insulation needed. The front and the back of the pod is metal. The ancillary buildings are that little extension of the center pod. That's what we're calling the ancillary buildings. They're incorporated into the structure and they will not be separate. The greenhouse floor will need minimum grading and will be gravel. There will be a concrete slab only for mechanical in that ancillary building area, which is the extension in the middle pod. And due to the gravel floor, the lack of foundation, we consider these structures to be temporary. If the operation ever changes, and it's renewed each year, the resolution states that the buildings come down. With the small environmental impact this type of building creates, there would be little, if any, impact after removal. There will be no grow lights. The minimal lighting will be installed required by code. There will be no glow or light leaving the structure. You will see lights used during the dark times. There will be almost no time you would see the entire structure lit up. The applicant states that they would only use lights while working in certain rooms. So in other words, and I had them explain this to me further, if they were working in the front of the greenhouse, there would be a light on in the front of the greenhouse. If they moved to the back of the greenhouse, they would turn the light on off from the front and move it to the back. The operation of growing in these greenhouses only uses the sun to grow plants, and there is no need for high voltage or any power upgrades. The construction will be quiet, and the only equipment needed is a skid steer. These greenhouses are very low impact on the environment and the land. There is no plumbing, no bath, no shower, no toilet, no sink. There will be a sprinkler system as required by the fire department. There's natural gas for heat, a state-of-the-art computer climate control system, including odor scrubbers, which make the greenhouse operate at optimum efficiency. The computer climate control, not the scrubbers. The whole system makes it operate very efficiently. This is a greenhouse being used for exactly what it was intended. This is not an indoor operation with grow lights cloaked by black shades in a glass building. The height of the greenhouse is below the code height restriction. Greenhouses are appropriate in rural areas zoned agricultural residential. Due to the climate and the known benefits of sustainable business, new techniques and products should be embraced by the community for the long-term goal of viability of agriculture and overall earth health. We could have proposed a 20,000 square foot barn forecasting much more community acceptance would have been conflicted by the much larger carbon footprint created by that type of building, meaning the construction, the machinery, and the materials, and not to mention to operate such a permanent structure. We decided to go with a temporary, purpose-built, high-tech solution to get us closer to our community environmental goals. Scenic, rural character, rural and rural area definitions by the county. Number one, large open spaces with agricultural uses, country-like or agriculture, and then unincorporated areas of Pitkin County not within the urban growth boundary. Do large McMansions keep up with the rural character of our county? Staff is concerned with the question of whether large greenhouses maintain a rural character and appearance of land. It should be pointed out that these are not large greenhouses. From my research, greenhouse complexes are from 1,000 to 500,000 square feet, with large European operations over 10 million square feet. Just by looking at the large range of scale, and 250 being in the middle, 250 would be medium, and ours is less than 10% of the medium, which would be considered small. Certainly small for the property, which is almost 39 acres, while our project will only cover 0.39 of an acre. View from Lower River Road. The view from Lower River Road. The site is considerably below the road and bike path. With the current screening and being well over the 100-foot required setback from the bike path, these structures will be very difficult to see, much less comprehend as a greenhouse, and almost totally screened from the road. So my point from this is the bike path is closer to the construction site than the road is. The bike path is a little bit below the road, and we're below the bike path. It would be more visible from the bike path than it would be from the road. Talking about the view from the neighbor's house on the Up Valley side, Mr. Schlumberger, who was mentioned in Lance's presentation. The view from the neighbor's house on the upside valley was considered at project inception. Another proposed location considered, which fit all setback, river, floodplain, wildlife requirements, is actually very close to the neighbor's home. And I'd like to get up and show this to you. This map does not really depict this very well, but about right here, there's a hill that goes down, okay, towards this property. Our property line is here. It's very close to our property line. This area would house these two greenhouses without any problem or any restriction whatsoever as the site plan is looked at. But this would be very close to his property. It's on the same level as property, very close to his property. We moved it up here. We considered this to be better for more than just this reason. However, looking at this, we have the ability of a raised hill here, and we have some screening already to be a little bit more submissive to the neighborhood. But the other site would have been acceptable. There is no view from the down valley neighbor due to topography. And I'm using the terms up valley and down valley because does 82 run north and south, or does it run east and west? So we'll just look at it as up valley and down valley. The view from Highway 82, this is a concern. It's very well screened by existing vegetation. The property sits well below the highway and is visible, but not in the driver's immediate view. In fact, it is a bit dangerous to drive the highway and try to see this property, which I did many times. But you can see it for about 3 seconds in either direction. There is no site on the property to completely hide any structure from the highway view, but the Highway Scenic View Protection Corridor language asks for mitigation, and we believe the project conforms due to our hard restraints created by being well below the elevation of the highway with no place to completely screen any structure. The staff recommends strategic vegetation screening landscape plan as an acceptable mitigation to the highway, to the scenic highway view protection restriction, and to be approved, reviewed, and approved by staff. We support that, and we'd be happy to work with staff to find an acceptable solution. The height and bulk, or mass and scale, is minimal. These buildings are only 18 feet tall, and that is only at the highest point of that dome. Highest point of the barrel. The buildings slope down at the sides, and they're non-reflective. As mentioned before, this project is very efficient, high-tech, environmentally responsible, and temporary. The small impact on the property during the construction operations of these buildings is extremely low. The utilities will be buried. There'll be no satellite dish, no earth berming. We will not paint the structure with earth tones because we are collecting light, and that opaque color cover would hurt our production. The roof is non-reflective. The landscape screening plan would be approved by staff. And we are using the existing driveway with only small modifications as required by fire, which are like turnaround bull ends, I think they're call it, bool ends to make the truck can turn around. Raw character. There's a board, we show them all the pictures. So in this board that Ron's going to put up is the rural character of the neighborhood. It is. We went around and we took pictures. Rural character can be defined as many things. Agriculture is the first thing that comes to my mind. Fields, barns, crops, sheds, and greenhouses. When you travel on Highway 82 corridor, you see all the aforementioned in addition to rolling hills.
Excuse me.
Yes.
We can't see that. Can you bring
Okay,
that
that's
forward?
why I put that packet in front of you.
Maybe pass the.
Just pass that around to us.
Will you hand that to Mr. Giles? He can pass it around.
Is it in this new packet?
Yeah, no, it's in the one that I set on your desk when you guys weren't there.
I don't think these pictures are on there, right?
Anyhow, they're going to come
They
around.
might. Okay, well, I can wait while you pass them
No,
around.
no, you can just.
You want me to wait?
No, you don't.
Okay. Okay. When you travel the Highway 82 corridor, you see all the aforementioned, which are field, barns, crops, and sheds and greenhouses, in addition to rolling hills, big fields, big homes, which are all located in that area, along with horses, cattle, etc. In our climate, in order to be sustainable and preserve our agricultural character, we must grow and produce our own products in close proximity to the consumer. Our climate does not allow year-round growth of plants, flowers, etc. without greenhouses. Our current consumption levels dictate that we need to move forward responsibly and compromise for the bigger picture with all agricultural endeavors. Neighborhood outreach. We did have some neighborhood outreach. Some was received. Ron met with Marty for over an hour and maybe a little bit of time yesterday, and I did not myself, but Brian Radke, my wife, Ron, all went to the Woody Creek Caucus meeting, which was held last Thursday. I'm almost done. Letters. There were a lot of letters in this packet sent into community development opposing the project. I would like to address some of that stuff right now. A lot of letters were submitted to, and in the packet. There were many concerns, some valid, some not, but I'd like to address them nonetheless. One of the things brought up in the letter was increased crime. Our response is there's no data to support this claim. I met with the sheriff and he agrees. Also, the plant has very little, if any, value until harvested, processed, and packaged. There's no benefit in stealing a live plant. The level of security was brought up in a letter that seemed someone had mentioned that they thought that maybe the level of security that's in the packet seemed a little bit ridiculous and scared them a bit. The level of security is a requirement by the state, and we have to adhere to those requirements. We don't have a choice. We have to have, well, I'll go for it. There are rules regarding security alarms and systems and lock standards, video surveillance, waste disposal, packaging products safely on site, type of tamper-evident packaging in the manner in which it's sealed, inventory and how inventory is tracked and weighed to ensure against diversion and theft. There are no sales permitted at the grow facility. We have rules not allowing anybody invited guests on the site. There is no consumption on the site. We are required to have routine safety inspections by the fire department, building inspectors, and code enforcement. Sanitary standards and use of pesticides are all controlled. Another concern, intended use out of character. This is an AR-10 zone property which allows agricultural use. The bike path vicinity. We are well past the 100-foot setback requirement from the bike path. I think we're almost 140 feet, might be in the 130 feet area. The property will emit electric fields. It will not. Light or glow. As mentioned, there will be very little artificial light, and the shop lights will only be used during dark hours while work is being performed. Threat of runoff into the river. We're concerned about that too. There will be no runoff, and we are supportive of the resolution language regarding random water quality testing at our expense. An eyesore. As staff mentioned, strategic screening with vegetation will help. The presence of quote-unquote low-life drug-induced employees. All owners and employees have to be approved by a lengthy 15-page state application, including state and national fingerprint background checks conducted by the CBI and the FBI prior to being employed. The application requires that the applicant divulge information like tax status, marital status, and whether they're involved in any lawsuits. This application process prevents unwanted people in the marijuana business. Another concern, lower property values. We just don't have any data to support that. And we have a grow in the area, and we don't have any data to support lower property values around the current grow. Increased traffic. In discussions with the applicant, we estimated 2 cars visiting 1 time per day, and at the most 3 cars visiting 1 time per day during busier times. No real impact, and none of them will be commercial vehicles. In fact, one of them is a Prius, as far as I know. Disruption of wildlife. Another concern. Kevin Wright, our wildlife manager, quote unquote, should not have any impacts to wildlife. Odor. Only during harvest and being the long distance from the neighbor, we don't believe the odor would travel that far. But we have odor scrubbers in our climate control system to control that as well. A lot of the letters said commercial is not allowed in the Woody Creek master plan area. This is not a commercial operation. It is an agricultural, which is allowed. Moving on to the Woody Creek master plan. The Woody Creek master plan has been referred to in almost all the letters. I read the master plan and it defines the preferred use of the land, agrarian or agricultural. It is defined very well in the document. The document goes on to say it creates a checklist. The following is a checklist, and I'm quoting the master plan here. The following is a checklist for land use policy Woody Creek should promote. That number 1, that those engaged in commercial agricultural employment should dwell upon or in close geographical proximity to the land which they work. The main grower will be living in the CDU or the ADU, which is the caretaker unit, which is already on the property. The language calls it commercial agricultural. The county defines us as agricultural, so we're not really commercial agricultural, we're agricultural. Number 2, and we're back to the checklist. The commercial concerns which use vegetable or animal resources indigenous to the area and employ residents of the area, but that are not retail in nature. We are not retail in nature. There's no retail aspect on this piece of property whatsoever. And one could argue that these plants have been grown in the area for a while. Recreational enterprise, number 3 of the checklist. Recreational enterprise. I'm not going to read it. We're not a recreational business. I think the intent of that was not have a bunch of 4-wheelers running around Woody Creek. We talk about non-motorized vehicles, and I would think a quiet recreational rope course would be what they were going after, or fly fishing, something like that, not a dirt bike track or something like that. Nonetheless, we're not recreational enterprise. We don't fit there. Number 4 of the checklist, the necessity for reasonable profitability or any commercial enterprise. We're not commercial, we're agricultural. We are for profit, and we sure hope we make one. Number 5 of the checklist, only minimum safety upgrades for river and Lanedo roads. We need no upgrades. Number 6 of the checklist, the maintenance of absolute thresholds of population density, including wildlife and domestic animals. We're not increasing the density by anybody else living there. There'll be some temporary people working there during the day. We're not displacing any animals. We comply. The cottage industry. Number 7 of the checklist. The cottage industry, or that which does not bring customers nor employees, but which allows residents economic opportunity. I'm not sure. My look at that is that it's kind of a barter system in your neighborhood. Well, we are not allowed to do that. The state does not allow it. The state does not allow cottage-type industry. There can be no economic opportunity as allowed by state marijuana law. We cannot trade marijuana with any of the residents. We can't trade them for potatoes. We can't trade them for a tab at the Woody Creek Tavern. We can't trade at all. We can't deal with anybody from that location whatsoever. Number 8 is the pick and iron requirement, which is not applicable. We fit into all of the above applicable guidelines listed in the Woody Creek Master Plan. We are an agricultural operation. Agriculture is the only industry that the Woody Creek Master Plan specifies as a want. There is language in the document that says no more commercial operations in the area, and goes on to say that any permit issued and terminated for whatever reason will not be reissued and have the property go back to the original agricultural use. I only bring this up because there have been many commercial operations added within the Woody Creek Master Plan area since 1991. And the underlying theme of the document is to prohibit, and in some cases prohibit, current commercial operations as soon as possible. What is the point? The master plan seems to be referred to when needed, and in this case is being used to block our development, although we fit the intent of the master plan. The compromise is the structure, and that compromise is required to support our agricultural business. Agriculture is outlined clearly as the goal of the Woody Creek Master Plan. The last thing I want to present about the Woody Creek Master Plan is this map. I'm going to hand this out to you guys. Make sure you have it. This map is a border. It's on page 15 from the master plan. It is a border around the land that is encompassed by the master plan. So the plan is the vicinity map from page 15 of the Woody Creek Master Plan. The map shows the vicinity or the border of the land that is encompassed by the Woody Creek Master Plan. By studying the map, we can all see that the down valley border is the Jerboz Bridge, and that the master plan does not include the property of the proposed development. When I asked the county for a clarification, I was told that the caucus includes Lower River Road in their master plan. And they may include this in their minds and deliberations, but the record shows our project is outside of the map, and we should not be under the purview of the master plan. We also believe that if the commission considers our development to be inside the master plan boundaries, that we do achieve the goal identified in the document by adding to the desired agricultural community. In conclusion, we ask that the commission support the recommendation of staff to approve the activity envelope and site plan review, and for the flexibility of agricultural support. Rachel, you brought up a good point, and that was that, where are we, and is this agriculture, and when it was written, it didn't mean that, this is what we were talking about, and what have you. And the commission's past approval for the same use in the same area leads me to believe that it is valid, and that we have to go on the code that we have right now. And that code says what it says. And I also implore anybody always to go to code amendment meetings, read that stuff. And if you want something specific in it, then make it specific, because if it was specifically said this was only for barns or lean-tos or whatever else, we probably wouldn't be sitting here right now. But that's not how the code reads. We ask that the commission approve 19,200 square feet of greenhouses and ancillary buildings. We have provided detailed information that supports our need of the increased square footage with real, not projected numbers. We need every square foot to support this agricultural business. We ask that you approve both phases as represented in our application. There is no risk. There's no risk. If the use changes, the temporary buildings come down and the use is reviewed every year annually. It is. And it was mentioned earlier, and it was made very clear to us that this could change in 2015 or 2016 or whenever. And we understand that. The commission made that very clear. So really, there is no risk. If the use changes, the temporary buildings come down, and that's written in the resolution that we agreed to, and the use is reviewed every year. We agree to use strategic vegetation and landscaping to minimize the scenic impact, which is low. This will be a business with very low impact. Local consumption, local impact, and local employment. Regarding Section 6 of the resolution, pay the applicable affordable housing impact fee. I know we asked you, I never did hear the answer to it, but we agree to properly record the CDU that is on the property because it's not currently recorded properly. And this is also being used for the employee of the agricultural operation, so we just ask for that fee, impact fee, to be clarified, or if it's applicable at all. Section 4 on page 1 of the resolution, change the date to November 6th. It says November 3rd. It's a typo. And the one last thing I'd like to ask for is the vested rights of this project begin at the time the license is issued and last for 1 year from that point. And the reason why, and in my experience with land use and sitting on your side of the table, is 3 years of vested rights seems to be fairly common. People tend to ask for more. These guys are ready to go. They're ready to go. We have a 1 year licensing time frame. It'd be less messy, in my opinion, if we just kept it within that time frame. the vested right for the project. Thank you guys very much for your time, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Questions for the applicant? Steve?
There was a newspaper article talking about the Green Essentials store in Aspen, saying that it would be a medical marijuana and a recreational or retail marijuana operation at the store in Aspen. Is that the intent of the business? And if it is, if there is also a recreational marijuana element, where would you be getting that marijuana from?
I'm going to defer to Ron, but I think the quick answer to the question is the marijuana, medical marijuana plants have to be used for medical marijuana. In fact, it's my understanding that they actually have ties to the patient that they're for. So there would not be a way to use these plants in a recreational or retail distribution center, as you mentioned. As far as the recreational aspect of this project, which is not on the table right now, it would be, and correct me if I'm wrong, would be the third phase, which would be on the other side of River Road in the open field. And that's not on the table right now. And Ron.
Thank you. I'm Ron Radke, and I am the owner of Green Essentials. To address your question directly, it's a technicality within the lease that I have signed. Some leases only want medical marijuana stated, and in this particular case, I asked the lease to include all possibilities as things revolve. I didn't want to go and renegotiate the lease to now include recreational or whatever, so we just made it all inclusive. So when I was interviewed by the reporter, do you have that potential at the particular location? And my response was yes. I am only licensed from the state of Colorado to do currently medical marijuana in that facility, even though the facility is capable and rated for recreation as well.
Okay.
Other questions?
Well, a couple more questions, actually.
Okay.
There were a couple of acronyms used that I just jotted down. One was MED. What does that stand for?
It used to be MMED, the Medical Marijuana Enforcement Division. Because of the Recreational Act that has been passed, the state of Colorado Department of Revenue decided to drop one of the, and just call it Marijuana Enforcement Division. So it's called MED, M-E-D, is the correct going forward as of 1st of October.
Okay, and the second acronym was OPC.
Thank you. An OPC license, which I have for this particular site from the state, is the grow facility. It is a specific license just to grow medical marijuana on that location. So if in fact the board, Pickens County, the city all said, okay, you can have recreational, a second license would have to be applied for, and you go through all those scenarios to meet that. But it would still be called an OPC for the grow facility of those plants.
Are you done, Steve?
The other question was having to do with whether Lower River Road is in the Woody Creek Caucus, which one of the letters from a resident questioned that to some extent, and that might be more a question for Lance of what exactly is the boundary.
The Lower River Road is in the caucus area boundaries. There's a bit of an issue in that the bylaws creating the Woody Creek Caucus in 1991, the description given of the boundary include Lower River Road. It says including all of Lower River Road. The map attached to that same plan done in 1991 does not seem to include that. In my mind, the way staff has been using the Woody Creek Master Plan, it's called the Woody Creek Caucus Master Plan. The caucus is defined as including Lower River Road. So that's why we have referred to it. Perhaps somebody from the Woody Creek Caucus could explain that better.
And Steve, my answer to that was, and I was conflicted, and I even called Lance about it. It's part of the document, and that's really the most concrete thing we have. It's part of this document that is recorded with the county, and that's why I am standing on the side of going with the document.
And this map came from the...
I have it right here. It's right
from the
here,
document.
page 15. And I got this from the Aspen Beacon.
Any other questions at this time? We can come back. Well, this is a public hearing. I'm going to open this up to the public. I just want to get an idea. How many people are going to want to make any comments? Okay, that's fine. I'm going to ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes and not to repeat what someone else has said. And I'm also going to be curious when you're making your comments, if you're concerned about the actual size of the buildings or the use of the buildings. So in other words, if the greenhouses proposed were going to be growing orchids or lettuce or tomatoes, would that be a concern? So that's just for my own personal interest. So with that, I think I'm just going to start to the right and go around the room. Yes, Rachel?
We need people to come to the microphone for the grassroots. It doesn't amplify it, it doesn't come to us, but it's for the grassroots TV soundtrack, so.
And, thank you. And I will cut you off if you start to get a little verbose, because we've got a room full of people who want to speak, and we want to have the opportunity for everyone to present their comments. So be brief.
There?
It doesn't amplify, it's for TV. Oh, okay. No, you need to use it.
Oh,
You need
my
to
name
use
is,
the mic.
It's for the
It's for
recording.
the TV. You need to identify yourself. You need to keep your comments brief, and you need to be respectful.
Chairman Newman, my name is Matthew Ferguson. I'm an attorney here. I represent Marty Schlumberger. Mr. Edwards represents numerous landowners in the area, in the Woody Creek Caucus and Lower River Road. I know he's prepared a presentation. I would ask for some leeway for the attorneys to present their positions and then the public to go forward. So I'd like to have Mr. Edwards go first.
We're not going to have lengthy presentations by attorneys.
Well, we'd like to put our position on the record, which we need to do, and we can do it quickly. We'll need 10 minutes between us, 10 and a half minutes, I don't know.
So when you're representing your clients, that means that your clients won't have to speak as well?
I don't think they will. I mean, I think that one of the good things to do here would be just to go there and have everybody say who they are, and then hopefully we cover everything with the attorneys and a few of the people that do want to speak. I wouldn't want to shut up any of these people.
No, but
I mean, the applicant had 45 minutes, and he's had...
that's standard. This is a public comment. Public comments are limited. They're really not set for attorneys, but Jody, you understand my question.
I do. For the record, my name is Jody Edwards. I, at last count, represent 24 neighbors who are very concerned, and they've asked me to make a presentation to you. I don't think it'll go, you said 10 minutes, I'm right in that ballpark.
And so you'll be covering comments for the people that you're representing, so we won't necessarily need to hear from them to reiterate what you're going to give us?
I've tried to make my comments as concise as possible. They may individually have things they want to add on to that. I'm not certain. I haven't met with each one of them. I've met with sort of the point person group.
Board?
I'm okay with the presentations.
I'm fine, as long as the attorney names his clients.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was it?
As long as you name your clients, I'm fine with your presentation.
Okay, so we'll start.
I didn't bring the list with me, but can I submit it to the record later?
Yeah, whatever's appropriate.
So we'll start with you, sir, since you have the mic, and we'll try to keep it.
Jody has the mic.
But,
Jody Edwards has the mic.
right, but you were up, so if you would like to go first, you certainly can. Jody, let's try to keep it under 10 minutes. I know lawyers like to
They bill
expand a
by
little bit, but I'm sure you could do it in less than 10 minutes, Jody.
Would you like me to go first?
You have the mic, and if it's all right.
Great, sure. I have a sheet of paper I'd like to pass around the table. Really, all that is definitions straight out of the code. I'm going to refer to those definitions. I have copies for the public as well. Again, for the record, my name is Jody Edwards. Can I get a chair?
Yeah,
You-
go on up,
you-
yeah.
You okay if I get a chair? As I said a moment ago, I represent 24 very concerned neighbors who respectfully request that you deny this proposed development. I think you can see that our concerns, is it okay to just set this down? That our concerns about this development are very real, and that this is not an appropriate location for the proposed development. The vast majority of Pickens County voters voted in favor of Amendment 64, but that does not mean that we should blindly support the location of dispensaries or grow operations in any and all locations. 19,000 square feet of what is truly a commercial style building or buildings should not be located in the middle of the Lower River Road residential neighborhood. Agriculture is a significant part of Pickens County's character and history. There are legitimate concerns that the agricultural base of the county has been eroding over the years, yet those concerns do not warrant ruining the existing rural character in the Lower River Road area, where barns, ranching, haying, and livestock complement the area. While this application is technically classified as agriculture under the code, in reality, the character of these proposed buildings and the character of the operation of these buildings is commercial. This sort of commercial agricultural operation will conflict with and detract from the established rural character of the neighborhood. Now, let me get my water if you don't mind. I was in the room with you on August 28th when you struggled with and eventually approved the greenhouse marijuana grow operation on the Caparella property. That was a tough decision, but I want to show you why this is a much easier decision. I need to start with the code. There are a few defined terms in the code that I'll use, and I've handed out a sheet for each of you, and I think the members of the public have one as well. But most importantly right now, we need to look at pages 7 and 8 of Lance's staff memo. And he focused a little bit on that as well. The issue is whether, quote, proposed agricultural buildings will support and sustain the rural character of the county, end quote. And then below that, what you'll see is the issue of whether large greenhouses are, quote, small-scale agricultural activities, end quote, and will, quote, maintain the rural character and appearance of the land, end quote. That's really the question that you have to decide today. For the Caparella site, you concluded this standard was satisfied. For the 6 reasons I'm going to discuss, this application is very different, and the answer to that question today is no. First, number 1, this neighborhood is the definition of rural, and this project does not maintain rural character. The Caparella site fronts on 6 or 7 lanes of pavement with a river behind it that has no public access. It has no reasonable means of pedestrian access without risking your life. And it is in an area that has long ago converted from agricultural to commercial. There is an existing medical marijuana dispensary almost directly across the highway from the Caparella site in an existing commercial complex. In this case today, the proposed greenhouse facilities are located off a quiet rural neighborhood road with a river behind it that does have public access, and it is immediately adjacent a heavily used pedestrian and bicycle path with no commercial operations anywhere near the site. This area is surrounded by nothing but large lots, small ranches and farms, and single-family homes. It is country-like if you look at your definitions. This area is characterized by large open spaces, lower density residential development, and agricultural uses limited to those historically and typically associated with haying and ranching operations. The rural character of this area in the county needs no augmenting, as it is precisely in tune with the county's definition of rural. The proposed structures are not compatible, another definition, consistent, or harmonious with the character of the surrounding structures. Unlike Caparella, this proposal is not similar to any structure in the area. Number 2, caucuses. Staff believes we're in, applicant believes we're out. The Caparella site is not in a caucus area, but it is located within the Town of Basalt 3-mile planning area. The Town of Basalt Planning Commission considered that application and unanimously voted to recommend your approval of that application. They discussed how the surrounding area does not have a rural character and how the relatively high-intensity agricultural use would fit into that area. In this case, the Woody Creek Caucus specifically recommended denial. I was not at the meeting, but I am informed that 93% of the attendees were against approval. Number 3, safety and fire protection. The Caparella site is in an ideal location from a public safety and public services perspective. That site has easy vehicular access, but no access at all for pedestrians. That site is located within a 5-minute response time for both fire and police protection. The highway isolates it on one side, and the Roaring Fork River isolates it on the other side. None of those factors provide support for the current proposal. The current proposal is not easily or quickly accessed from the Sheriff's Department or the Basalt and Rural Fire Protection District. Response times could be significant. The proposal is for a property that is too easily accessible to the general public, not only in their cars, but also on the very popular Rio Grande Trail. The site is not physically isolated, as the river includes a fisherman's access that is well used because of the advertised parking and the public access from Highway 82. Number 4, light pollution. The Caparella site's greenhouses are designed with blackout shutters to ensure that no light escapes from within the structures at night and during the short winter days. The closest things to this type of a commitment found in the Ratke application are the following 2 sentences. Quote, "The transparent portions of the greenhouse are comprised of low to non-reflective materials," end quote, and, quote, "No light is expected to emanate from the greenhouses into the night sky," end quote. These are not definitive commitments. Given this neighborhood, this development requires nothing short of absolute commitments to non-reflective materials and zero light pollution. Number 5, irrigated lands. I don't recall this particular issue being discussed at the Caparella hearing, but Code Section 7-20-90, under activity envelopes and site plan review, which is part of your review today, requires, quote, "The activity envelope shall be defined to ensure the preservation of at least 95% of the acreage historically used for production of food for humans or hay, grain, and other feed for livestock," end quote. The submitted activity envelope and site plan indicates a total of 17 acres of historically irrigated pasture land. As such, the code requires that not more than 0.85 of an acre of historically irrigated lands be included within the activity envelope. The same proposed site plan requests approval for an activity envelope that is 1.9 acres, all of which is part of the historically irrigated lands. In other words, the proposed activity envelope directly violates the code in this circumstance. In fact, the proposed activity envelope includes 223% of the portion of the historically irrigated lands that is allowed to be included in the envelope under the code. Number 6, architecture. Unlike the Caparella site, this applicant seems to have given zero consideration to architecture or design, consistency with the neighborhood character, or scenic impacts on the Roaring Fork River, Highway 82, Lower River Road, or the Rio Grande Corridor. These buildings look like large industrial boxes with a gigantic name splashed across the front. The roads on both sides are designated scenic corridors. Similarly, the county has always been concerned with scenic and compatibility issues for developments adjacent to the Rio Grande right-of-way and adjacent to the Roaring Fork River. These scenic considerations cannot be discounted in this rural residential area. Yet, other than the siting, which they did obviously consider, the applicant has done next to nothing to address the design of the structures. So those are the 6 reasons this application should not be treated like the Caparella application. There are a couple of sort of side issues I need to mention, and then I'll conclude. The proposed resolution contains a requirement for the Basalt Water Conservancy for a Basalt Water Conservancy contract. I've not been able to discuss this with the Conservancy, but I've been told by somebody who should know that because of the federal money they receive, the Conservancy is not allowed to sell contracts for a use in violation of federal law, such as a marijuana grow operation. This needs to be clarified. I don't know the answer to it. Also, and in a similar vein, RAFTA owns the Rio Grande right-of-way. My understanding is that that right-of-way is a federally recognized corridor and that RAFTA receives some federal money. I question whether RAFTA can allow the existing access license to cross the right-of-way to stay in place when there's a change in use that includes violation of federal law. Yesterday I was able to speak with Angela Kirkland. She was going to speak with her lawyers, and she said she hoped to be here today. I'm not sure whether she is, but hopefully we can get a little clarification on that issue as well. But I want to wrap up here real quick. Pickens County has historically supported agriculture in every way possible. And it may be true that the future of agriculture, at least the future of some types of agriculture, very likely involves greenhouses, and maybe very large greenhouses as are proposed here. However, what we need to figure out is how to foster that aspect of agriculture without turning all of our rural residential and ranching areas into rows and rows of supersized greenhouses. These large greenhouse buildings look, feel, and operate much more like commercial buildings than the traditional potato and hay operations we've historically had populating the Roaring Fork Valley. These buildings require multiple employees, and they look out of place in a meadow. Classic barns don't look out of place in a meadow. The appropriate place for buildings such as these is actually in commercial areas. There are places within the Airport Business Center, within the Basalt Business Center, and within Carbondale where there are existing light industrial and commercial uses with proper safety and emergency access, where the buildings look, feel, and operate in a style similar to these proposed large greenhouse buildings. These buildings would fit right in those places. They don't fit here. Those are the proper locations for this development, not in our rural residential neighborhoods. If you allow this type of development in this location, then you're going to be very hard-pressed to find a justification for prohibiting it in the Frying Pan, Crystal, Old Snowmass, Emma, Maroon Creek, Castle Creek, Up Independence, and the smaller part of Woody Creek. Should the precedent for allowing large-scale commercial greenhouse operations along Lower River Road be set, the goal of containable development, another one of our definitions, will be lost and could inevitably lead to fundamental change in character from rural residential to something approaching a light industrial classification. The county needs to provide for the future of this type of agriculture, but our pristine rural areas are not the proper place for large commercial type greenhouses. We respectfully request you deny this application. While I was sitting back here a few minutes ago, I received an email from one of the 24 clients. As a matter of fact, it's an adjacent neighbor on the other side of the road. He had to go to the hospital today. He wanted me to read this email into the record. I know you're wanting to move quickly. I can email it to the record, or I don't know how you'd like me to deal with that.
Why don't you hold off on that, and we'll see how the time goes, Joe.
Okay.
We'll definitely have it emailed to us in the record regardless.
I will do that.
But hopefully, we'll see if we have time for you to read that as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's going to take longer if everybody claps after people, so let's just have the comments and we can take it from there.
That was 15 minutes.
Oh, thank you. I'm going to challenge you to beat Jody's time.
I will.
Be faster.
Oh,
Sorry, he had to leave for a minute.
okay.
Commissioners, my name is Matthew Ferguson, and I represent Marty Schlumberger and probably a few of the other people here I've represented in the past, and I might have to in the future. I'll try to give some voice to the people here in the back of the room. This is a unique situation. All of you have already addressed, and Mr. Clark did it best, and said, listen, the situation is out in front of us. This application is out in front of the Department of Agriculture for Colorado, certainly the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and whether this is agricultural. Commissioner Richards brought up the fact that this was about barns and whatnot. But let me just say that for a very brief opening statement, on July 23rd, 2013, this LLC acquired the parcel known by the street address 2520 Lower River Road. Brian Radke of Glenwood Springs is the address given for this LLC. The owner of the LLC is a lady named Kim Sofer. The purchase price was $2 million. 98 days after the acquisition of this land and a mere 48 days after submittal of the land use application by Radke, a total and absolute stranger to the neighbor who does not own the property is on the cusp of receiving an unprecedented green light to erect a large commercial operation that is hardly agricultural in the very heart of a tight-knit, beautiful, bucolic, and historic Woody Creek neighborhood. Your rules forbade such operations in the Frying Pan Caucus area and other caucuses, and I don't know the land use rules so much, but I suspect if we can, the Woody Creek Caucus would like to apply for exemption so that these type of operations are never allowed there. As Jody said, 93% of the people in the Woody Creek Caucus, who were essentially summoned to an 11th hour caucus meeting late last week, voted resoundingly against this land use application. The landowners on Lower River Road and the Woody Creek area represents centuries worth of ownership and stewardship for the Woody Creek area. Applications for horse barns and other activities in Woody Creek have faced scrutiny by this county far and away more intense than this large commercial operation. I want to add to this record the history of several barn applications to the record so we can contrast the how hard those barns were to get approved. I have submitted to Mr. Ely at about 12 o'clock today, and I sent it to Ms. Tubin, Joanna Schaffner, and some other folks, Lance, a letter to them that I gave copies to you, John, and I'm happy to pass those around.
We saw it.
Okay. I'm going to put this in a record because Jody has very eloquently, as has Mr. Metan, it's a very interesting debate on land use issues. I'm not going to address those because I don't know much about it, and I hope I don't have to know much about it in the context of any further proceeding. What I've laid out here is a couple of issues. I'm not going to go into great detail. Essentially, you guys are between a rock and a hard place. The growing of marijuana is against federal law. And to put it in this neighborhood, it would violate federal law, and as a result, as a civil litigator, that would be a claim for nuisance. And we submit this letter, this could be a nuisance, or probably a nuisance per se, and in fact, I will hand up a few cases that indicate it is a nuisance per se. I set forth in this letter the concerns, what the federal law is, the fact that you all swear a very sacred oath to uphold the United States Constitution. I set forth the fact that the United States Constitution sets forth the fact that federal law, when it's in conflict with state law, preempts the state law. Okay? The fact that the Obama administration and General Holder have agreed not to bust people for smoking pot or having retail operations is one thing, but to allow a commercial operation to seep into this neighborhood and then other neighborhoods, I take it will follow what I'm seeing in California and Rhode Island and other states, which is usually county attorneys and municipal lawyers fighting doing what I'm doing here. So anyway, I pose that it's illegal under federal law, and that you have to uphold that. This is not a bust, but the fact of the matter is you would be approving the illegal operation next to Marty Schlumberger's home. I want to be a little bit more proactive. I had put in my letter request for continuance, maybe the words of moratorium. The bottom line is, as Lance Clark said, we are the Department of Agriculture of the state, the licensing applications, the rules and regulations that need to go into effect pursuant to the new constitutional amendment, Bill 64, they're out in front of us. The fact that Mr. Matan said over and over and over again that this is agricultural doesn't make it agricultural, okay? The U.S. Department of Agriculture for this country has never listed pot, marijuana, even hemp as an agricultural crop. And you need to look at this. Let's have some common sense. As Commissioner Ittner said, this retail pot grows are coming online very shortly. Even the applicant has admitted that eventually, his lease says he's going to be growing, probably he's going to be selling retail marijuana. I would ask for a moratorium for this county that will probably lead the state in these issues because of who we are, that we should take it slow. There is no proof that there's a great need to provide us medical marijuana. Immediately, several weeks, several months of study are urged by me and my clients. That said, I'll close. There's a few things said by Mr. Matan about the character of this neighborhood, and he said McMansions and a crop of mansions and whatnot. I represent here people that have owned homes here for years. I have Marty and Linda. I have John Olson and his family. He's on to see his sister that's dying. He and Emily and Barbara and Charlie are against this. Jeff and Kathy Jenjigan, Kathleen Kaufman, Paul Theophanis. These are family people. These are people who lived here for years. So the suggestion that these are McMansions and whatnot to try to take away what the folks in the back of the room want to say just doesn't really cut it. So I would urge, the last thing I want to have here is a Supreme Court case that litigation won't handle this. You guys should handle it. You should take your time. Lawyers for the county and the cities, for the state, should get their act, get their act together and really determine, are these the type of operations that we're going to call agricultural in these types of neighborhoods? They're everywhere. They're in Snowmass. They're up to Frying Pan. They're all the way up to Redstone. And let's take it slow. So that's all I had to say, and I appreciate it. I would like to put a few things in the record real quickly, and I'll hand them up. I have your oath of office. I have the LLC Articles of Incorporation. I have a case from California that found that this was a nuisance per se to sell marijuana, which is illegal. The CML, Colorado Municipal League of Marijuana and Marijuana Legislation implementation, which I know John has, and I've outlined some things in there. But essentially, you had the right to not even allow marijuana here. So to suggest that this should come in as agriculture at this point in this neighborhood is really a slippery slope for you all. I have the Pickton County public your standards of conduct, and that would be to obey all laws. I have a marijuana and cannabis news, where a judge ruled in California that marijuana is not an agricultural crop. And he looked at the Department of Agriculture of the United States, and I looked at the Colorado Department of Agriculture online, and the only thing I could find is that hemp is being considered hemp, which is not exactly marijuana, it's its cousin. But it says here, never mind, marijuana is not recognized by the federal government as a crop in California. And then very interestingly, listed for John, I found a medical marijuana meets zoning. Can you sell, grow, and smoke that here? It's an Albany Law Review article.
And it talks about Colorado, and it really talks about what Lance brought up, which is where this zoning issue is out in front of us. And it says, with a growing number of states enacting statutes authorizing the use of medical marijuana, land use and community development issues are certain to increase. Planners and land use lawyers in these states are challenged to update local zoning and land use regulations to ensure that these meet public health, safety, and welfare concerns of host communities. I represent the next door neighbor from the Woody Creek Caucus, and I would urge you to do exactly what these probably nice young law students did at Albany, which is to take it slow. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sure. Hold on, Patrick, 1 second.
It's Matt.
No, I got.
Oh, Patrick.
Hold on, Patrick, 1 second. Michael?
John, in your opinion, are we fulfilling the oath of our office?
I don't think the question of whether or not you're fulfilling your oath can be reduced to whether or not there are licensed marijuana facilities within our jurisdiction. Clearly, there are medical marijuana facilities already in our jurisdiction, and that there are others within the state and in other jurisdictions where similar oaths of office are executed by elected officials. To me, the question is decidedly more complicated in that what the board's task is to do is to try to determine what is appropriate on a community level, consistent with federal, state, and our own organic law. It's clear and undebatable that marijuana is illegal on a federal level, and it's clear and undebatable that it's legal at a state level. And I suppose if we were to default to the premise that we would not execute the state constitution due to its conflict, then what happens is a necessary implication of a process to determine the efficacy of the constitutional amendment, which involves the Attorney General's office primarily. This is not the forum for that type of determination. So if you go forward, I think that what you are doing is you're executing your charge to the best of your ability and the way you see it, and that there is no prima facie or on its face demonstration that you are avoiding or otherwise violating your oath of office.
Thanks. Okay, next, just introduce yourself, please.
For the record, my name is Patrick Rawling. I'm a land use planner, not an attorney, so bring a different perspective on this.
So does that mean your presentation be shorter or longer?
We're always shorter, and much more to the point now. I thank you for the attorneys for showing up and making excellent points. I will try not to repeat that. We represent, my firm, Stan Clausen Associates, represents Bob and Cynthia Chapman and the Meanwhile Ranch. Several properties are located adjacent, a few properties down. Primarily, my comments, to answer your question, are not about the crop that's going to be grown inside these structures. What it is it's about the impacts of these structures, their size, their traffic impacts, and overall visual intrusions to the neighborhood. To reiterate, we are in the AR-10 zone district. That's residential, large lot residential, and small scale agricultural uses. What this proposal amounts to is essentially a factory for a cash crop. These are 19,000 square feet of enclosed structure. That is something that's very contrary to what traditional agricultural uses have been in the county. And they're also very contrary to what we have understood as agricultural structures, being barns, loafing sheds, and the like. I am curious, and I would like the applicant to talk about this, how the polycarbonate coverings will not be reflected.
Just public comments.
Just us.
Okay,
Just us.
well, okay, then I wonder about that. Plastic tends to reflect light. And finally, and in closing, I guess we can say that the impacts of these types of operation aren't understood. Why would we put these in a rural setting such as Lower River Road? And I'll close that if confined animal feeding operations, feedlots, if you will, are not considered agricultural operations under the land use code, how can a intensive use growing up to however many plants they have suggested they can grow, how can that also be considered an agricultural use? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
I don't know if I can
You can use our easel.
do this. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Linda Wong, and I've already sent you letters of opposition to this application. I live right here. It's hardly a mansion. It could fit maybe 3 times in one of these spaces. And this is my bedroom. I was referring to letters that I sent to you. In the last one I sent via email, I stated the Woody Creek Caucus, the Emma Caucus, and the Snowmass Capitol Creek caucuses have all voted not to allow the growth of marijuana within their boundaries. Today, I have a statement from the Upper Frying Pan Caucus that states that their caucus voted against the sale and growth of marijuana ever on private property within their boundaries. It can be seen that all the caucuses that surround the applicant's rented property, which is directly adjacent to my house, have voted against what the application asked for, and we trust that this will weigh heavily on your decision as these caucuses represent their constituents' voices. The applicants have used the guise of agriculture as a means to grow this very controversial weed, which is in fact a drug that needs to be grown in a very controlled, removed, supervised, and carefully selected environment that will not affect anyone within its proximity. The USDA, which is a federal agency, has very strict guidelines as to the production of all drugs. So why should this drug be controlled any differently? My bedroom is just a stone's throw from phase 1, which is that. And it will greatly impact my health and quality of life. It has been reported that the odor of marijuana is terrific at harvest time, and I would have to leave my house for the 72 hours that Radke even admits the odor lasts. The applicant admitted freely that this is just a preliminary phase and that they intend to use all the available land on the parcel, that they are leasing in future phases to cultivate marijuana. If the applicant were permitted the unbelievable 9,600 square feet, which is way bigger than my house, that staff approved for greenhouses, this venture would then grow to such an enormity that all the pasture land available, which the county heretofore has demanded be kept as open space and pasture land, would become a series of gigantic, unsightly greenhouses surrounding our horses and cattle and our neighbor's house, which he's not here, he's the one that had to go for surgery. When recreational marijuana becomes legal in the state, Radke said they intend to grow that type of marijuana openly in the pasture lands on the other side of the road. How will this affect all our domestic animals and wildlife that we regularly support in our neighborhood? I have with me some photographs right here that I'd like to submit. Would you pass those? Within our property, these are photographs that I have taken from our house. It shows a bald eagle fishing in the river in front of our house. A buck deer crossing from the applicant's house to ours. Bears of all sizes playing in our yard, even a wise old owl in the trees next to our house. How will marijuana affect all these creatures that we need to protect because they cannot speak or vote? Will it kill or sicken the golden eagles that hunt our ground for squirrels in our pastures? These are things we need to take into consideration. In that this application is taking advantage of somewhat loose language, we urge you not to accept this application until the county has carefully and meticulously set up guidelines and standards that need to be met through appropriate channels, and do not permit such grow operations in any neighborhood, especially ones that are unanimously opposed. And I also have here an exhibit that I'd like you to look at that has all the neighbors listed, and every single one of these people that are neighbors are opposed to this application. I submit this to you. Every resident on Lower Road is vehemently opposed to such a commercial operation within this neighborhood. So I urge you to deny this application on the grounds that 2520 Lower River Road is not an appropriate place to build anything that is not already allowed by regulations, especially for the use of growing such a controversial crop as marijuana. I trust that you will be good stewards of our lands and deny this application, and thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Aren't these people represented? I'm just curious. I thought that, my understanding is these both people
That's all right, it's
are
public comment. I'll run the meeting.
just.
I'll run the meeting.
Yes, sir.
Marty Schlumberger. I'm a neighbor to the applicant, and there's a couple things that I'm not going to mention about. We've gone into the legality of it with Mr. Ferguson. We've gone into the land use of it with Jody Evans. But there's a couple glaring things that jumped out at me. Number one, greenhouses as only a rural spot to construct them. If you go to Glenwood, they have a very nice greenhouse in West Glenwood. It looks like a pagoda, been there for many years. You go to Elgibel, the greenhouse is in the Elgibel community. If you go to the one in Aspen, Planet Earth, out here by the commercial area at the business center. So to say that greenhouses need to be in a rural area is erroneous. Second, you mentioned that in our area, it's a very hard question to come about to approve or not approve this type of an agricultural use if this is deemed agricultural. A number of years ago, I applied to build an elk farm on my piece of property right next to this one, to produce elk meat and products to sell at farmers market in our area. The county commissioners denied me that application to do that because it was not in consensus with the true agricultural endeavors of Snowmass Canyon. I was denied by the county commissioners for an agricultural use of producing elk products. So to deny this greenhouse is not something that would be out of the ordinary for our area. It has already happened in a denial situation in my own instance. Number of parking places, and I've addressed this to Mr. Childs, that if you have a 9,000-foot greenhouse, and as the applicant has stated on his application, there are 8 parking places. There is a manager's house and there is a CDU. And I don't know of any agricultural business that has that many condensed employees to produce an agricultural product under 9,000 square feet, inside or outside. So if you just take the magnitude of employees, this leans very much to a commercial venture. more of a manufacturing venture. Now to address the master plan concern with the Woody Creek Caucus. Myself, Angus Anderson, and Don Feely started the Woody Creek Caucus many, many years ago. And I've been a member since then. If you look at the map that Linda passed around with all the neighbors, lots, and names on it, we all deny the use but for the piece of property that was recently purchased by Kim Sofer. So if we're not considered in the Woody Creek area, we have our own area that totally denies this application. So I hope the commissioners take these suggestions and we can move forward with this process with a total denial.
Thank you.
My name is Jeff Kennedy, and I'm an employee of Green Essentials, and I thank you for your time today. I'm not an attorney, so I won't be very long. You know, we've heard both sides of the issue. We've heard both sides of the issue from some attorneys today, which I found interesting, but I want to just clear up a couple of points. We were visited last week by Garfield County staff, and outside of our front door, they noted that they smelled no odor at all. You know, and we're really proud of that. We worked really hard on that. And you know, the objection I have to some of the things that have been said today is that we're being lumped into a group that we're really not a part of. And we take great pride in our work and in our facility. One of the reasons we're looking at moving is that we're just busting out of this facility that we're in now. It is currently 6,600 feet indoors with 3 employees. We have days that are really busy. We have days where we're just monitoring the plants. So we don't need a lot of employees for this type of operation. You know, speaking to the organic side of things, marijuana does not affect birds, animals, when they smell marijuana in the air. If there is an odor in the air outside, I'm absolutely 100% sure that that'll be totally mitigated. That in a greenhouse with the facility that we have, the space we have between our neighbors, there's going to be no odor. They're not going to smell an odor. We've accomplished that indoors. I know we can accomplish that in a greenhouse setting. You know, I just want to speak a little bit to, you know, there are a lot of things were said at the Woody Creek Caucus that were just misinformation. And, you know, the scale of the operation, the commercial scale of the operation, you know, we're talking about a harvest, that a large harvest would be 10 pounds of marijuana that would be manifested by the state instantly at that time, sent either to Aspen or to Glenwood Springs. And it fits in, we mentioned this at the Woody Creek Caucus, it fits in a Tupperware container. You know, progress for us, growth next year might be 2 Tupperware containers. It's not, we're not talking about trucks, we're not talking about migrant workers, we're not talking about employees that are going to be walking along the road. It's a very quiet, very small operation. There was a lot of chuckling when people mentioned another grow that's in the area. There is another grow in the area. It's not my position to tell you where it is. But there's a large grow in that area now, and they don't know, no one knows about it because they're doing a good job. You know, a lot of these fears are unfounded, and I just want to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a letter from the mayor of Glenwood Springs, and I have my own comments. Do you?
You can make your comments and then submit the letter as I asked Jody to. He jumped ahead of you though, so.
No, go ahead. That's fine.
Ladies first.
Come on. Sure. We'll fight about it.
Somebody go.
Somebody's talking. All right, hi, my name's Dan Soderberg. I own and live with my wife at 2569 Lower River Road, a couple doors down from this. I ran my company from my property. The whole county shut me down. Carrington Brown polices the whole neighborhood. I had 2 people in an office, and I was forced by the county to move out. I've come before you. I paid almost $40,000 in taxes for that home. It's a single-family resident. Please respect our community. I work and have an office at 24505 Highway 82. We have nothing but crime going on around there. I've got 2 grow operations and a dispensary. I got Jim, what's his name, Jim White, I think, coming down taking pictures of the grow operation, trying to put this guy out of business, who was Dave Stromberger. Dave Stromberger's suing his partners to try to put everybody out of business. We got the feds involved. Then we got the people that are buying the weed. Smoking, coming and going, damage to the buildings, vandalism. The whole parking lot's lit up. Go take a look at it. It's like a Roman candle. When I go to the movies, that's all I'm doing is eyeing that parking lot. Every vehicle has to be locked up. Every office now has to be locked up. We used to leave our keys in the car. People are moving the surveillance cameras. We got people who are taking pictures. The police have them. They don't want to go after these young kids. Some of the crime doesn't even get reported to the paper. If I had a weed dispensary, the last thing I'd want to do is draw attention to myself. I actually considered to get into the weed business. This was the green rush in Colorado. Rick Stevens, who's the drummer, worked at Woody Creek Tavern, owned a weed business. When he was getting out, he warned me off the record. You got everybody coming at you. You got partners going different directions, like a Krablunix and a Dvoris. All of a sudden you got, there's a lot of shit that goes on. This is a rural community. I can go on for hours. I got notes. We got no fire hydrants over there, guys. No fire. We got 2 roads. This is like Red Mountain. Like you'd put a grow operation on Red Mountain. The only way up is 1 road. What if those 2 bridges caught on fire? What if there was a massive, we have a floodplain right by the wall on Lower River Road. What if that whole road was washed out? Now you're done there. Fire protection, you don't have a generator set up and it's maintenance. Yeah, but you got some sprinklers. What if we have a power outage? The whole neighborhood went down for 7 hours a couple of nights ago. What, 2-3 weeks ago, all the way almost to Carbondale. Please don't bring this into our neighborhood. I can go on for hours. I got notes. You don't want to hear from me. I'm just telling you, pleading with you. I got kids. What are we going to do when we're on the bike path? Look over. Yeah, that's a weed operation. That's cool, son. We're trying to, establish some healthy boundaries about weed in our family. Come on, guys. Give us a break here.
Thank you.
My name is Lauren Maiden. I'm an attorney. I represent the Radke's, Green Essentials Medical, and I also represent a large swath of the businesses in our valley. One of the things I can tell you is every client is different. I can tell you that the Radke's are great clients. They are conscientious about their business. They're conscientious about the rules. They're conscientious about their bills. They're conscientious about their responsibilities. I have had the fortune, like I said, of representing the Radke's since they got into the business. I can tell you that not like every client, they have had 0 problems with MED, the Marijuana Enforcement Division. I, as their representative, get 99.99% of all communications with MED as it relates to this particular client. Every now and then there's an email that gets sent, not through me. That's why I cannot say 100% through me. But they are, like I said, they're conscientious. They respond quickly. They have gotten their licensing faster than any client I have. And the reason is because they're upfront. They're conscientious, they respect the rules, they respect the process. And Mr. Radke in particular has had a long history in this valley. He understands the need to operate within the confines of our rules. So he is very conscientious about that. When we talk about our rules, we talk not only about the rules that are set up by your code, our code, I'm a resident too, our code, and it's only going to get better because you're going to continue to write it, and I'm going to do what I can to help it. I can tell you that as it relates to medical marijuana, this is the code for which the state requires them to follow. The tabs on the sides are the requirements regarding like security and video cameras and the locks and the sanitary requirements and the waste disposal and the anything that has to do with the safety of the community. The state has put into a rule book, and they've also said, you are as well entitled to make additional rules. So when people are concerned about the use because that was your question. Is it about the use or is it about the location? I really feel the use itself has been addressed by the state, the locals, you, as well as the federal government, which I know was Mr. Ferguson's concern to you. And I would submit that the feds are actively working, hopefully across the aisle, but actively working towards a resolution to the CSA and the banking industry to resolve the concerns that I know were voiced by Mr. Ferguson. The other matter is, I'm tired of the NIMBY attitude around here. I mean, I don't mean to say I'm tired of it, but come on. It doesn't matter what was proposed, and somebody would come before you and say, or lots of people would come before you and say it stinks, and they don't want it, and, I'm sorry, but this is not a large-scale operation, and you guys are making this out to me like this is an enormous agricultural operation. Mr. Childs knows what. I heard him speak about the greenhouses he himself has observed in California and in Japan. This is a tiny greenhouse. This is not a large-scale operation. The comments that were made is that this is better suited for a commercial area. I think that the board has spoken, at least for now, that this is an agricultural product. That's how you have defined it. And if you further so define, then the applicant will have to go whatever direction if they desire to continue. You've made it clear. As it relates to the ruralness of this project, I did a lot of research regarding rural because I was too, like I said, I've been to a lot of your meetings and I've listened to you, our commissioners, and you're struggling with the defining of agriculture, you're struggling with defining rural character, and I submit to you that this is agriculture, this is rural in character, this is not turning this neighborhood into a commercial enterprise. I do think this is like potatoes, or tomatoes, or flowers. I every day have growers come into my office that say they can do this because they are growing flowers and they are growing plants, and that's why they know that they can do this, and they've done a small crop, and these are farmers coming into my door saying this is an agricultural crop. So I have a hard time with the disconnect that I'm hearing in general, that this is somehow not rural, and somehow this is not maintaining open spaces. 90%, over 95% of the property, or 98% of the property maintains open space and rural character, which I believe encompasses agricultural buildings. And I think that there's no doubt in my mind that a greenhouse is agricultural. If I see a barn, I really don't know what's in it. If I see a structure that I don't know what's in it, but a greenhouse immediately to me brings up plants. Immediately. I don't think of a greenhouse without also immediately thinking about plants. As it relates to the caucuses, I can tell you that I continue to be asked to come address the caucuses as it relates to now retail marijuana, because that's the new topic. And they want information, and one of the things that I keep hearing is they lack information. And so their decisions that they've been making, is my understanding based on being asked to speak to them, is that they're making decisions without all of the facts. And I can tell you at the Woody Creek Caucus, I heard lots of misinformation. And so I'm hoping that some correct information helps educate and change the minds of some of your constituents. Small-scale agricultural uses, again, that's what this property is designed for, AR10. It's obviously a lot more than 10 acres. This is an agricultural, small-scale agricultural use. Large-scale, we're seeing hundreds of thousands of acres under greenhouse. That's not what we're remotely being proposed. As it relates to Mr. Soderberg, it's my understanding that he is chosen to be in a building and remains in a building where there are MMC, one MMC owned by Jim and Diane Weber, and there's one grow I know of that continues in operation and one that I believe is defunct. But I don't know the level of activity, but there are security requirements that are required to be upheld, and they are. And if not, the MED gets involved and it gets eradicated. There is a large-scale grow operation in the Snowmass Canyon. I used to represent Stash. It is Stash's grow. It is big, and it is in full view. It is undeniable. If you knew what it was, then you would see it every time you were on the highway for a heck of a lot more than 3 seconds. One of the bonuses is that these buildings don't have big fat pot leaves on them. So it's designed so that there aren't signs that say, hey, look at me, we're a big fat grow. That's not the intent. The intent is for nobody to know what is in fact in the greenhouse, whether you're on the bike path or in the river floating by. It's a greenhouse, it's an agricultural building. That's what it's designed to look like. It's not designed to say, hey, it's a pot right here. So, that being said, I'm here for other questions. I do have the letter from the mayor of Glenwood Springs, who's in full support of Mr. Radke, based on his experiences with the Radkes in front of their city council, as well as having toured the grow sites and the buildings that they have currently in use. I will submit that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm Jeff Chaney again. I live on Lower River Road, been there for 25 years. The first thing is, this picture that they all wanted to show you of all the neighbors, so that you'd all see all the neighbors in the homes here, shows the Woody Creek Trailer Park over and over and over and over and over again. Behind Woody Creek Trailer Park, and a little bit of Soderbergh's house, and that's it. So this presentation of what they're trying to show you in our neighborhood is, I would say, false. Also, they talked about the elk staying on the top part of the land. Well, I've lived there for 25 years, and I see them every day during the winter, and they do cross that top land to get to water. I think we could all agree to that, so they do go by Marty's to get water. And we've had pictures that we sent to the state when they were doing the highway, and they got the pictures probably still of as many as 300 elk at one time in that neighborhood. Now, if they grow marijuana outside the greenhouses, I don't know how it affects them. As far as putting up stuff to hide from the bike path, I'm not sure how they're going to put trees and everything to hide all that bike path stuff like they say they're going to do. When I am the head of one of the head guys on the ditch committee. We have a ditch committee and whatever, and we have the right to knock down, do whatever we have to do. I believe it's, I'm not sure of the exact amount of area, but it's somewhere around 10 feet on each side of the ditch that runs right by the bike path, right there. It's right on it, and it's right on their land also. So I don't know how they're going to plant trees and hide it when we're going to knock it down because we're allowed to take care of that ditch and keep it clean. So that's very interesting how they're going to do that. As far as the visual of not seeing the place from the bike path, saying it's below grade, well, I hunt and I usually can see animals better when I'm looking down at them than I can looking straight across or up. So I don't know how they tell you the visual is you don't see it because it's below 13 feet down. It's not true. And I only have one other thing I want to bring up. This was a report from the RCMP intelligence report in the National Post, and it says that the growth of marijuana in, I'm kind of cutting this fast here to get this done. Should remain a major, that the growing production of marijuana is phenomenal, and continues to grow, and it should remain a major source of revenue for pot growers, et cetera, The report says police have linked some home invasion, drug thefts, burglaries, assaults, and murders to the operation. Now, on the 4th of this month, there was a break-in down by John Olson's house. Somebody broke into the house. She was home, the wife was home. She was in the bedroom. She came downstairs. This is a few days ago. And a gentleman was downstairs in the living room. When he saw her and she came down and asked him what he was doing there, he left. He went out the door. She called the sheriffs. He left on foot, did not have a car. The sheriffs on the 4th and the 5th of this month have been all over the neighborhood looking for this guy. Our neighbors called us when this took place. The sheriff's department called and told one of the neighbors to call everybody in the neighborhood because he was running around the neighborhood on the 4th at night, about 8, 9 o'clock, whatever. So all the neighbors called their neighbors, and we all locked our houses, put lights on, locked my car and everything that I never do. And unfortunately, I have a granddaughter and I'm not into putting my guns out and stuff, but me and a few other neighbors had to go into our gun lockers, get our guns out, and put them on our dresser. And you take that and you take this, and it's kind of a scary situation that we're getting put into. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Council, thank you. My name is Brian Radke, and I live on the property site 2520 Lower River Road. I am the lead grower for Green Essentials. I am a family man with 3 children and have been married for more than 15 years, and I've lived in the Roaring Fork Valley for over 37 years. I'll be living on the property to maintain the greenhouses and raise my family. As far as we know, this greenhouse grow will be one of only 3 completely organic grows in the state of Colorado. We are farmers, and we will be using this land strictly for agricultural purposes. As I teach my children about the world's carbon footprint problems, Green Essentials is trying to eliminate ours by being agricultural farmers. We chose this property, and we looked at several pieces of property down the corridor, the Roaring Fork corridor. And every time we called Pickens County and we called Lance Clark and we asked if this was zoned properly. One of the pieces of property was just past, it was 134 acres, it was just past the other 25,000 square foot grow that you approved on in Holland Hills on the hillside adjacent from the trailer park. And we were told, yes, that is an approved AR-10 zone district for medical marijuana. My point is that this is where it is zoned. This is rural, this is agricultural. I went around and I took a lot of those pictures because I wanted to see what kind of neighborhood I did live in. I wanted to see where we fit into the neighborhood. And we're a very mixed bag, very different level of what's going on in the neighborhood. You go from a trailer park to people that have, Mr. Soderberg, who has skidsters and other Soderberg plumbing vehicles all over his property, to Mr. Olson, who has a crane in his yard. So You know, there's rundown homes, there's homes with so many snowmobiles on the property that I don't know when the last time they were used, or refrigerator units. So, you know, I looked at it as, you know, what's really going on here and what are we trying to accomplish? And we're trying to fit, you know, the agrarian model that the Woody Creek Caucus does talk about and their master plan. You know, I don't like to sit here and say we're not part of the master plan. I do believe we are part of the Woody Creek Caucus, but you do look at the plan that's in the book, and it ends about 200 feet down valley of Jerboz Bridge. Now, does that mean, what does that ultimately mean? With sitting with Jay, we went through all the guidelines of what it meant to be an agricultural farmer, what they felt agrarian, rural meant. I really do feel, my personal opinion is we fit perfectly. It is my job as a father and the person running the property to fit into the community the best I possibly can. You know, my children play hockey with Mr. Schlumberger's grandchildren, Mr. Soderberg's child. I mean, my children are probably some of the most drug-educated children that you'll ever meet because I'm so open with them. They live with me every single day. They don't see crime. They don't see AR-15s pulling up to the door. They don't see the cartel coming. They don't see, you know, like Mr. Soderberg said at the Woody Creek Caucus meeting, another competitor coming and burning my property down, burning the operation down to better their business. These are uneducated responses to an agricultural product that fits in with everything else that is out there. We have a potato farm that's in the Woody Creek Caucus that serves a liquor distribution center out of Willits. They're the same, it's the same model that we are. They don't have greenhouses over the top of their property. He could go into full-blown potato production 365 days a year. And he's dealing with a substance that kills more people in the United States than I could even shake a stick at. But he's okay. So I'm looking at what we're doing and what we're providing, and it is medical. Some people look at it and they question that. But if I want whoever wants to question that, come with me on a day where we go to the Anschutz Medical Treatment Center, or we deal with the 15 so people that have severe seizure disorders that come to us and their parents are crying because modern medicine doesn't help them. You know, to say this is not legal, I battled the attorney to say that Mr. Obama's ex-state just approved medical marijuana, the 20th state. You know, if he's not looking for the best interests of the country, I'm pretty much sure he could have interjected on his own personal state of what he wanted. So it's my job to be a good father, it's my job to be a good neighbor, and it's my job to be an exemplary model of our industry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Judy Royer. I'm a neighbor. I live on Lower River Road. And just a couple things. I am not against the product. I do think what Jody said is correct. It's inappropriate in our neighborhood. And it is appropriate at the ABC or at the Basalt Industrial Park or in the fields up there. I mean, there's a lot of places along the Highway 82 corridor that this operation would be a perfect fit. So I think it's a little odd that they came in and bought the property and they were allowed 5,200 feet of greenhouse, I understand, but they're pushing it. And they're presuming that, I don't know what, because Colorado legalized it, and that they can put this operation down on the floor of our valley without, you know, the neighbors didn't know. Linda found out about this in a kind of circumvented way, and I don't know, I just think the whole operation is a little odd. They should, before they bought the property, they should have gotten all their ducks in order first. Now they're doing it. It seems a bit fast-tracked. I can tell you some of my neighbors, it took them 3 years to get approval for a barn. And these guys, so that's all. They're very nice people, but I just think it's inappropriate in our place. Thanks.
Thank you.
Oh, and I wanted to ask one more thing. What is the process? Will you vote on this now, or does this go for another month, or?
We'll make some sort of decision today.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Bonnie Radke. I'm married to Ron, have been for 42 years, and we have been, contrary to the belief that we've just swooped in here, we've been residents of this Roaring Fork Valley for 40 years. We have raised our family here, and our son continues to raise his children here. I'm the bookkeeper and the office manager for Green Essentials. So I see daily who comes in and who goes out of our dispensary. And we abide by every law that there is out there. There's no loitering around the property. We don't allow our employees to smoke at the grow or at the dispensary. There's no use of the product on the premises. No patient can use the product on the premises. They have to leave and go elsewhere to do so. So the issue of there being loitering or people smoking or, you know, bad people hanging out, that is not something I have ever seen. We've had one incident at our dispensary where our bud tender felt uncomfortable with a person who was there, and the police were called immediately and came. That's at our dispensary. We've never had any problem at our grow. We have 3 employees working there. All of them are badged and are by the state, and they're probably the cleanest people that you've ever seen. They can't have a felony. If they do, we can't employ them. So, you know, to say that people working at our dispensary are going to be unsavory is totally unfounded. That is not the case. We plan to retire here. Our grandchildren are growing up here, and as my son said, they live on this property. The children are there. They are very well-informed children. They know the dangers of drugs. Marijuana's never killed anyone, but that doesn't mean that anyone under 18 years old should be using it, and they're not, and we prevent that in our dispensary and the way we run our business. We're all very hands-on. We all participate in every area of the business. It is totally a family-owned and operated business.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nancy McKenzie, and I live on Rainbow Lane, which is off of Upper River Road. But actually back in the 70s, we lived at Phillips Park. So we've been up and down the valley like so many people, starting in a trailer. What I wanted to bring up is to remind you all what happened at the beginning of your meeting this morning at noontime. Earlier in the meeting, you authorized Open Space and Trails to put money into the Redstone area. This is on the back road there. Also in Snowmass Canyon, is that right? Snowmass Creek, there's some open space that you're either preserving or purchasing for open space. And so, in one respect, you want open space and you're trying to preserve it with our tax money. And this would be a no tax money proposition for you to deny this. And George, you asked if we cared about if there was maybe strawberries in the barns. We just don't think big, ugly barns are appropriate in our rural residential area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Dr. Jean Marie Hamill. I have a doctorate in psychology with a special emphasis in human and organizational systems. Sorry, I'm getting a little older, so I've got to wear my glasses here. But I came today as a professional and a resident of Woody Creek area. I live on Lower River Road. The Woody Creek residents have only known about this application for 1 month. In 1990, over 130 residents of the Woody Creek area, including Lower River Road, came together and created bylaws for the Woody Creek area. And these bylaws, which were adopted by the commissioners, say that we are to be a recommendation function for all matters directly affecting the caucus area of Woody Creek, and shall permit its members to report minority views as well as majority views, and the division of votes with any such recommendations. And on October 31st, 2013, about a week ago, the Woody Creek Caucus voted 91-7 to deny the application for these marijuana greenhouses at 252 Lower River Road. The commissioners have approved the formation of the Woody Creek Caucus, and they've been charged with listening to and taking our recommendations. Or else the Woody Creek Caucus is not heard and become victims instead of participating in our neighborhood decisions. Up until now, our residents have spent months and years working with Pitkin County to add a bathroom or a barn to their property. And now, the property at 252 Lower River Road is purchased, is rented to business people for a commercial crop that is not an integrity to our neighborhood and would have a tremendous negative effect to it. We are zoned residential commercial. We're #1 residential. The people on our street might have a couple of horses or a hay field to feed their horses or a vegetable garden to feed their family, not a 19,000 square grow facility for commercial marijuana with an additional 19,000 square foot asking for. This is not traditional agriculture. These greenhouses are against the integrity of our neighborhood and against the Woody Creek Master Plan. Our agriculture consists of maybe hay that we sell for $80 a ton. We use it for our own horses. This application is for business commercial. They are here for business first, and then they happen to live in the structure that's on the property. Like marijuana sells for approximately $6,000 a pound. It needs high security. Up until now, we have not needed high security in our neighborhood. We've lived here harmoniously with one another, and now there's potential chaos in our neighborhood. As a professional, it is an extremely detrimental act to allow this commercial, non-traditional agricultural facility into this once harmonious neighborhood. Visually, it is different from the rest of the neighborhood, which are farms and houses. If these greenhouses are allowed to be built, they will change the character of our neighborhood, be eyesores, and not be similar to any other home or farm in the neighborhood, which will change the intention and identity of our neighborhood. As a resident, I am not against the smoking of marijuana, but I am against these greenhouses in our residential neighborhood. They don't belong there. I strongly urge the commissioners to vote against ruining our neighborhood and to deny the greenhouses in our residential neighborhood. I urge the commissioners to listen to the residents who have overwhelmingly voted 91-7 to deny the greenhouses application. In the bylaws of the Woody Creek area, it says each caucus member shall have one vote on all matters appropriate for caucus voting. All votes must be cast in person or by proxy absentee ballot qualified under proxy absentee ballot rules. It was. Please slow down. There's no rush to approve this greenhouse application. We need more information. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to make any public comments? Yes?
Just a very quick thought. I'm Donna Harper. I'm at 2145 Lower River Road. Historically, that's been a place that I've spent less of my time. Now, over the years, I've chosen to spend more of my time here. And one of the things that came up at the caucus meeting, and as Lauren alluded to earlier, is not in my backyard. And as I told Brian then, and I will say now, absolutely for me, it is a case of not in my backyard. I think that if you live close to an airport and you're unhappy with flight traffic, well, that's a little silly. But I chose this place to raise my family when they spent time here, and to make this a place that I would spend more quiet, lovely time here. So I chose a place that would be in keeping with how I wanted to be living my daily life. nice, quiet, neighborly, visually captivating. And my concern is that there are several other properties on this road that are currently on the market. And this feels to me as if it opens up floodgates. And if you grant 20,000 or even 9,000, 10,000 square feet of greenhouses, what's to stop you from feeling the necessity? What's to stop somebody else from coming in and saying, you've granted this, I want this? And then pretty soon, my scenic, idyllic time in my life, I get to see greenhouses. So just something to consider when you're making your final decisions is that it is a concern that's where we could end up, and that's not how I want to see our road. So yeah, I'm the not in your backyard guy. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Radke, you're the applicant.
Yes, I am.
So this is for public comment. I'll let you talk again, but this is public comment.
He wanted to talk through the whole application, and I said, how about 3 minutes of public comment?
Well, I'll let you, you're the applicant, you'll get a chance, but this is public comment.
Thank you.
There's a difference, yes.
Good afternoon, I'm Rebecca Dell, I'm a Pickens County resident, and I happen to own 2 pieces of property in Pickens County, one in Brush Creek Village and the other in Farmington, Caucus area. And first of all, it's been such a privilege to sit here and watch this process, and you know, this is fascinating to me in terms of the amount of time, the process that you follow in terms of getting input from the public and reviewing things. But I am truly perplexed by the reaction, not just in Pickens County, but in Colorado as a whole, to this whole issue. And it seems to me that you know, perhaps you know, this law was passed over a year ago, or almost over a year ago. No, probably a year ago now, maybe to the day. But and yet, in the community development department is known about these issues coming forward, because we all have. When I've called the community development department and asked the definition of agriculture, I've been told the same thing. Yeah, marijuana, growing marijuana, regardless of how you do it, is agricultural. And now it sounds like the whole definition, which as a citizen we've been, you know, coming to these compliance departments saying, you know, we want to follow the rules, we want to follow the law, we want to, you know, we want to work with you. Tell us, help us, Mr. Clark, help me understand what is the zoning of my property, what am I allowed to use that for, and what am I not allowed to use it for. I mean, everybody here, this particular applicant, and I know many, many others, have tried to do the best they can in being upfront and coming forward and asking what the laws are. You know, this is a movement that's trying to take an issue that's been underground and has created more negatives than benefits. And here we are, we're trying to work with you guys, and we're asking advice from community director, community planning director, and we're being told, yes, this property, you are allowed to do this, and yet now I'm hearing the question about the definition of agriculture is completely in question. I don't understand that. I don't get how you can sit here, your own compliance people saying what the definition is, and now you've inserted this word traditional versus non-traditional. Come on. You know, everybody's trying to play on a level playing field. Everybody's trying to be above board, good neighbors, whatever. But I'm perplexed about what this is really about and why people who are honest and law-abiding citizens are now sort of having the laws and the rules changed out from under them. You know, you don't buy a piece of property. You can't put an application in for a land use if you don't own the property already. So how can you possibly, state that this applicant should have done this beforehand? The process is designed in a logical, rational way. And I am really perplexed as to how this has become such a convoluted conundrum. I really am. There's a process here. A decision today is about land use. It isn't about the effect of an eagle eating a rat who ate a marijuana. I mean, come on, this is getting kind of out of control. We need to focus on what's before you. Don't focus on, oh, they have big plans to grow fields and fields of pot. Come on. You guys wrote these laws. Everybody in this room had the ability to give input on zoning issues. You don't like the zoning, change the zoning. But don't start making exceptions to the rules because nobody anticipated this or nobody. I mean, you can tell I'm genuinely perplexed about this whole entire issue. And I just want to say, for one, I think people should follow the law. I think people should follow the rules. I think you guys should abide by your own zoning regulations. If the issue is zoning, then let's take that up in a different venue. This is perfectly within what I understand to be the zoning. I mean, a crane, is a crane fit into the agriculture? I mean, I'm sorry, but there's been so many different things brought up that don't make sense. That's it.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Michael Gamba. Full disclosure, I'm an engineering consultant for the applicant on this application, but I'd actually like to speak to you as a Glenwood City Councilman. 2.5 years ago, when the city of Glenwood was developing our regulations to regulate and allow for the zoning for medical marijuana, I was actually one of 2 council members to vote against medical marijuana. My concern was what many people here have voiced. I would admit at this point that my concerns were unfounded. Since that time, and since there was a vote a year ago, overwhelmingly through the state to allow for the legalization of recreational marijuana or retail marijuana, I realize the political will is there, and I'm not a user of marijuana. I'm not a proponent of it. I'm not here to tout the industry. But I would say that in that realization, in trying to learn more about it, I toured Mr. Radke's facility, both his grow operation and his retail facility. I was overwhelmingly impressed with his operation. It is clean. It is. Until we went there, I didn't know where it was, and I drove by it probably 4 times a week. There is no crime associated with it, whether it's at the grow facility or the sales operation. There are no odors that emanate from outside of it. In the city of Glenwood, we have had absolutely no complaints. Actually, with any of the 5 or 6, I think we have a total of 6, and I think we have complaints from 1 retail operation in Glenwood. The other 5, we've had absolutely no problems with the police, the medical or the marijuana enforcement division, or anything else. And so I don't think that the vast majority of the concerns that have been voiced here are in fact founded. And I would encourage people to learn more about the industry. And this is a simple application, land use application for greenhouses in the A10 zone district. Either they are or they aren't agricultural in nature. That's your decision to make. What is grown in them, I don't think it matters whether it's strawberries, orchids, or marijuana. I don't think the impact to the neighbors would be any different. So.
Thank you. No, we're not asking questions. You can ask them outside.
You can make a comment to us, but we're just not questioning each other.
Okay, I'm Kathy Jane Deacon. In your area, are they in industrial areas or agricultural, rural, or gardening?
We're not answering questions here. You can make a comment to us. I'm sorry, that's the way it's working.
All right.
One second, real quickly, I'd just like to add.
Dan, you've talked. We've got a lot of people still on.
I know, it's just one point.
Dan.
Tim Weber was at the Airport Business Center, and he lost his lease because he was smoking weed outside.
Yeah, thank you, Dan.
He wasn't abiding by the laws.
Okay, we're going to close this if we don't have cooperation. I said at the beginning we're going to have respect for each other, and I want to make sure we do that. If we can't do that, I'm going to close public comment. Yes.
My name is Rhonda Basil. I am an attorney, but I will be very brief. I represent LAFKLC, the owner of the property, and when my client purchased the property, it was with the understanding that there is an existing grow operation in Woody Creek that is permitted, and so there's been a lot of talk today about the fact that this is an inappropriate area for a grow operation, but Woody Creek already has this in the community, and the fact that it's in an existing facility that did not need to be enlarged means that it didn't have to come before a public hearing. But it is in the neighborhood, and my client is renting the property from this Radke's organization, and so I just want it to be very clear that this is not a new type of operation in Woody Creek.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to make any public comments? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public comments. And I said I would let the applicant make a few closing remarks or comments. I don't want you to spend your time trying to rebut all the comments that were made. It's just, but allow you a few minutes.
Do you want me to go there?
No, you go right. No, you can say. You just need a mic. That's all.
Thank you.
Just grab that mic and bring it back to the table.
There's one on the table. There's a table mic.
Oh, there is. Okay.
Okay, just keep
Okay.
going.
My name is Ron Rankin, and I am the owner of Green Essentials. First of all, I'd like to thank my wife and my son, my employee, our team, Mark, the architect, who put the application together, submitted it, the engineer who just spoke from the city council, Lauren Mayton, our attorney, Jay. I wish the mayor of Glenwood Springs was still here, but he had a previous engagement and had to leave, but one of the council members, and we met. So I'm very proud to have received the first license on the western slope of Colorado, renewed from the state of Colorado MED in less than 8 days. You don't do that. You don't get that unless you have done basically everything correct. I am slightly over the curve. Not so far that I'm out of reach, and not so close to the top, but if I'm doing something wrong, it takes very little to correct. And because of that, Garfield County Police Department, the Sheriff's Department, Glenwood Springs, the MED have given us a clean bill of health on everything that we've done. I have more security, I have more locks, I've got more people that have passed their test the very first time in front of the Colorado Department of Investigation, the FBI, and the IRS. Somebody said to me, actually Marty said to me, a week and a half ago at his office, what about all the migrant workers? If you don't have a social security card, if you're not fingerprinted, if you don't have a photo ID, and if all this doesn't match, it doesn't make it through the FBI within 48 hours. If the IRS says you've never paid your taxes, you could be in dispute. You could have a claim, you could have a lien, but you have to be actively trying to resolve it, including your student loans. So if you're a real person in the United States, in Colorado, you can get a badge. You can work. And those are the only people permitted in the facility. At the store, on the grow, or the state of Colorado, within 30 days, issued me my permit to grow at 2520 Lower River Road, if Pickens County allows that to go through. All the new licenses that are issued in the state of Colorado to anybody say conditional. It's conditional against local approval, county or city. My license, my badge, is tied to this license. I lose my badge, I lose the license. I lose the license, I lose my badge. Doesn't make any difference. So subsequently, this is my livelihood. It is a family-run business, but it is run cleaner and more stricter than the family drugstore that Walgreens has, or a liquor store in town. And so subsequently, what I tried to do with Marty was explain to him how we're not going to impact their lifestyle. It's a greenhouse. What is your problem? Is it the size? Is it the height? What does it look like? I've tried to address all those, and as Lance said it, I would rather have it on my chest and show you what I am than hide anything behind it. I got involved in medical marijuana because my son was already growing it legally for the state of Colorado, and I saw the benefits, the medical benefits, that we're just scratching the surface on. I want to develop that. I told everybody at Woody Creek, I want to develop that. When you start seeing kids, little kids with leukemia or having seizures that stop, when you're having 300 a week, a little girl 7 years old no longer gets 1 a week. You have patients that are dying of leukemia or cancer, or my mom with rheumatoid arthritis, and you have to wake them up in between their drug inducement trances because they're in pain. Horses that are crippled, that are put down because they can't be calm enough to be healed, can be tranquilized with a cannabis oil. There are so many things that we can develop. I want to do that. And I'm 64 years old, but as I wind down my lifetime, I would like to be remembered for something unbelievable. And yeah, we're on the cutting edge. As far as the licensing that I had, I said I got it within 8 days. That's the renewal. I am the first license renewal in Garfield County, and they have asked me to be the guinea pig. Everybody behind me will follow in my footsteps. I know that. So every T is crossed, every I is dotted, everything is taken care of. And the state of Colorado has acknowledged that. They've asked me to use our facilities as a model for the following. As far as what we do, Brian said it, my son said it, there are such a handful of grow operations where it is over the top organic. We're actually almost veganic, which means there's no blood, no bone. It's so pure that you can drink this 3 meals a day and live on it, and that's what we feed our plants. It is that pure. It looks like crap, believe me. It doesn't smell much better, but you can live on it forever. And it takes very little water to water these plants, but you cannot believe what the plants do when you give it to them. So Osage Gardens, who supplies most of, or all of, the organic products to the stores in town that advertise that they have organic, our operation is not that big, but that's what we're offering. And in the same time, as you understand what organic really does, it makes the product better to be consumed by those that are needing it for medical purposes. As far as talking about a couple issues with AR-10, And the situation down in Basalt, and I respect Mr. Soderberg of his business. I can only assume he could move out if he doesn't like it, maybe he owns the property. But if your tenants are not conducting themselves accordingly, you evict them. You kick them out. Yes, this is a big endeavor for me financially, because this license renews in front of you guys every year. Why would you do that? And so subsequently, everything I do is to protect the license. You protect the license, you protect the product, you can proceed. As far as the qualities of the property, I've told Marty I would do everything I can to be a good neighbor to him. To give some type of visual buffer. Subsequently, we don't have the grow lights that you hear, 1,000-watt lights that you can see over the mountain head, because when Basalt doesn't turn on their shades, you're going to see a glow. I'm a little surprised to listen from you guys that their application in Basalt had nothing to do with marijuana. So they're going back to change the use to marijuana? Or are they just going to build a facility and start growing marijuana? At least I told you right up front what I'm planning on doing. I'm not hiding it. As far as the size that we have proposed will take care of our current goal of 6,600 square feet in Glenwood, which I still maintain, and at the same time, it allows for growth, but more importantly, into the edibles that take so much of the plant to produce the oil. Because we're trying to do more with the pure part than the part that you smoke. And the problem is you have to grow a lot of plants to get a little oil to be able to be treated. As far as animal control, I've talked to Lance, I've talked to Marty about it. You know, the state of Colorado has approved an animal fence for the Department of Wildlife. Okay? We've never talked about a fence. Where would we put the fence? And Marty asked me that. And because I've been on a homeowner association with ditches flowing through it, and I've been the ditch chairman, and I know that when it's time to clean that ditch or walk the ditch, you don't want a lot of debris in that ditch, but you gotta be ready. They're telling you you're coming. So when I said to Marty, I don't even know what kind of fence we're gonna talk about, but I'm probably gonna bury it in the trees. And when in 6 months and the vegetation grows up, you won't even know it's there. All those trees are outside of the ditch that the gentleman is concerned about. But walking the ditch and cleaning the ditch, I have done miles of ditch. So I understand what it is. But this property has water, 2 ditches. A half an acre feet per second per ditch is a lot of water. I've got a well that will produce more water than we'll ever use in both structures, because organic gardening requires so little. Less than a gallon per plant. 1,000 gallons a day? Hell, half of these homes, you use that in minutes when you flush the toilet or turn on the shower or do the 3 loads of dish machines you've got in the kitchen. But the bottom line is there is an unknown. They don't know. Being in this valley for over 40 years, I know what you guys want. I've worked with Pickton County. I've worked with Aspen. I've worked with Garfield County in the city. I understand, and respectfully, that's the kind of neighbor I told Marty I would be. When we went to Woody Creek Caucus, talk about walking into a lion's den with meat hanging from your neck, or a bee's nest that's so massive that you were able to crawl in it, but they never sat down and started stinging, but they tried. The bottom line is just be honest, be sincere, be ready to address any questions that they have, and honestly and sincerely attempt to satisfy those questions. And that's what I presented to Marty. Last but not least, I got pages of notes, I should go on forever, but the future of this business is what's scary. For Garfield County, for Pickton County, for all the counties, for all the cities that say, do we want it, do we not want it, where are we at, what's the attorney saying? We have detailed documents opinions wrote from attorneys. And the issue is this. It could be tomorrow, it could be next week, it could be next month, but the state attorney general has asked everybody in Washington, please pass these bills. There's 7 sitting in Washington. Any one will erase most of the concerns. 1, banking. This is a cash business. My wife and I hate piles of cash that we have to pay our bills with because it's hard to write a check. We hate that. The state hates that. And the Department of Revenue hates that. And the IRS despises that. And they're highly motivated to correct that because the state of Colorado and Washington are instituting recreational or established medical. And as my son said, the state of Illinois passed major medical marijuana, not from the grassroots of the people. It started in the Senate, got completed in the House, and the governor signed it, and the state of Illinois now has medical marijuana. Period. And that takes effect January 1st, 2015. Do we all know who the second person in the Senate in Washington, D.C. is? Dick Durbin. Yes. And President Obama's from Chicago. Well, let's talk about Henry Reid.
We're getting up.
Okay.
I think we're about that.
In closing, I would like to thank everyone for the opportunity to present this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have a couple things if I can.
You know, I think that was a very passionate, very good presentation. That's sort of any comment. I think we'll leave it at that. Unless there's some questions that the board members have, I'm just going to bring it back for the board for some discussion. No questions, all right. Board, comments, thoughts, Michael?
I wonder if the board would consent to a site visit. One of the concerns here, it seems to me, is the impact of these houses on the neighborhood and the site view plane of these structures from 82, from River Road, from the path. And I'd like to, I haven't been on the site, and I'd like to see it.
Board? Rachel?
If we're unable to reach some level of consensus in our discussions, I'd agree to a site visit, but I'm not sure that's going to be necessary.
All right, we'll hold that thought. Steve?
There were different documents presented today that we have not had a chance to read, and I would like a chance to look at everything that's been presented before making a decision. I also would like a site visit. Almost more than to that property, I would like to go to a grow operation and a dispensary, which I've never been in either one, just to see what, this is all so new to all of us that I would like to see these things. They, you know, we're told about them. Picture's worth 1,000 words. If I could see it in person, would mean much more.
Any comments, Rob?
Yeah, I'll make a few comments. I go back to some of the comments that I made in the opening discussion because I view the application a little different. I know that it's about medical marijuana, and I would be the first to admit from our discussion earlier that I think those regulations are going to change as our retail marijuana regulations change, and that the majority of the discussion, although very valuable towards our marijuana regulation conversation, I find less valuable to the discussion of the merits of this land use proposal. In the application further down valley that was approved regarding greenhouse usage, I made it very clear that my interpretation of the section for flexibility for agricultural support, where it states for exempt agricultural buildings or for exempt floor area provided in section 52070, it is not adequate to support an agricultural operation. That my interpretation of that is that if a barn is not wide enough to fit a specific piece of equipment that's needed for agricultural use, that that's going to be used on that property, that's what that support is meant for. We're going to give you more square footage so that you can fit that tractor in that barn or those sorts of things. It has nothing to do, in my opinion, of the supply and demand of the product. And I made this point very clear previously. Most of you probably know I own a restaurant. If I were to start a tomato farm, I wouldn't expect that that tomato farm is going to be the sole provider for a particular product, And I know there are laws and regulations around medical marijuana that have to connect the person who uses it to the person who grows it to the plant that it's grown very specifically. I understand that. And again, these laws were not specifically written for medical marijuana. They were written for, as we use up here, traditional agriculture. And it's very hard and it's very difficult. I think there was one person in the audience that made examples that, well, you have to follow the laws. The laws are not necessarily written that way. They're written with interpretations. They're written with variances. The other aspect that I think is crucially important in my decision making is the aspect around rural character and scenic view. And I think those are the aspects that really have nothing to do with whether you're growing orchids in this greenhouse or whether you're growing medical marijuana. So again, a lot of the information that was brought forward I think is very valuable as we start to regulate this product. And it's new to us. It's totally new to us, and it's very challenging for us. There are stigmatisms around this product still. And I'm sure there were around alcohol when that was being managed. And it's managed in a very different way than whether you're making lemonade on, in a juicer to sell. If you're making alcohol, it's managed differently. And I expect that, we have those same ideas and feelings around medical marijuana. It's not, again, in my opinion, specifically related to this land use application. I will feel that when we do tackle some of that marijuana regulations, and right now we're working on we're working on retail, but I feel that we will transfer a lot of that to the medical aspects in terms of where we permit. I think we will take great consideration into the effects of the neighborhood, into the wills and the desires of the neighborhood. Talking a little bit in circles, but it gives you a little bit of an idea of where I stand. The greenhouse aspect is a whole nother aspect that this land use application has been put in and submitted before we have regulated a lot of the regulation that we want to put in place in greenhouses. And I think that's going to change as well, unfortunately. We're going to look at commercial agriculture, and I'd like to get a better definition as we move forward as to the discussion that went on regarding commercial versus commercial greenhouses. Is this a commercial use? Because I kind of see in my mind, and I'm not sure what the code speaks to about this, I see in my mind commercial use as you're not using it for your own consumption, you're using it to sell it somewhere. And I'm not sure how that fits into our existing code as to how we view agriculture or commercial agriculture. If you're a hay farm and you're selling your hay all over the place, it's a commercial activity, it's a business. It's not just agriculture. That's a confusing aspect in my mind. But it goes back to where I kind of started from, which is I don't think that this is an inappropriate place for some sort of greenhouse use. I don't think we have the proper codes and aspects in place to really determine all the size aspects of how a greenhouse operates, nor do I think we have the code in place to regulate medical marijuana. Now, this is an application that's in before the greenhouse stuff, so we kind of have to judge it on that basis. The marijuana regulations we can change on a dime. That's the way the state statute has set it up for us. If we want to say, you know, right now, medical marijuana is allowed in AR-10 zoning. It's an allowed use through the application process of medical marijuana. But tomorrow, if we want to change and say AR-10 in an area that's deemed, you know, through its master plan as residential, primarily residential, is not allowed, we can change that tomorrow. So I just kind of rambled where my thought process is, so people know and they can address some of those things. My desire is to find a way to put the horse before the cart a little bit and to try to figure out how we can look at what's appropriate for greenhouse, whether it be residential use, commercial use, or commercial agriculture, what's appropriate for medical marijuana regulations, or in the proper order, our retail marijuana regulations, which I think to some extent, in my opinion, should be overlapped into medical marijuana, and tackle these issues together before this application. I understand if the applicant wants to move forward and wants a decision on the things that are specific for square footage exemption for agricultural use. And I made it clear in the last application that my specific thought process of allowing that to go forward was that it was an area that had commercial uses very close by to it. So it was consistent with the area. We not dramatically, but we fairly reduced the size, and my decision for allowing that additional square footage had nothing to do with the market and demand of the product they were going to grow. It was that greenhouses, to be sustainable in a business operation, just like a tractor that's too big to fit into a garage, need a certain sustainability of heat control and size and manageability. So I don't know what the rest of the board's desire is in terms of how to move forward on this project, but there's a lot of moving pieces. It's
We'll
very
hear some more
challenging
comments. Rachel, then
application.
I'll make a comment.
Okay, thank you. And I thank everyone for their patience in participating in this today. I feel sorry for the guys further down the agenda. But I guess a few things I'd just like to state off the bat that have come forward. First off, of course, no matter what we do at the table here, every adult can grow up to 6 plants for themselves. And if you have 5 adults in a household, you could have 30 plants growing on your neighbor's property. So nothing that we do is going to eliminate marijuana in your neighborhood or someone putting it in their own personal small greenhouse or their house. B, I appreciate being reminded, of course, that the caucuses are a recommending body, and that those are recommendations that we consider. They're not necessarily recommendations we adopt on whole, but they are very important to our deliberations as a county, and it's a system that I respect. You know, I just want to say that we acknowledge the problems with our code, which has been referred to many times about how hard people had to get a bigger barn or to get a bathroom, or it took X many years in the process. And so we did work to improve that process and make it both less costly and less check-ins and less time-consuming. And we seem to have gotten a little caught by that now because of the definitions and the changes of state law, recreational marijuana, changes implicating medical marijuana. So it's sad, but government codes and laws are often behind the curve on these sort of things. But it was an attempt to try to make the agricultural support facilities code work better. And I think there was, Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus and a few other down valleys were real drivers of that. I don't think medical marijuana or recreational marijuana came up at all in that. And to that end, I really think it's trying to fit a square peg in a round hole to use the agricultural flexibility code to say it relates to greenhouses. It was silent on greenhouses. It didn't mention greenhouses. And it's just too big a leap to say, well, it goes from being a barn to a greenhouse. There's a reason why there is a heading to be greenhouses in the greenhouse code as it continues to be worked on. And so I just simply can't make that leap of logic. The last point would be that to say that this is not a licensing hearing, and the previous facility that was referred to down in the Basalt area also was not a licensing hearing. So to the extent that anyone would like to change their uses from a medical to a recreational or things like that, it is not licensed. And as Rob has referred to, our code does and can and will change over time. And so I think that as we've seen more of the issues come forward because of the increased pressure and demand with recreational marijuana, we'll probably see some looking backwards to the medical marijuana code that we've had. It is really clear that we're in a time of change and we're in a time of transition. The whole state is going 2 feet forward, 1 foot back, shifting back and forth. And I would just mention that, perhaps it's awkward or people wish there was more of a straight line to connect the dots, but there's not. And a majority of Colorado counties have chosen to ban or have a moratorium on marijuana grow facilities, sales facilities, any type of facilities, period, just so they can let it settle out more, just so they can let more time evolve. And our chairman, Mr. Newman, really strongly advised us to go that path of a moratorium, and we chose not to. So that makes it a little more awkward while we're working these things through. It would have been a lot easier perhaps on all of us just to say outright, nope, not doing it. Let's just let the cities or the municipalities do it. Let's let others work it through. And so to that end, when it comes to recreational marijuana, we're only now, I guess in the past month, month and 6 weeks, seeing the state laws actually released. And so we're as far ahead of the curve as we could be, given that the state laws were really just released on that area. And I think that from my reading around the state, the trend line seems to be going to see a merger of many medical marijuana facilities and recreational facilities and grow operations and everything else. There's laws about physical separations within the building because younger clients can use medical marijuana and 21 is the age for recreational, things like that. But in general, in most communities, they're saying, well, we've already had the medical outlet, it's working okay, let them have a retail outlet license as well. And that's where it's going. So these two things are kind of merging, which makes it more difficult for us, because if we're to let this go forward as a medical facility, I wouldn't doubt that we'll see, a request for it to become recreational over time. And I'm going to say very clearly, I appreciate your intent. I don't think that there is, despite comments that may have been made, that our job is to sort through those, and I don't want to disparage your integrity or your intent of how you run your operations or your family members or anything like that. I've been setting that all aside. And I do not doubt at all the potential and the existing medical marijuana benefits to certain patients and certain classes and certain activities. And it's kind of a shame we, as a country, haven't been doing that research for the past 20 years. However, based on the number of people who've gotten their medical marijuana licenses, we seem to have a lot of really sick young men under the age of 30 in the state of Colorado. And, you know, maybe the recreational is going to address that, but that still comes back to how do you change the nature of neighborhoods, how do you not change the nature of neighborhoods based on this fairly radical transition in our state and federal laws. So if we're struggling through this, you know, so be it. I have a couple of things I'd like to see us doing going forward, and one would be to really start to look at and have a work session discussion about is there or should there be a definition of traditional ag versus new ag, or commercial greenhouses versus personal greenhouses. And we need to get those definitions a little more clearly, because I'm fairly sure that when anyone started that agricultural building discussion years ago, it was about horses and tractors and barn equipment and, you know, what support facilities to make a pigsty work or things like that, and what type of setbacks you have. It wasn't about how do we implement medical marijuana in a year-round grow facility. And, you know, I'll be the first to say I think that there's value to this, value to getting the rules right, value that could help keep agricultural land agricultural in Pickens County. Ag is pretty hard to manage. I don't want to see all of our ag really just only becoming hobby farms, no true production value, and that loss of potential farm income that supports traditional ag in our area. So I think we should look at that. And that if we need to go back to the 011 code of 2011, ag flexibility code, to clarify that we did not mean the ag facilities is not greenhouses, then let's do that. I'm more than happy to look forward to that amendment. Maybe that should be pulled up and in review as much as anything else going forward with the greenhouses. And I guess all that being said, I would make my decision at the end of the line on this is about sustaining the rural character and respecting the caucus desires in this area. I've made it clear during our discussions about recreational marijuana, I'd like to respect the caucus desires as they put them forward. I've talked about an 18-month, outright ban. Let's reevaluate that and see how it's going, and maybe a little time and familiarity is going to make this, something easier for us all to get our arms around. But I would vote to deny this application today.
Ditto.
There you go.
To everything you said. First, I'm not questioning your integrity or your ability to run a safe, good business. That's not even on the view plane for me at all. I think we've had a great presentation today. I think we've had great comments. We've had a good discussion. I frankly don't need, after 3 hours, any more time in terms of just reading some other letters that are in the record. I think I've got that information here today. I live in Emma, and when I decided to run for county commissioner, one of the most important things for me was to preserve and protect the rural character of Pickens County. And in fact, I started the Emma caucus over a fight that we actually ended up losing over a land use application, because it was going straight against the agricultural, the rural character of my neighborhood. So to me, that is really the most important thing. Emma, like Woody Creek, to overuse a word, a phrase, they both have what I would consider messy vitalities. So you've got Woody Creek, where you've got a gravel pit and a trailer park, and you've got a tavern. In Emma, we've got a salvage yard, we've got a trucking excavation business, we've got a welding business, we've got a church. But amongst all that, we still strive to maintain the open space and the rural character of what is left in that area. And I also take issue with the concept that grow sites, whether it be for medical marijuana or recreational marijuana, is really an ag function. To me, it's a pharmaceutical, and that's how it should be looked at. What's in front of us today is, even though it's tied in with the use, it's really what is the appropriate size for this particular location. And I really do view this as a commercial operation. I was the only one on the board that was opposed to the greenhouse approval down in Basalt at the Caparilla. Again, I did that because I felt it was totally inappropriate for that location. That area, even though it has commercial there, it's not zoned commercial. And even though it's zone AR10, it's really not an ag property for 4.7 acres. It's totally inappropriate for a 25,000 square foot greenhouse there. The neighbors came out against that, and I respected I respected their concerns as well, but I lost that vote. Hopefully that will come back to us in terms of the use. There was no guarantee that they could use that space for a grow site, only that they have the rights for a greenhouse. So I do see this as a commercial operation because of the size, and as Rob said, because of the business plan, where it's going to go. And I also see that there's going to be a very short leap between medical marijuana grow sites and retail marijuana grow sites, because that's where the business is going to go. Anyone who is over 21 will no longer have to go to a doctor, pay a physician, get a script for marijuana. They're going to be able to go into any retail store and purchase that product. So I think that's really the direction this is going in. And I've stated my concerns before and my position that I would challenge anyone to come up with the argument why recreational marijuana pursues our goals as elected officials in terms of looking at the health, welfare of our citizens. It just doesn't work for me. But there are opportunities for people to utilize this new law, and I think that's fine. Ultimately, and I've said before, I would like to see marijuana legalized on a national level, and then I would like to see it have some sort of control over it, similar to alcohol or drugs. And I think hopefully that's where we'll go as a country, but we're not there yet. So given all that, and especially given, on top of that, having started the caucus, in my district, I have no less than 3 caucuses that I am responsible to listen to and to attend their meetings. So that's more than all 4 commissioners together. And so I take their comments very seriously. Many times there is not a consensus, and when that is the case, then we look at sort of other possibilities. But when it comes to the issue of grow sites, even since the advent of medical marijuana, I've not seen any caucuses that have really had any
Embrace.
any ability to come to a decision in terms of what they want to see in their neighborhood. And that has been reflected on the recreational marijuana, from the Snowmass Capital Caucus to the Emma Caucus to the Frying Pan Caucus, the Crystal River Valley Caucus. I'm going up there next week for that discussion. I don't know whether the Woody Creek Caucus actually made a decision on whether they want to allow recreational marijuana or not. It just seems like they're just responding to this one particular application. So that may be a future discussion for the Woody Creek Caucus, having listened to this discussion today. So given all that, I'm going to deny this application as well.
Maybe I should try a motion and we'll see if it.
Can I speak before a motion?
Rachel, perhaps the motion you would like to consider is direction for the staff to bring back a resolution for the board to accept, a resolution of denial rather than trying to fashion one off the top of your head. We can address particulars with the application.
Why wouldn't we just read off this ordinance like we do on any of the land use items?
The ordinance is for a recommendation of approval.
And then
There
the
are
board will actually
contrary
vote no.
findings that need to be brought out and presented. So my suggestion would be to have that brought back to you.
I generally don't go against my attorney's advice, so, but I don't think I fully understood. In the past, when something is written by staff as an affirmative approval, and we bring it to a vote, and if a majority votes no, it is then denied, and that's it? Are you saying it needs to be a motion that we can, to deny, that we can then vote in the affirmative for?
Correct. Correct. And then with an appropriate finding of fact that the board can accept. There would be no finding of fact, just a...
right now,
right,
yeah.
It would be a rejection of the proposed resolution.
Okay, in that case, I would make a motion to instruct staff to come back at our next regular meeting with a resolution that would indicate the board's intent to deny the application.
I'll second it. Further discussion? Michael?
I'd just like to repeat my request, and it's a sincere request, to see the site, to see what the impacts would be from 82, from Rio Grande, from Upper River Road, because that's one of the main contentions of the Lower River Road residents, that it has an impacts that are greater than are outlined by the applicant. And so I just feel that, and Steve has also said he'd like a site visit, I feel it would be courteous on the part of the board to allow that to happen.
Steve?
I think if we were looking at this in a year or two time, when people are a lot more comfortable with having marijuana operations around in the county or in their neighborhood, that there probably would be, people would say, what's the problem? This is no big deal. I consider growing marijuana or industrial hemp as agriculture. It's growing, growing a crop for use by humans for food or for fiber or for medicine. Insulin comes from beef cattle. I raise beef cattle commercially. I'm producing insulin for people who need it. It's just one of the uses of beef cattle, but it's one very important use of it. So just because a crop is used for medicinal purposes doesn't mean that it's not agricultural. There is a whole industry in the Midwest producing insulin or producing estrogen for women from pregnant mares' urine. There are whole farms that are devoted to that, raising horses to produce estrogen. So I don't have any problem considering growing marijuana an agricultural crop. I, like George, would like to see the whole United States legalize marijuana. I think it's years past the time when that should have been a done deal. I did make the statement, and I'll stand by it today, that I would respect, for a period of a year, I would respect the wishes of a local caucus in terms of what they want for their neighborhood. I question whether Lower River Road is or is not in fact, in the Woody Creek caucus area. Their statements on either side. So I don't think that's completely clear. But if you consider the Lower River Road residents kind of having their own caucus, they have voted fairly overwhelmingly in being opposed to this. It's news to me today that there is a grow operation in the Woody Creek area. And I don't know where it is. I don't know how big it is. I know nothing about it. I wonder how many residents of the area know about that. But I wish that were information that were more public, and I think that could affect how our vote would go. I still would like, I would vote to continue this to have a site visit and clear up the discrepancy about the caucus boundary, and to see the further information that, quite a bunch of written information that was presented today as testimony by people that we did not actually get to read at this point.
Again, for me, it's a land use issue. We're looking at the application is before us is for a request for 19,000 square feet of greenhouses, and whatever use that is for, I still believe that's a commercial operation for that area, for that neighborhood, and I don't think it's appropriate for that.
Yeah. George, giving respect to my colleagues for their request, I would withdraw my motion and make a motion that we continue the item, and when it is brought back to us on continuance, have two resolutions in the packet, one of support and one of denial, so that the board could make the choice at that time, schedule a site visit as well in between, and just continue this item so that those questions can be answered further and people can take a further look at that. So that would be my motion.
I'd second the motion for a continuance.
Rob?
Yeah, just to point out to what you just said, it's actually a resolution for 9,600 square feet because of the recommendation.
But that's not what the applicant's asking.
The applicant's looking for 19,000, but the recommendation from our staff was for half of that. And again, I'm back to really trying to separate the use versus the application of a greenhouse with the two issues of exempt square footage because of special needs and the scenic and rural character, which leads me back to agree with Michael of, I need to understand that rural and scenic character a little bit better to make that decision, because I'm not in a flat-out denial of the 9,600 square feet. It has nothing to do with the use, potential marijuana, which is going to be handled in our marijuana regulations, in my opinion. But it has to do with, supporting agriculture and whether or not it fits in this area, the greenhouse, whether it's orchids, tomatoes or allowed under some other use that hasn't been regulated yet, or that's going to change, I guess I should say, because it's medical.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to continue for the purpose of going on a site visit. Lance, if you-
The next regular meeting we have is the 20th, and I don't know if that's too full.
Well, that's probably too close to get the site visit and get everything done, but also that meeting is reserved 100% for the celestial appeal, which we anticipate to be 4 hours.
Oh, that'd be fun.
That'll be another.
So if you were to continue this, I would recommend December 4th, which would be the first meeting in December.
I won't be participating at that meeting because of the CCI conference. So that would make it the December 18th. Okay, so I'll make my motion to have it continued till December 18th.
Is that all right with your second?
Yes.
Does December 18th work for the applicants?
What year then? What time is the meeting?
Noon. Well, it's our normal meetings, whatever it shows up on our agenda. It's just a question whether you'll be available on the 18th in the afternoon.
And the date is the 4th?
No, the 18th.
18th.
Wednesday, December 18th. Will that work for you?
I guess we're fine with that.
Okay.
Can I say one thing before you vote?
No.
Thank you.
No.
I'm a fellow commissioner of another board.
That's fine. So we have a motion, we have a second. Any further board discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Thank you all for all your time and patience and all your comments. We're going to take a 15-minute break and we're going to try to figure out what we're going to do for the rest of tonight. Okay, continuing on to our land use public hearings. Next is the zoning, a portion of 250 Willoughby Way. This is our second reading. Suzanne Wolf.
I don't really have anything to add after first reading. If you remember, this was just a piece that's been disconnected from the city. It's part of an existing parcel that's in the county. It's off of, it's on the river just below Willoughby Way. And this would just zone this disconnected piece, similar, same as the rest of the property, which is R30.
Any questions for Suzanne? This is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to make any comments on this? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the board.
I would make a motion to approve the rezoning of a portion of 250 Willoughby Way.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Next is the River Rock Corporation Major Plat Amendment. This was continued from October 23rd.
And that's, they've asked to continue that again until December 18th. The applicant is still working with the neighbor to resolve some of the issues, and they have both agreed to the further continuance.
I don't want to get into a situation where we almost got into today, where because we were continuing some of these land use, we ended up having 6 different land use issues plus another one. So I just want staff to be cognizant of that, and
I guess we had contemplated this continuance before, I guess before you continued your last item, so.
Right, I understand it. Okay.
Anyway, the applicants are, and the
No more
neighbor is available
continuations
on
to
that
December
date.
18th.
Usually that's a quiet meeting, but.
It was going to be a quiet
Not so
meeting.
much.
Okay, so we need a motion to continue that?
I move to continue the River Rock Corporation Major Plat Amendment to December 18th.
I'll second, but you still need to open the public hearing.
Thank you. This is public hearing. Anybody wishing to comment on this? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the board. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, that brings us to, and I'll read these because they probably will go together. The first is a Buttermilk Mountain rezoning to ski rec. This is the first reading, and that will be followed by the Buttermilk Mountain Ski Rec Master Plan, Activity Envelope, and Site Plan Review and GMQS exemption. Suzanne?
I think I'm going to defer to Dave and Anna to go ahead and present the master plan to you. And then I can briefly touch on a few issues.
Great.
David Corbin, appearing on behalf of Aspen Skiing Company, and Anna Gagne is here from Design Workshop, our land use planner for this project. I certainly understand that you've had a long afternoon already, so I will try to move briskly through the presentation and I'll go ahead and advance it. We're here essentially to look at the Buttermilk ski area master plan. It's kind of a unique ski district. It's ski rec. We're seeking the approval of a ski rec master plan, a new one. We're likewise seeking a site plan review and activity envelope approvals and a GNQS exemption because of sort of the peculiar nature of how FTEs are calculated and how the growth works here. Generally, I think you know the essential driving force for this. I've been before this body several times in the past few years on the Powder Pandas facility in Buttermilk, which, as you may recall, is a temporary facility and is due for permanent replacement, and that's a key driver for the application and for the master plan. Generally, though, Frito Pfeiffer had it right in '58 when he made Buttermilk, or created Buttermilk, and it's essentially a teaching and learning mountain, and it's that function more than anything else that we want to perpetuate and actually live up to the promise of Buttermilk. And if you could advance. Some of the things that we're trying to do in improving Buttermilk are on mountain, and I will get to those later in the presentation. They essentially involve snowmaking and other infrastructure on the mountain. But the basic improvements that are being contemplated here are largely down at the base of the mountain. This is our activity envelope, or the development zone, if you will, for the base of Buttermilk. This is the site plan illustrative, just to organize it. This is Highway 82. Here's Owl Creek. These are the Stapleton lots, which are owned by the county and CDOT together at this point in time. There's another parcel here, which I will get to, that is a CDOT parcel. And then our development area right through here. We are proposing to make site and parking improvements, plaza improvements, circulation improvements throughout here, transit improvements, pedestrian improvements, replace the Powder Pandas facility, which is right here, with a new children's center, ultimately replace the green building, as we refer to it, out in the middle next to Bumps, with this new skier services building, and alter and slightly expand Bumps to add to its storage capacities and improve some of its circulation in and out of that building, as well as our back house functions. Go ahead and advance it. The schedule that we're, I'm sorry.
I hate to ask this, but they did bring dinner in for us, and I'm wondering if we could take 5 minutes to grab our food and eat while we're listening to this.
Sure. Grassroots going to take a 5-minute break now that you've got it set up. Dave, help yourself as well.
Yeah, I apologize for that, but I have
No, that's okay. It's really fast.
We're taking a working dinner here, but we're going to continue with our presentation with Dave Corbin on the Buttermilk Master Plan.
Thank you, George. So we've got several improvements that we want to contemplate around the base in particular. Our schedule is, again, driven by the Children's Center replacement. We have a temporary use until next fall, November of 14. So we're trying to go ahead and in phase 1, raise the temporary buildings and replace the children's ski facilities with a new children's center, together with the parking and the site improvements, utility work, and so forth. So our hope is to do that this summer. And then the other buildings that you see in the master plan, the green building replacement, some of the remodeling, improvement bumps, and so forth, would happen thereafter, essentially as sort of operational needs and capital availability allowed. In general, as I said, we've been here before on the subject of the Kids Center and its temporary nature. I'm going to jump to the ski rec zone district first here before going into land ownership and then follow with Forest Service review. Ski rec is sort of an unusual district. You obviously have it at Buttermilk and at Highlands and at Aspen Mountain, I believe also at Ashcroft. I don't know if there are any other locations. But it's basically a recreation district, primarily intended for downhill and cross-country skiing. There are a few other uses that are allowed and permitted, essentially, that relate directly to those functions. Things such as lodging, for example, or housing are not necessarily permitted. Lodging isn't permitted in ski rec as it's written right now. Housing is permitted. But those sorts of uses, even if permitted in the table in the code, basically all require approval in the master plan. We aren't proposing those sort of uses. We aren't proposing uses here that are really outside of recreation and guest service. So we've hewed fairly closely to the ski rec district as it's currently written. We've also gone through mountain plan review with the Forest Service. So because of the fact so much of the property is on Forest Service land, we've gone through a ski area master plan approval with the Forest Service. You can see this boundary is the Forest Service. So this entire area up here has already gone through a master plan approval with the Forest Service. And approval is the wrong word. They accept a master plan, and in this particular case, any of the activities associated with it go through a NEPA or an environmental review, and we commenced an environmental assessment in 2008, completed that in 2010, and had a favorable decision notice from 2010. So what you see before you now with respect to mountain improvements or the mountain master plan has already been reviewed and approved and accepted by the Forest Service. The next thing that's of interest, if you wouldn't mind going back, these areas are areas that Aspen Skiing Company owns. So we own about 40 acres here, and this is the base at Buttermilk. This is Tyhack over here. So we own approximately 40 acres here, but only this little tail right down here is really the developed area where there are any buildings that are existing or proposed for our operations. Now, go ahead. This gives you a better sense of that little tail. Here's where our property is. We've got roughly 4 to 5 acres of, if you will, buildable property at the base of Buttermilk. It's often assumed that we own all of this. A lot of people think that it's all our property. It is not. We've only got this little area here. The Inn at Aspen is an entirely separate property. We have no ownership interest in it. We have an easement across the front of the property towards the slope for essentially ski operations, and we have an easement for parking across the back, and we share the circulation between their property and across our property and across the county's property to Owl Creek Road. So this is the existing condition. That's the Kids Center today. Here's that green building, and here is Bumps. Here highlighted are the Stapleton parking lots. These are the parking lots you typically see from the road. These are owned by the county and by CDOT today. And my understanding is there's an intergovernmental agreement that actually requires CDOT to convey its interest to the county at some point. I think the trigger's already happened on that, but I don't think the conveyance has occurred. But that currently is where you see most of the public parking. Then we've got this CDOT parcel, which is interesting quirk in the whole master plan. If you remember years ago, and this actually predates my time here, though I experienced it at Buttermilk myself in the past, West Buttermilk Road used to come right down through here. And that's where the road was. And when all of this area here was taken by condemnation, which was completed about 2002, CDOT and the county took those Stapleton lot parcels together, and then CDOT alone took title to this parcel, which we didn't fully grasp until we were already in the application process here. The reason they took it was because in relocating West Buttermilk Road and then coming to Owl Creek Road here, this was considered a remainder parcel, and by statute, state statute, they had to take it. So that's how they ended up with that, and then nothing really transpired with it thereafter. So you go ahead.
So the question I thought, does the county still own property there as
The
well?
county still owns property conjunctively with CDOT right here in this highlighted section. So those parking lots right along Owl Creek and at 82, here's the new bus stop, those parking lots are owned by the county and CDOT today. We collaboratively improved this one with the county a few years ago, maybe 4 years ago. We split the cost between the county and Aspen Skiing Company and improved this one. These remain the gravel. In a good day, they're gravel. Occasionally, they're wetter than that. But these remain surface parking lots. And in the CDOT parcel here, since the condemnation, rather, we've actually parked on it. It's been parking. It's been used as parking. It's integrated into the circulation between those parcels in a functional matter. It's been parking.
George?
Rachel, then,
Sure.
Rob.
Yeah. Particularly now that the BRT station has been completed,
Yes.
I recall that Jack Hatfield used to frequently ask Brian Pettit for an update, or Carrington, of how many of the parking spaces in the parking lot are really being able to be used for commuters who may be parking their car there and taking the bus into Aspen or other things in the winter, as opposed to really ending up being only ski company parking. And
Right.
I don't know how that management is actually working now.
As a practical matter, we in effect manage or direct traffic in the lots. This lot is largely used for the skier shuttle to and from Highlands, for example. Part of the Highlands approval required us to run a shuttle to and from this drop-off lot, if you will. It does function as park and ride. Other people do park in that lot. It is available to the public. It's freely accessible to them. So it does serve as a park and ride lot. As a practical matter, indeed, other rec users do use it. Some uphillers certainly use it. And truthfully, there are skiers who undoubtedly park in it and likewise use those lots here to go to Buttermilk.
They may park there and go to Ajax. They may park there and
Oh,
go to
yeah,
Ajax.
yeah, absolutely. So that definitely happens. In total, all parking is about 400 spaces. Sort of depends on exactly how you count it, because they're not striped, obviously. So the counts have ranged from 397 to 400-ish to 440, sort of depending upon who's counting and how wide they want to assume a parking stall is. But it's in that range in total throughout all those lots. And for our traffic study purposes and our parking purposes, our engineers just use it as sort of fungible parking stalls. That's how many there are. It's kind of a static demand at Buttermilk for all of those uses.
Thank you.
Sure.
Well, my question was kind of along the same lines. Is there any contractual agreement to who maintains, who controls, who manages? And you say it's kind of fungible parking area. You know, is there a philosophy between those people that are in that contractual agreement to say, we're going to try to park here first and then here second? And I just don't really understand, I guess.
Yeah, so Rob, in the parcels that the county owns, those were really obtained for, purposes of, promoting our transit and, reducing road trips on 82. We are responsible for those. In the past, we have, as has been indicated, we've done some cooperative improvements. There's parking then also on the SKICO parcels. That is SKICO's responsibility. We have not done a lot of, because the purposes when we obtained the lots were separate between the private interests that SKICO has and the public interests that we obtained those parking areas for. We haven't actually done a whole lot of intermingling there, but we recognize that what a lot of people are coming up here to is recreate. And so there are going to be folks who are using that parking lot to go skiing, whether it be at Highlands or Ajax or what have you, but there's also, our primary interest was maintaining it for commuters, the availability for commuters and to use the bus there. So we've tried to not commingle that too much in terms of either our past agreements or future.
Steve? Is the rezoning request only for the CDOT parcel, or is it for the county part also?
To the degree we've got a rezoning request, it's only for the CDOT land acquisition that is zoned AR2. I think likewise these lots are zoned AR2, but our rezoning request that's in the application before you is just for this parcel, and I'll get to that again later. With respect to other code, as I mentioned, we're essentially coming in with an application that's conforming to the ski rec district and to the development standards that are within it. We don't have any need to ask for variances with respect to height. Early in the project, we had a tower that was slightly higher that's been brought down. So now we're coming in essentially without the need to ask for any variances or any changes to ski rec or the development standards there. Obviously, in the Aspen Area Community Plan, long ongoing and adopted a year or so ago, this is construed to be a vital recreational component, and it will remain that. In the sub-area plan, which we're, I suppose, technically not subject to since WAMP has followed our application submission, but we've basically written our application and proposed a project that fits within it. The WAMP, if you will, is certainly concerned about the nodes of development along 82. Buttermilk's identified as one of those nodes. The idea is to keep open space between the nodes, to preserve the open views of the ski mountain itself, to reduce or moderate height and massing of the structures, and to articulate roof lines in such a way so that they aren't just all continuous, and to maintain setbacks from Highway 82 of 200 feet. We basically adhere to all of those things. Our plan follows what the WAMP has become, and we did participate in that as we went through that process. As a practical matter, what we're trying to do, if we go to the existing site conditions, there are a few mountain conditions that we can speak of, just because these are relevant. This is in light blue. These are the areas where we have snowmaking today. They're essentially on the lower portions of the mountain. We likewise have 3 primary lifts. We're not proposing any primary large capacity lifts. There is a small pipe and park lift, which we'll get to in a minute. But this is essentially the existing condition. We stay within our permit area. We are not proposing any increase in permit area. We are not proposing any new trails or anything of that nature. So our existing mountain conditions will likely, in large measure, remain as they are. This is overhead that shows the existing base. And again, here are those Stapleton lots right here. So those are the lots the county has an interest in. This little stretch right through here is that CDOT parcel. And as you can see, we've got cars on it. So people are parking on that today. And as I said, they have. for the last decade since the condemnation occurred. This is our lot. As you can see, that's the Children's Center. This is the green building, and there's bumps. These are our two shops that are back behind most of the things that the front of the house guest sees. This is, I'll go through these really quickly. This is ticketing and bumps. This is the back, next one. This is an example of our locker room in the basement of bumps. If you go ahead. This is the primary thing we want to change. Well, two primary things are shown here. This is the children's ski school facility, what's been called Powder Pandas, and this is a really good example of what we have out there on our parcel today. A sea of undifferentiated asphalt, which we're going to change. So in terms of site improvements, we're trying to get rid of this and improve that. We're going to entirely replace this building with a permanent, legitimate structure. And then ultimately the green building back here will likewise go.
I was just thinking we should designate it historic.
I'm not sure it would stay
temporarily
historic. I don't know if it'll stay that long, but in any event, we're maxed inside the double wides that are there now, and definitely need to improve it, but that's sort of indicative of it. This is the green building. This is the face we present to our public on our rental retail operation here. And these are offices above, operational offices in here and HR offices in here. Our HR offices are moving to space we already have in Highlands, and we're going to move our operating spaces and operating offices for Buttermilk here into the basement of Bumps in the second phase. This is the area right behind the green building or towards the ski slope. And it's indicative of all of sort of the bandit storage that has cropped up over time that we're trying to get rid of.
And the steps too.
Sorry?
Oh, and the steps are also an issue, of course.
Oh, correct.
That is how people connect to the mountain, and when it's children with ski boots walking up them, it's a condition that we'd really like to change.
Likewise, additional storage. This is to the west of Bumps, sort of towards Owl Creek Road. These kinds of, again, temporary storage facilities will go away and go into permanent structure. So, moving to the elements of the plan. On the mountain, we're not proposing any significant capacity increases as I've suggested. The essential arrival capacities, the initial out-of-base capacities, the ski pod capacities are all the same. There's no real change there. What's most important for us with respect to on-mountain improvements is top-to-bottom snowmaking. If you recall the slide I showed before, the light blue was all at the bottom. We don't have snowmaking all the way to the top. So if we don't get early season snow, we can put snow down at the bottom of the hill, but can't take you all the way up to the lift and ski you to the bottom. So that additional snowmaking is intended for the top of the mountain, essentially. And we'll show you a slide in a second. We are proposing a park and pipe lift at some point in time. We likewise have snowmaking storage reservoirs proposed. We cover the mountain now about 119 acres of snowmaking, and we're proposing to add 83 acres for a total of about 202 acres of snowmaking. This park and pipe lift, I'll show you a slide in a moment, but it just is to serve the lower portion of the mountain where the park and pipe events are. And the snowmaking storage reservoirs are proposed roughly mid-mountain in sort of two natural depressions where we can put roughly almost 10 acre-feet of water in two depressions, mound them up to about 10 feet deep. So we're proposing two storage capacity reservoirs. We likewise have a lift maintenance facility proposed in an activity envelope that is up on the mountain so that we can service lifts from on top of the mountain. It's a much easier place to do the lift service from for lift maintenance. That is proposed sort of between the top of Buttermilk West, if you will, the top of that quad, and sort of where Cliff House is. There's a 3,000 square foot facility in plan for that. We don't have a timetable as when we would do it, but since this is a ski rec master plan, we've put it in the plan. We likewise have a utility corridor proposed so that in time, as our utilities are replaced, we have a common corridor from top to bottom of the mountain where water lines could go, where power could go, where gas could go. If there were ever a sewer line from top of mountain to bottom, we could drop a sewer line in it. So we're trying to find a place to consolidate all the utilities. And then some modest widening of the Homestead Road for skier return to the bottom. Here's an example where in the dark blue we add snowmaking from Westward Ho over and west, across to Ridge, Jacob's Ladder, and Racer's Edge. But you can tell what this does then is from the lift at bottom to top, we could offer skiing in mid-December all the way from top to bottom with snowmaking. Up here is the vicinity where that little lift maintenance facility would be. So that's where that would go, and that's where an activity envelope is. And this is the proposed utility corridor. So in time, as utilities are replaced, we drop them in a common trench up through there. You can go ahead. This is the proposed park and pipe lift, again 2,200 lineal feet and about 450 feet of vertical rise. As you can see, it doesn't go far up the mountain. If you see the half pipe right here, and you think of the X Games and those activities and the jumps that are built through here, it's largely to go to the top of that venue, if you will, and serve basically repeat use for those kids who are jumping off of crazy things and enjoying themselves there. So that's the purpose of that.
Hold on for a second, David, I have a couple questions.
Yes.
You know, and you may be getting to it, and I don't mean to interrupt, but are you going to show us where the storage reservoirs would be as well? And where
If
the
you
water right comes
roll
from?
back, sorry,
That's
I
okay.
just neglected to. They're located right here. So one of them, you can sort of see there's a green line here. That's that Forest Service line. We already have kind of a maintenance facility here. We've got water infrastructure there already, tanks, pumps for snowmaking. We've got pumps to push our potable water up to Cliff House. Those two depressions are located right here. And I don't know if you've skied down through here or ever taken note of it. You know, as you come down Ridge and come down through Savio and come down right through here, just on skiers left, before you sort of get to the slopes taking you off the mountain, there's a tree stand, and then there's kind of a low spot back in there, and hidden in those trees is this boneyard and our other shop facilities and stuff like that. And there are these natural depressions there where we would intend to put those storage ponds.
And what water rights or what water availability would you be filling those with?
We've got water, we've got a lot of water that we take off the ditch coming off Maroon Creek. We share ditch rights with the airport, and we've got more than enough water for our proposed snowmaking uses by like a factor of 5 to 10. We're well suited in terms of our available water rights.
And so that comes off of Castle Creek then?
Maroon, comes off Maroon, yeah. So just past Tie Hatch. I think we draw it like right down in here. If you were to ever go over there, you'd actually see the station where they pull it out. If you were to go down and beyond Tie Hatch, you could see that.
Thank you.
The proposed based area improvements. Let's see. Probably the easiest thing is if we just go to the next slide. Again, I touched on it before, but we would propose significant improvement to our undifferentiated asphalt, repave the lot, which is crumbling today, go ahead and create a new plaza, curb and gutter, define pedestrian areas, improve and create this pedestrian connection from the bus stop so you have new formalized sidewalk from the bus to the base. Likewise, improve all of the plaza areas. As Anna noted, we've got this metal stair that you climb from existing condition to the yard today. We would improve that substantially, alter how that is done and formalize it so you wouldn't have metal stairs anymore. You'd have a more gracious, fixed finish going there. Likewise, new landscaping along here. The built improvements again would include the replacement for the Children's Center, the new skier services building, ski storage for the guest at Bumps right here, and some improvements on the back of Bumps that would basically create a true storage and loading dock situation and service elevator, which we don't have a functioning version of today. So Bumps has relatively modest improvements to it. We'll get to a slide in a minute that will describe those. Before we go, I would likewise also point out this includes the CDOT parcel. So we are trying to acquire that. I haven't successfully done that yet, but this plan would contemplate essentially a bus arrival right here and a bus island, again, curb and gutter associated with it, formalizing the bus arrival as well as short-term drop-off that we have today and our own parking, as John mentioned, that we manage and control right here for guest use. There are otherwise very little changes to the base other than landscaping improvements, a little better integration with how we kind of tie or face the inn at Aspen, and we've talked about some coordination of our landscaping there. This is an example of a circulation pattern that I bring up to you now because this is the aspiration. It is somewhat complicated, and I apologize for that, but here are the Stapleton lots. So those are the county lots, I'll refer to them that way, that we spoke of earlier. Here is the bus drop-off. If you note, this is bus circulation. So what we have proposed and what we would optimally like to do is to bring the bus in here. Right now, if you remember, they sort of loop right back here. They come in, they loop, and then they go back out. What we wanted to do, again, that's all in that undifferentiated sea of asphalt. What we wanted to do was actually create an isolated bus lane, dedicate a bus lane for public transit, and give it its own lane. So you come in, you would arrive, you'd come right through here, and the bus drop-off, the larger bus transit and so forth, as well as small van drop-off, would occur here with an island so people could get off. They'd have a curb, it would be identified, safer, protected, not in the middle of a sea of asphalt, with identified pedestrian crossing routes to the skier services buildings, to the kids center, directly to Slope. We likewise would have or retain in this plan the temporary parking or short-term drop-off parking that exists in front of the kids center and in front of Bumps today. So we've tried to maintain that use. We went through various iterations of this plan, drew probably no fewer than 4 or 5 different alternatives of where we might best put this bus. What we definitely, particularly in relationship to the other short-term drop-off, and what we ended up doing was we said, first principle is give the bus its own isolate, individual lane so that it doesn't get stuck in other traffic. It doesn't have to fight other turning motions, other parking motions, things like that. And then likewise, give those users that are coming and they got their kids and they're all carrying gear and stuff like that, give them this area here, if possible, to more quickly and easily get to curb and get to those services. So we gave this function its own space, and we gave this function its own space. So we've separated the private vehicle from the bus. Retained our other parking down here, and again, the red lines are all basically pedestrian patterns. So they now circulate with improved areas all throughout the base. Okay.
Go back, Dave, I have a quick question.
Yes.
How will you change the traffic pattern of the Highland shuttle at all?
We haven't talked about it. We could. Right now it comes here. If we treated it like every other shuttle, we could drop that shuttle right here. However, if indeed this is a park and ride, and those users would more likely park here to get on that shuttle to go to Highlands, we could likewise leave the shuttle here. So that's something I'd probably just leave open. We didn't fix it in plan. and then work that out with essentially the county operations team as to where that would best work. So it could be either one, and we'd basically just go with their recommendation.
Kind of following up on that, and it may just be a confusion, but it looks like you're creating a loop, but with the two arrows both going on the out, is there one that's the way in and one that's the way out, or is it going to be a two-way traffic lane?
It could go either way, but the thought is most private vehicles that are coming to park would come in this way or even this way and go in here as they do today.
Right.
And park in the lots or park in our lot or come here and drop off. So we've thought that this probably should be used first and foremost for private vehicles. We think this ideally would be just buses in as well as our service and delivery functions that come back here, but bring bus in, loop bus through, and come out. So bus doesn't have to back up, they don't have to turn around, they've got a nice smooth loop. But physically, if you wanted to run it the other way, you could, but their doors are also on the right side.
Yeah.
So you want to come this way and go out.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering, because there are arrows on both sides. It just seems that there needs to be a little more focus on just the parking lot and the bus areas, because at least for me, I'm looking at the short-term drop-off area.
Yes.
And, you know, all I can see from here is hatch marks going in both directions. It doesn't look like all parking. And I want to, the reason I'm even asking is to try to find a way to maximize the parking so not too much is taken up by the lanes and traffic going in various directions. Because you're going to have a lane getting into the short-term parking and enough maneuvering space in there, and then the bus lane, and then maybe the Highland shuttle lane and the general parking. So I'm just not seeing kind of how much is being eaten up by parking, by lanes versus parking, and how are you going to differentiate those so we can give her maybe the orange cones?
Yeah, we've definitely tried to reduce the lanes. I mean, circulation lanes are certainly wasted space. We fully agree on that point. That was one of the reasons we wanted to isolate the bus and give it its own lane, was to very much, confine it, keep the circulation pretty tight. For people on the short-term drop-off in this preferred plan, the idea would be to come in and loop, and again, likewise loop out. So while the bus would work as a loop, ideally, this would also work as a loop. It may be hard to see, but the way the angles work are all as if you would feed them this way. So the traffic through here wants to likewise go in and loop out if they're coming in and out. So one lane, if you will, and you'd probably draw it a little wider than that. I'm sure Design Workshop would say it can't just be 12 feet wide, it's got to be wider. But the idea would be single direction, if you will, circulation.
And maximizing parking was the goal of this exercise, to make the most available parking spaces we could create. And so we're at 140 spaces within this design.
And so with the two CDOT county lots, is there going to be a single point of entry to then get into the rows of parking so that the cars trying to park aren't crossing your bus lane at repeated locations?
Our presumption in the plan right now is not to change. I mean, I can't speak for the county, obviously, but we presume that these 2 points of access that are essentially the same that exist today, this one is slightly moved, but that essentially the 2 points of access that exist today are remain as the primary entry points off of Owl Creek. So we hope, again, as I said before, we hope and believe that most private vehicles should come in here and then circulate and then exit out here, so that they share these two drive lanes in and out.
Well, I have to say, I'm in general support of the direction and what you're trying to accomplish. There's no question there. But it just seems a little too much of a 60,000 foot level look to that right now for me. In terms of, I understand the access points into the lots, but the lots themselves, is it 10 different rows that each row can get into that bus lane? The larger parking lots, Or are they funneled into one or two ways to then get out of that lot? But how porous are the lots? How,
Yeah.
you know, you end up with people going 3 or 4 different directions trying to beat the rush out.
Right.
That's more of what I'm looking for in terms of level of detail.
Got it. We haven't redrawn the other county lots. Obviously, this one is now fixed and improved and striped, and that circulation, I think, has worked pretty well on this corner lot for people coming and going. I think it's a pretty efficient lot. I think it gets pretty high degree of utilization. Outside of peak times, it isn't always full, certainly, but I do think that format works pretty well. We haven't redrawn the county lot or striped it or tried to plan for it. We're happy to cooperate on it.
I'm just not understanding, and I know I feel a long day to keep pushing this point, but how do we keep the traffic, because you use the term kind of an exclusive bus lane, and we want the buses to have their own lane. How do we keep from having cars crossing or entering that constantly, and how does the car lane line up with the bus lane?
Right.
So that it is that exclusive lane. I just can't really see it from this schematic because it seems so 60,000.
True. But again, it's master plan level, so that's part of the answer to that, I have to admit.
Okay.
Steve, yeah.
Where would the staging of the equipment for the X Games be in relation to the parking lot?
It would remain here, and we've actually worked on that. Dana Delabetta, our project manager for Buttermilk, is also here. Dana arrived a little while ago. She's been working with X Games on their planning, for example, for this year and for future years. And again, it stages pretty much as it does, because we haven't really expanded much here, so that all of this area, as well as the county lots, are sort of untouched or virtually untouched, and X Games continues to stage and would work out of basically the footprint that you see, and they've been informed and this plan's been shared with them. Now, here's where we have, if you would go back, here's where we have the wrinkle that is before you, and I don't know if you saw the staff memo, but we're still not in alignment with CDOT on the disposition of this parcel. So while I would like to do the plan that you just saw, we have made offers to CDOT to buy that parcel. We've suggested we would also be happy to improve it with an easement, be happy to improve it and lease it, be happy to improve it and pay for it and give them a deed restriction on it in the future if they wanted. But we haven't reached agreement with them. Though I haven't entirely given up hope. So while the plan that you saw maximizes and plans for the use of that parcel, since I don't own it yet, and I can't assure you that I will succeed at that, and we've been working on it for a long time at this point, what you see here is an improvement that would be entirely on our parcel. And again, most important thing, take care of transit. So what you see here is essentially that transit component that was sitting here in the last plan. We moved the transit component onto our property so that we've got shuttle drop-off here against the curb lane, also quick drop-off for automobile against the curb lane. And that's just get out, stack the kids, stack the equipment, drive off. And then bus drop-off here and shuttle drop-off here, so that again, you could bring a bus in and again have a dedicated lane through here that would be for bus and shuttle transit only, and again exit. And what that means is I have to sacrifice the parking that was formalized in the previous plan. Now, begs the question, what happens with the CDOT land, which, as I noted before, we already park on and have been parking on for over a decade and is unimproved, albeit crumbling asphalt. It's parking today and has been, and they've got no other use for it. So as a practical matter, as a default, I could imagine that parking would continue to occur here in an unimproved state, but I cannot propose it. I can't particularly make it part of my plan. I can't assure you that that will be the use, but as you have parking lots here, and that actually functions as surface parking today, I would propose to make these improvements and ask for this body tonight to approve this as the plan. It's what you see described as an alternative plan. This is all I can ask for approval on today.
So, Dave, in the memo, at least, when you talked about CDOT parcel and alternative site planning, it talks about the CDOT Transportation Committee has approved the sale of the requested property. An appraisal has been completed. ASC is proceeding with negotiations. The applicant is meeting with CDOT on October 31st, and we'll have an update at the meeting.
Yes. It's a long and incredibly complicated process to buy a very small and insignificant parcel from CDOT. Been working on it for 14 months now. And in June, we did get leave of, or permission from the Transportation Commission, which is the public body that oversees CDOT as an agency. That commission gave the agency permission to sell. And it took several months to get that, so we succeeded at that. The agency then went through a process of obtaining a very sort of specialized appraisal of its own property to determine fair market value for what it would sell to us. And I had to wait for that process to complete. In approximately September, we finally got their assessment of value. This is 1.05 acres. That zone district is AR2. You heard a little bit about AR zone districts today. So it's ag, residential, 2 acre minimum. So this is a non-conforming lot in AR2 because you can't build anything on it. And I say that in the sense that it's really not intended for public parking. It's not intended for parking improvements. It's ag or residential, and you've got to have a 2 acre minimum to build a house on it. So at 1.05 acre, you can't build anything on it. The setbacks are 20 feet on either side. It's 60 feet wide. So there is a 20-foot wide usable strip that you can't build anything on in the middle of their 1.05 acre.
Well, I guess my question was, you haven't really heard anything more positive from your meeting October 31st with CDOT?
They suggested that the property was worth $1.6 million.
Okay.
We have offered first $375,000
Okay, so
and subsequently $400,000. I've offered $400,000 and been willing to give them a deed restriction or a right of reversion, that if there were ever any other use proposed other than parking, transit, pedestrian circulation, they would have the right to re-enter the property and get that value or the added value back.
Okay, thanks.
I have not heard a response to our offer.
All right.
I've gotten none.
Steve?
Would it help if Picken County would write a letter to CDOT and do a little lobbying on their behalf?
At some point, I am definitely going to need help, yes.
We talked about that a little bit before the
Yeah.
meeting, and we may need
Okay.
We also discussed the possibility of leasing it. They offered to lease it to me for $137,000 a year for a 7-year period. Neither of those numbers work. If that were, an acre in town where you could build a house, all right, $1.6 million might make sense. For something that can really only be parking and never will be, I'm not there yet.
Okay.
So, hence the plan, and the alternative plan. And I know that's complicated, and I apologize, but it's the only way to sort of describe to you the option that the staff memo put before you.
Put a greenhouse on it.
20 foot wide.
Sorry.
I actually don't want to, Rob, thanks.
We're getting punchy here. Let's keep moving through this presentation.
Yeah, I'll try to move through this pretty quickly. This, you largely know. You know we're going to remodel bumps a little bit. There's couple of thousand feet. I described those uses before for some ski storage and moving some of that temporary storage that's out in the bandit properties inside. The green building is likewise a consolidation of our skier services, ticketing, guest service, the rental retail that we have. The Powder Pandas basically doubles the size of Powder Pandas. That's our most significant change. It's where we've got our demand and the need. These shipping and storage and the temporary structures are being removed, and a lot of those are going inboard to the other buildings up above. So we've got about 38,000 feet there today. We're going to about 45,000 feet in the total. So we've got on the order of 7,000 square feet of increase across all of the base. And why are we doing it? Again, these visuals are essentially the reason. Our kids' ski school is growing, and the park and pipe and all of that sort of activity is growing. However, our skier days have been flat for a long, long time. We've basically, over the last decade or so, bounced around between about 140 and 150,000 skier days a year. So we're on the order of 145,000 plus or minus. We've been flat since back in 1999, 2000, give or take. If we're lucky, we get a point or two of growth a year, but we do bounce around, depending on weather, national economy, occupancies, etc. Likewise, our full-time equivalents, and this is important because we have sort of an unusual method of measuring our growth here. Our full-time equivalents across what's our baseline, which has been established on our prior FTE numbers, to current is around 121 for more than a decade now. 12, 13, 14 years and more, we've been around 121 FTEs. The reason this matters is because, as you know, growth in Pitkin County is largely measured in the number of employees you have. And FTE generation, which is based on a square footage number, particularly with respect to commercial, in our case, is really measured on the basis of FTE generation in the square feet of commercial. And the square feet of commercial may vary. How many people are in a gas station is different from how many people are in an office building, is different from how many people are in retail. Because skier services don't really fit those categories that are in the code. Most of our employees are outside. They locker inside, but cat drivers, snowmakers, lift operators, ski school people, their jobs are outside. We don't fit the commercial categories very well. So the way growth with respect to ski areas and ski area master plans has been measured in the past at both Aspen Mountain and Aspen Highlands in the past, and what we've proposed with Buttermilk is we do an actual audit, and we go ahead and give you, the county, real numbers on how many people are there, how many people work, how many hours are incorporated in those jobs, and you get an actual accounting. And there's an audit procedure proposed here that gives the county look-backs, in the first case, 2 years after we've initiated and gone forward with one of these buildings, and then 5 years thereafter. So that program, that method of growth management, has been examined and used at our other mountains in town. It's likewise been accepted by the Housing Authority. We've basically got concurrence of staff and Planning Commission for that methodology. That's our growth measurement here. It's likewise important because it's one of the underlying reasons we asked for the GMQS exemption, because it likewise is based on an idea of measuring square feet and employees per square feet, and we don't really fit that. So hence, we've proposed the actual audit growth measurement approach here. This gives you an idea how those employee hours have changed since '97. We've got a couple areas where they've grown. Again, Buttermilk Terrain Park, as I mentioned. And here's our total down here. We've got about 3,000 hours of change. But we've got 12,000 new hours since '97 that are associated with terrain parks, because we didn't have those things before. And we've grown our pandas, the kids ski school program has grown, but our ski school and ski school administration, for example, where pandas has grown by 14,591 hours here, we've dropped by 18 to 19,000 hours essentially in adult ski school. So we're seeing that change from adults to kids, hence the need to expand powder pandas, as I've said before. But so these are the kinds of changes that we've seen in the past 2 years. We've gone up about 1.5 FTEs from the 121, and we just bounced up off of those in the last 2 years. And I would imagine that we'll, drive that down next year to the degree that we can. Let me jump to architecture now, and certainly we can come back if you want to go to that more. That would be fine.
Would you? Yeah. Dave, I'm just wondering, when buttermilk was first developed, there wasn't any affordable housing mitigation. Is that correct? The county didn't have code for that sort of thing?
I would presume that's true, yeah.
And I'm just wondering, over the years, in terms of the employees you have here, how many actual units have you built for the 121 FTEs that were required?
We have mitigated some previously when we changed basically from the Crown Garage to a temporary use. There was some financial mitigation that was required at the time. I don't remember that number. So there has been some cash payment made. Subsequently, we have built ourselves several units throughout the valley and acquired land for it. We have not separately or individually relating only to buttermilk built units for buttermilk, because we've never had an obligation to at any point in time.
Because a couple things I'm thinking. One is that perhaps with the units that you have built that were not required, but you did for the health of your company and the vitality of your workforce, some of those could be dedicated. Because essentially they're, other than the zoning may control them as affordable housing, but perhaps there would be a way to dedicate those to say this is now clearly buttermilk affordable housing mitigation. Before it was just icing on the cake, we were doing it for our own purposes. So that might be something of value to look at going forward with this. And I'm just I'm a little nervous about the physical square footage as you've talked about, because you can't go backwards in these processes. We don't go backwards.
Right.
And should this move to more of a full-time summer use, for some reason in the future, we all know there's different fundraisers and special events at bumps and things like that, and different times of the year. I know from my old distribution job, there'd be a lot of activity or training on the site, use of the buildings, or administrative year-round functions. You guys don't get to close down in May. You're always working on things. So I just have some concern about if we're seeing another 7,000 square feet. It would be nice to be able to somehow equate that to some units, even if it's not new production, as much as units that you have that were not designated as mitigation units already.
Right. Well, we don't currently designate units that we build elsewhere specifically for, or even acquire elsewhere, Surplus Apartments, for example. We don't specifically, in our own housing stock, designate specifically for a mountain or a activity. It's sort of across
Well, I'm not saying the
housing.
units would have to be allocated to a buttermilk worker, but that they would be associated with the master plan physical improvements.
Okay. We certainly could consider that on future units. I mean, I don't have any objection to considering it on future units. We have, I think, specifically built in the FTE baseline to give the county a means with which to evaluate any growth associated with the operations. So that baseline is established. And with the 2-year audit and then the 5-year audit, the county has a continuing ability to look back and see if there has been any growth associated with real employee generation, and then have the opportunity, and it's described in here, we'd have to pay or build or provide units in that look back. So I think the tool is built in. with the reso to in effect meet that growth should it occur. The uses likewise are somewhat restricted. So for example, the summer use you describe, in the uses that are in the list of uses, staff has essentially said, we basically can't go to, say, a daycare center or something like that for the children's center in the summer without further review. So we would have to be back before this body if we were to propose other uses, non-winter uses, other uses that might have growth impacts, whether directly employee related or incidental. You would have an opportunity to see us again and consider those impacts.
Yeah, no, okay, I appreciate that. It's just that for me, looking at that type of full-time equivalent chart, the other chart you have, it's really hard to match that up without knowing, this was a really bad snow year and we closed early, or
Right.
this was the year right after the recession and no one was spending vacation money and things like that. And so it's really hard. I do see some peaks up there, you know, around 129, 130.
Yeah.
And I think we'd all like to be back up there. So,
Right.
you know, I just, it's hard to want to pick an average that may have had some unfortunate years for us in there.
So this plan isn't proposing anything that we believe will increase the number of full-time equivalent employees. But if that does occur, the audit will show that and then come back for looking for mitigation. Since the way that the numbers are derived is not based on square footage for the mountain master plans, it's partly why we say, you know, what we're seeing for these trends would indicate to us that we can stay steady with the number of employees that have been there, that 122. And if it goes beyond, we can evaluate that with real numbers instead of proposing that some sort of square footage change in more locker space will create more employees when you can see locker space is just jam-packed and
Yeah.
that's
Okay.
it.
Thank you.
If I may move to architecture, just to give you a sense of this, and again, I'll try to be fast. We've just given some sections here to give you a sense of scale. This is bumps. There's a new entry put on the front of it, but this is basically the same height and mass that bumps is today. So as you can see, the other proposed structures, the new ski services building and the new children's ski facility, are likewise lower than bumps, smaller in scale, fairly diminutive in a sense, particularly when seen from afar. This particular case, you're looking at bumps itself, and this is looking at the skier services building from the corridor that passes between. Here's the architecture a little bit more refined. We've tried to give it a sort of contemporary but rustic look, a lot of wood elements, fairly common roof forms, shed here, dormer here. This meant to be a very sort of playful building for the kids, and there you can see this new sort of entrance to bumps right here. This is the skier services building from the drop-off plaza slope right through here. So again, single stories in height. We think fairly nice architecture. Again, rustic materials, a pretty mountain expression, if you will.
You had
Yes.
on that one, you had the tall tower that you reduced in height. Is that flat roof that's projecting out there that
No,
is
we took it entirely off of this building. And I'll
completely
show
gone,
it
so
to
it's
you.
not like a remnant still
No,
showing
well,
up?
I'll show it to you at another building, and we dropped it down. It's this on the back side of the kids' ski school building. So we dropped it down below the development standard heights for the district so it conforms. But this is the arrival, the front side, if you will, of the kids' ski school building. Go again, and here is the tower element reduced in size and incorporated into the kids' facility. So they've got a little climber planned in there so the kids can climb around in that, but it comes down to a height that conforms. So that's the backside, obviously in the snow and teaching area, immediately behind the area, which in plan would be like right here. And then this is the face of bumps with kind of a new entrance applied to it and a change in its stairs going up. We did view simulations. When you look back at the property, this is from Owl Creek. If you look right here, and we're basically looking back at bumps right here, and this would be the peak of the skier services building. So you see bumps up and behind it in the skier services building, and this would be the location of the kids building. Got a couple other views. This is from 82, where it's virtually invisible given the little berm that is now gone in behind the raft to stop. But that's the building, so that we think we have preserved the views as the WAMP intends. So we think we've conformed there. This would be from Owl Creek looking across the Stapleton lots that exist here. This would be the new skier services building. Here is bumps, and there you see the kids building. So again, we're below bumps and fairly modest visual impacts, again, preserving views to mountains behind. There's another thing in the application that I wanted to bring to your attention. We have proposed as a use, we haven't suggested a particular plan, but we've proposed as a use recreation lighting that might go on slope in the vicinity of the park and pipes. We don't have a specified plan for it. We aren't presenting that to you today in any detailed form for any approval. We very much recognize that it would be subject to its own individual approval, but wanted you to know, in terms of the list of uses that are in the uses for buttermilk, we've suggested the idea that you could have recreation lighting there. Isn't to presuppose that this body would ever approve it, but since we go through and in the zone district, because of the sort of peculiar nature of this being an isolated ski rec zone district, we've included that type of lighting use as a use, just so you know. We likewise have revised the use list with staff. We've reviewed that, taken that through Planning Commission. So there's a very thorough and I think at this point fully vetted list of uses. And we have reviewed a fairly elaborate set of conditions with the staff, and with a couple of small language issues, I believe are in accord with staff on those uses, and as they're presented in the memo, we would make a couple of very small changes to two particular terms, but that's largely, I think, we're in accord. So, Suzanne, have her.
Suzanne, just so I understand, this is a first reading for the rezoning to ski rec, but is it a first reading also to approve the master plan activity envelope site plan?
The resolution for the master plan does not require 2 readings.
Okay.
So again, that was why it was a little complicated to write the alternatives for your actions, but you could approve the master plan today separate from the rezoning. It would not require a second reading.
Okay.
Short answer.
All right. And then you're going to add a few things to this, Suzanne, from staff's point of view?
I think I can be pretty brief. I think, we've been in this process for a year and a half plus now. And so we've actually been able to work out, a lot of the questions I think that came up with the original 2012 submittal. Obviously was refined with this later submittal. And I think a lot of the issues that, came up in that first P&Z meeting were worked out by the time we got back to the P&Z this year. So I think there's really, not much kind of outstanding at this point in terms of issues. There were just a couple of things I touched on in my memo. Obviously, I think Dave has thoroughly explained the issue related to the CDOT parcel. And if that's going to move forward, that would need to be rezoned. But it may not be appropriate at this point to move on that. We did have some updated comments from the airport, but I think basically they're supportive, that they don't have any issues with the application, and they would help the applicant work through the processes they would need to go through with the FAA related to the siting of buildings in this location due to the proximity to the those departure and arrival, not the right words, but those locations related to the runway. So I don't think there's really anything outstanding in association with the airport. The issue raised by RAFTA about the grade-separated pedestrian highway crossing, where they have requested that Buttermilk participate financially in those physical improvements. They have worked to get a grant for that, and have basically made the request for that to be included as a condition of approval. The applicant is happy to work with them and discuss that, but don't feel it's appropriate to include that as a requirement of this approval, given that essentially they're replacing existing facilities, they're not anticipating capacity increases, and we've essentially agreed with that, as well as the Planning Commission. So they sort of left that discussion with a condition basically saying that the applicant will cooperate with CDOT, RAFTA, and the EOTC in planning and evaluating possible improvements to the pedestrian crossing. So that is included in the resolution, but it's really sort of it's not a specific requirement. So really those were kind of the few things I noted in the memo. Other things that I think, again, have been resolved. The Colorado Parks and Wildlife had raised some issues regarding trail closures and trash enclosures. I guess were really their two primary issues, other than ponds, which have been addressed. But I think all of that's been dealt with to their satisfaction. Their conditions of approval included in here, that they'll work with the applicant to on those closures of the trail to ensure that people aren't encroaching into basically that backside of Burnt Mountain area during production times in the spring, and work with them also on to ensure that all of their trash enclosures meet the requirements on the mountain. So I think that was it. And I think short of you having specific questions, I think I would leave it there in terms of.
Yeah, so on the recommendations, you mentioned the staff and the Planning Commission recommended approval of the BOCC of the TAPS resolution and ordinance, but you give two different options, option A and option B. So the recommendation in the resolution is really option A. Option B was to table it till there was some sort of resolution.
Right. Option A would be approving it based on the alternate site plan, which does not include that CDOT parcel. And then I think, again, given that we're not sure where things are headed with that CDOT parcel, that then you would table that first reading, and we could bring that back forward once, if and when that moves forward.
Right, so I guess maybe try to speed this up. Are there any questions or comments, concerns about rezoning ski rec on first reading from the board?
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay, and then are there any questions regarding the ski rec master plan, activity envelope, and site plan review GMQS exemption as presented? Steve?
I have a list of questions just for clarification. And a couple of comments, and I'll just go down my list the way I wrote them. I note that you are asking for more square footage than there was by about 6,300 square feet more. And my immediate thought was the energy use of those buildings, or the new additions. And then I noted that you're removing about 12,000 square feet of old buildings that probably are totally energy wasteful type of buildings. And I would imagine that you probably would be using less energy to heat the new buildings than you are presently to heat the current ones.
Certainly hope so, yes. Yeah, with new technology, we would expect or hope that we would certainly be no worse on our energy consumption, and hopefully actually improve it with more efficient buildings.
Yeah, and I know the ski companies are really aware of that, the necessity of doing that sort of thing, but just a reminder to please do that, to really make them as energy efficient as you can with the current techniques. You are removing fleet and vehicle maintenance employee parking, kind of where the new bus lane is going through. Where are those cars going to be parked? Cars or trucks or?
Well, that parking that you saw, and particularly in the slide, in the summer condition, yes, employees park there in the summer condition, but they don't typically park there in a winter condition. Those spaces are typically for guests. So during our operational periods, our employees are encouraged to find other ways to get there or to carpool. We do have parking, interestingly enough, on the highway side of the inn. We actually have an easement across the front of the inn's property. It was highlighted. I didn't really make much point of it, but we actually have some employee parking that we have an easement right to in front of the inn. I don't want to overwhelm their parking needs either, so we encourage our employees to carpool or to arrive on the bus or to find some other way of getting there. But it's not intended that they would be in those spaces that would be used by the guest public during the 120 days of operating season, plus or minus.
Okay. You have Nordic ski jumps on the Tyhack part, and I thank you for realizing that's an important amenity.
Those were actually deleted.
Well, they were deleted?
Yeah, they were deleted in the first phase of this application when we sort of went through the first year. There were actually fewer than a dozen people who did it.
Okay. Well, I was going to point out that they have no way to get there when you change to the Tyhack express lift. Well, that's too bad. There's one exhibit too that shows the green line, 8,040-foot line, and I sort of vaguely remember what that is, but maybe Suzanne, do you know? Could you explain about the green line?
The city has a regulation that ties into the 8,040-foot elevation line, and I think it's mostly related to sort of visual impacts,
And for the city, like a utility provision, but I
Okay, I
don't
was
think
gonna say
that
it's
has
that-
bearing on us here.
Right, it's not something in our code, but so it may have just
Okay,
been.
that's a city thing.
Right,
I just had a vague recollection of, but there was an exhibit that showed that, so.
Over on the Tyhack side, there's, it's, you get pretty close to the city-county line over in there, so it may have been something that came out of a representation to the city about where that was located.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think that's correct.
It mentions airplanes taking, it sounded to me like they were talking about airplanes taking off in the direction of Buttermilk, which I don't think they ever do or ever have or ever will, but that's the way I was reading in the.
They do very rarely, and they have asked and we have agreed to give them a navigation easement over Buttermilk. So for either arriving planes or departing planes, we are going to give essentially an easement to the airport in the air for air traffic through there. We've had conversation with the county's air specialist attorney on that matter, and I believe we're essentially agreed on the language. We have some question about the fact that bumps already intrudes into what they would like as that airspace. But if we have an airplane at that elevation, we've got other problems.
Serious problem,
Yeah.
And it mentioned in Jim Elwood's letter, it mentioned hang gliding. Are you at any point actually proposing hang gliding?
No, and I think
I didn't see it in your request.
And we agreed with the airport that that would not be a use that we would propose, and we're certainly acceptable to it being limited or eliminated entirely in accord with the airport's wishes. So we've
It seems
no
like it
problem
just
with
seems
that
too
restriction.
close to the airport to me to have a comfort level.
Yeah, we have no problem with that.
Yeah. And just a thought on the snowmaking ponds. are you planning on lining them so water doesn't leak into the ground at all? Or do you have that specific of a plan?
We don't have that specific of a plan. Any plan that we propose, we'd have to take through the state for review and approval. There are sort of pros and cons on various measures and how you would line it. Some parties like a truly impermeable plastic liner. Some wildlife management doesn't like that. They prefer clay. We'd have to go through a separate review process for final design of those. So it's essentially a land use issue here, inclusion in a master plan without a specific request or approval for the ponds or their detailed design, which would be subject to state review.
You know, the thing that made me think of that was the landslide issue over on below the Oregon, or below Homestead Drive down into the houses. And I started thinking, if you had a pond that was leaking into the ground, you could have springs coming up someplace on the face of Buttermilk, or it could lead to issues.
Fortunately,
unless you somehow made it impermeable layer in the pond.
And I'm sure one way or another, whether it would be a fabric sort of bottom, if you will, or a clay bottom, efforts would be made to, in effect, seal or contain the water in the storage ponds. That's fairly standard, using one or those measures. Even then, obviously, the idea for snowmaking is to have that pond available or water available in the fall. And the actual risk of leakage, if you will, is typically in spring with the runoffs, and we can leave the pond empty there. We don't need water in those ponds in the spring. So the degree that there is risk of slide or movement or something like that, we've already agreed that there should indeed be a permitting process from the state, obviously, monitoring program, and furthermore, it's unlikely we would have those filled to capacity or have any need to have them filled in the spring when you have the risk of runoff.
Okay. That's all.
This is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to make any comments on this? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Back to the board. Rachel?
Yeah, I guess there's really only three things that I'd like to see kind of beefing this up a little bit for the board's consideration. One is that I really think that there should be a parking management plan going forward that we jointly agree on, and perhaps there's an older one in place, but we should update it given the BRT, given the new alignment of these lots, the potential of the CDOT a lot. And one of my real concerns is that the appearance of the parking lot. In the winter, it's fine because it's full of cars, and you're going to say, hey, it's a parking lot. But in the summer, at different times, there's been storage containers there, or just the general impression is that it's a little bit of a wasteland in the summer. Cars kind of park any which way. There's the fruit stand, but he's kind of buried by, it can be any number of different things at different times. And, some of it has been your wonderful cooperative help in allowing people to stage things there. But I just think we need an updated parking management plan as we start to make those kind of improvements so that we are cooperating and all on the same level.
Okay. If I might interject, in one of the conditions, there's a requirement that we, in essence, implement kind of a traffic management plan that was included in the traffic report, and it does include some elements of that.
Yeah.
So we've agreed we would implement those measures that were described in the traffic report by Feldsberg, and I'm happy to sit down with county and elaborate upon that or make changes to what already is operational there.
Yeah, it just kind of like, this is our opportunity to really set the groundwork for a real cleanup of that area, and I think it just could appear more professional, and look forward to that, so that's good. The other is that I think it'd be valuable to have a 10-year review on the affordable housing as well as a 5-year. It just, 5 years does go awfully quick, and
I think it's 5 years ongoing as it's written.
Every 5 years?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I believe so,
I missed
yes.
that. So that's,
Yep. So you'll
that'll
have
be
that.
suffice there. And then the last was the uses allowed by further review, as you've added a couple items. I think it would be good to consider adding only by special review and future review, something such as a mountain biking center as a potential summer use. I know you were at the same presentation with the Norba group that I was at.
Yeah.
And it just seems that if you're going through this process now, it'd be better to try to include something like that than to try to have to come back and amend your master plan later. It's just that there's such great connections with the government trail, the bridge over to Arc, Maroon Creek Road, and I just didn't see that as something there. It could be a great way to utilize your ski shop in the summer. And, I just thought it might be the right time to go ahead and add that in. And then it would be further reviewed if it's something you ever wanted to pursue.
Yeah, I think we could add something in there, yeah. I think, we talk about, new trails and things on the mountain, but not really sort of that, what else might be associated with that. So yeah, I think the intention probably is that it's there, but it's not specifically stated.
And we're
so.
certainly happy and amenable
Yeah,
to
just
add that for
as a
consideration. We
potential.
sort of expected it as included in that, but that's fine.
Yeah, no, I think we can call that out.
Okay, anything else? I'm ready to accept some motions here.
We did have just a couple of small changes on the conditions of approval, if you want me to
Sure.
run through those now, or... Let's see, so we're in the resolution, page 3 of the resolution. Oh, number 4 is what Dave was just referring to, related to the transportation management measures, and I had asked that that be included essentially in the master plan, that those be specified, and they've pointed out that essentially that is included that report is included in the master plan. So A could really be eliminated in terms of amending the master plan. I think they were speaking to, obviously they intend to implement these. If you wanted to, I guess, still have reference to that, we could make a separate condition about implementing those measures and maybe then adding in Rachel's comment about parking management. So maybe that's really a separate condition.
Management and appearance of the lot.
Okay.
Well, we would have no objection to changing that word specify to implement, so that it would read, implement the proposed transportation management measures, because we think they've already been specified in the report. So we're certainly amenable and agreeable to implementing them, because we figure that is indeed part and parcel of the review and approval.
And probably adding then, and a parking management plan
which would be fine.
in concert with the county or whatever.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, so that was 4A. Sorry, item number 6. No.
Yeah, we have one there.
There was a question about the navigation easement.
Yeah.
But did you have a further
We
question about that?
have less worry about the timing issue of it. I think I understand it. We would hope that particular provision where it reads concurrent with recordation of the
Where are
master.
we? Where are we?
Sorry, condition number
I'm sorry,
6.
Condition 6. Concurrent with recordation of the master plan, applicant shall record a navigation easement over the affected privately owned portion of Buttermilk Ski Area. We've got 40 acres there, as you saw on the map, and the portion of the navigation easement that they're really looking for is basically from the runway taking off over the built or constructed buildings at the base. And so I thought if we just have the navigation easement over those affected areas, that would make sense. We had that conversation with the county's attorney a week and a half ago, and I think that was amenable, acceptable to the aviation specialist for the county. Because we've got areas on the mountain, for example, that are not really affected.
Yeah, John Ely, that's works, because I know we talked about this.
I assume that conversation's going on with Dan Reamer. I haven't talked to Dan.
Oh, okay,
but
so-
I know that when he's finished with it, he typically flips that stuff to me, so I'll see it at that point. If there's an issue, as with any other document that follows up an approval of the board, I'll bring it back to the board.
Okay.
Because if this came from Dan, Dan did not have the word affected area of their private ownership, which seems kind of limited. And it could be something that, based on changes or operations with the airport, it could be people higher up on the mountain, you say, hey, this is starting to interfere with our guest experience, we want the airport to change its operations somehow. So it's not necessarily just the physical flat on the ground, as opposed to the greater region. And so I just want to make sure that Dan is comfortable with it, as opposed to changing it here and then finding out later that he liked the original language better.
Okay. Well, perhaps the way to do both would be to just use that affected, the affected privately owned portion of Buttermilk Ski Area, subject to the county's legal review and approval, or something like that. I mean, I'm happy with that if the attorney that's representing the county on the aviation matters would be the final arbiter, so to speak, of that particular provision.
Well, it'll go to the BOCC anyway. Navigation easement is an interest, property interest, and so the board has to accept it through an ordinance. So once it's settled, the board will review it.
If I'm a little confused, are you trying to change the wording that's currently existing in this resolution? Or are we going to go with this as it stands right now?
Dave was proposing the addition of the word affected.
Right, so I would leave it as it is until we hear back from our attorney.
Right, rather than trying to wordsmith it
Yeah.
and guess at what somebody else might be thinking.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, and then the last issue was condition number 9 regarding a PM10 mitigation plan. That condition is really not necessary. Environmental Health has worked with the applicant, and they essentially, they'll be required to do the standard fugitive dust control plan. They don't see any need for a PM10 mitigation plan in addition to that, and so.
They said that the PM10 will be addressed by the fugitive dust control plan because there will be likely a reduction because we'll have paving in place, but there'll be less dust, and so if this wasn't a concern for them, the item could be removed.
You know, it's not that I want to have it in there, but I would also like to kind of check back with the appropriate parties related to, our non-compliance with PM10 was a federal EPA matter, and then obtaining what we call attainment status, that we were now under the threshold required both the city and the county to do certain things, maintain certain practices through the edge of the airport business center, which is the boundaries of the PM10 zone. And I'm just not sure that having a PM10 mitigation plan for future developments or growth isn't part of our federal requirements. I realize that this project will probably reduce the PM10, and it's a good direction. But until we kind of double back and make sure that we're not going to be in violation of our attainment area status and what we're required to do, I'm less comfortable removing it.
And I can't speak to that. The only piece I do know is that anytime we've required this of someone, we have no standard whatsoever for what is included in that plan. And pretty much every time an applicant has gone back to environmental health and said, what do I need to do for this? We, the county, don't have an answer to that. We don't have a way to, we've had people pave little bits of parking lots, but anyway, there was really no nexus there in terms of what you're doing and how it's really addressing this issue. So I know on their end it's been, I don't know. I don't know what the mandate is, but I know it's never been something that's been very straightforward to address.
Frankly, I'm more familiar with it from my city side of things when there was more development, and Lee Casson, when she was the environmental director, making sure that we stayed in compliance with, what we signed off on as our PM10 management plan with the EPA. And so I just want to make sure that we're not dropping a requirement that they would actually require of us.
So is it harmful to leave this in, or does it impact anything by leaving it in at this point?
From what I we'll be responding to the fugitive dust control plan, of course, and writing the letter that will speak to the PM10 levels, that dust will be reduced, and that they understand will be sufficient for the PM10 portion. So the only harm would be that we'll just have to tell them again, here's our report, here's what we have, and they can respond and say there's no additional plan needed beyond this. This is sufficient to meet this requirement. So the only thing would be we may not be able to meet this requirement because there is no particular specific PM10 report that we had to prepare.
Yeah, and I don't want to get us all caught up in this, but it may be that you have to have a plan to sweep the parking lot every month after you've built an asphalt parking lot, so the dust isn't on top of it.
And they believe
that might be the full extent of your plan, but we need to probably have it on file.
And we would, as part of the fugitive dust control plan and the management plan, that goes on file, and that's another condition in here that we have already. I think it's item 8, and so that gets addressed in that item. And that's where, when we talked to the department, they said, you're addressing everything within item 8 that we would need, and item 9 is, in fact, really item 8.
Yeah, it's under, 8C covers that.
Then maybe we could add some language to 8C, to say something like comprehensive fugitive dust control plan to the Environmental Health Department for review and approval sufficient to
meet the PM requirement.
Meet Pitkin County's PM10 requirements for new growth or development or new approvals or something like that. So
I think that's more appropriate,
Okay.
Just so that we're not looked to for an extra item that we can't produce necessarily.
Sure.
Okay, good.
That's it.
That's it? Good. Everybody okay with that?
Is that all of them, Susan?
Yes, that was it.
I'm not even sure which motion to make here.
Well, we take them one at a time, so this rezoning the ski rec as first reading.
I would make a motion to approve the Buttermilk Mountain rezoning to ski rec.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye.
And so for now, that will just be approved on first reading, and then we'll kind of be indefinitely on hold, I guess, until, before we bring it back for second reading, till that, because that's just for that CDOT piece.
Okay, so
So
then.
it's not, the rest of the mountain is already zoned ski rec, it's only for that piece, so, is that, or would you rather have them table it for now, since that's still fairly uncertain?
John, what are you saying?
I would wait till CDOT's on board, to be very honest with you. I mean, that first reading without a second reading or public hearing scheduled on the rezoning, it could be, it sounds like it could be way out.
Yeah, and I don't think I can sit here as an applicant without CDOT's accord and propose before you tonight the rezoning. I think I can request the ski rec master plan be approved and our activity envelopes be approved and those sorts of things that are on our property. But without CDOT on board and joining me as an applicant for that rezoning, I don't feel I can ask for the rezoning itself. So I would agree. I think the rezoning should probably best be deferred, and we would ask you tonight for approval on the ski rec master plan, those activity zones, and the site plan that was before you for that approval.
So we already have made a motion, we had a second, we voted on it.
Just a motion to reconsider.
I would move to reconsider the motion for the Buttermilk Mountain rezoning to ski rec.
Second.
And that is
And,
for the purpose of tabling it?
yeah, for the purpose of tabling it.
Okay. Can you
So we have
see-
to approve the motion to reconsider, and then we have to make a new motion.
Oh, okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
You don't need another motion on the rezoning.
Well, we need to to continue it or something. It's
Well, we
on our
don't know
agenda.
when we would continue it to, because it's up to negotiations with the CDOT and ski company as to, you know.
I know, but can we just not take any action on it and keep it alive that way? Don't we have to continue it? in
It's
some
alive to
form?
the extent that there's an application that's been filed, but there's no action scheduled for the board on it. If you don't take an action on it tonight, you can move to table it indefinitely, or just table it without a date specific.
Right, that's why I thought we were going to do table it,
Yeah, that's what I thought we were going to do.
but we can table it without a date certain.
That's fine.
I would move to table the Buttermilk Mountain rezoning to ski rec on first reading.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Here we have one more.
I would make a motion to approve the Buttermilk Mountain Ski Rec Master Plan, Activity Envelope, and Site Plan Review and GMQS exemption as amended at this meeting.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, good to go, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's take a short 5-minute break just to
Stretch.
stretch, take down, set up.
You set it out, right?
7 minutes stretch. Okay, we're on to our land use action items. This is Ashcroft request to extend the deadline for construction of affordable housing units. This was continued from October 23rd at the applicant's request. And Suzanne Wolf.
It was technically continued at my request, just because we'd overloaded that agenda too. So here we are tonight. But I think you're all familiar with the project and the request. The last extension was granted in 2011. At the same time, you were approving the new tourist cabins on the Montezuma Mill site. And the deadline was extended till December 31st of 2013. We did an update a year ago, sort of on progress, and then asked the applicant to come back in if a further extension was going to be needed. So I did try and provide some of the background information I think, Rachel, you had brought up at the last meeting quickly in terms of sort of how far back this goes and number of extensions and things. So I'll leave that as it is in the memo, and if you have questions about that, I'm happy to answer them, but otherwise.
So did we have, when we made that approval for those additional development rights, weren't they tied with a commitment for affordable housing at that point? And if not...
There's an additional requirement for more housing associated with that, and there is a condition on that approval that states that nothing can happen with that approval until prior commitments have been met. So there was a link, I guess, between the two, but there is still the affordable housing associated with the Cookhouse and Ashcroft ski touring. There is additional housing required when they want to move into those additional tourist cabins, but they can't go there until they've met these commitments. Is that
so for instance, if the applicant was lucky enough to find a buyer shortly, that buyer could not go ahead and do any development of those new cabins prior to coming up with the affordable housing.
correct? And the other just, it would be the units, the outstanding units, and the replacement of the king cabin. I think was the other piece there that were commitments to be met before they could act on that new approval.
So when you're asking for an extension, are we going to see that ask again in a year from now? Is it sort of, I mean, I'm getting a sense it's just going to be an ongoing extension, because then I understand property's for sale, and probably the applicant doesn't want to invest any capital in the property prior to the sale. So where's the carrot and the stick to actually get some employee housing done? That was a conversation several years ago. It's probably going back even before I was on the board.
Are you looking to me to answer that? Or would you
Well,
like
it's a
John
comment, and
Wilcox
it's
to
probably,
answer
it's probably more to the applicant, but at least for the board discussion as well.
I'll pass that one off to John and John.
John Wilcox, Ashcroft Ski Touring. Next to me is John Sarpa, most of you know, and I've asked him to come tonight to give you an update on his efforts, and his company's efforts to find a partner or a buyer. The approvals that we got for the overnight cross-country huts have been helpful in creating a business plan that is more suitable for supporting the number of employee units we have to mitigate. You might recall that one of the problems I've had is that you have, I think in front of you, what I have done, which is a number of full-time equivalent employees paid cash in lieu, and then additional, the 2 cabins, I think they're listed on there too, aren't they? The 2 cabins we built. Unfortunately, what we originally approved were 3 pods. 1 pod at the private 5 acres, which we built on. We were ready to build at the King Cabin at this cookhouse, and if you recall, the Forest Service put a kibosh on that. They didn't approve our plans. And then the recession hit, which created a problem to get the capital. The other problem associated with those units is that they take 100% cash because there's no collateral in having employee units. They call them caretaker units. If they were here, they'd be very upset if I called them employee units. The caretaker units for the forest has no collateral for any bank or the USDA. And I went to the United States Agriculture Department because they have rural development funds for projects like this, and they are the superior agency, as we know, to the Forest Service. And they said, sorry, you don't own the land. I said, but you own the land. And they said, well, there's no collateral in the land. So we still have that problem, and that was the premise of creating a bigger picture there, using the 5 acres for something greater than 2 employee units, and that's what we've taken out. And I'll let John speak for a second on the status of where we are. I'm going to be 69 in a few weeks. I hope not to be back here on the eve of my 70th birthday. So I hope it's not more than a year. I do want to retire. I have served the community faithfully for 27 years. This year will be 27 years of running Ashcroft. So I'm very hopeful. Picking John's company, and John in particular, unlike some of the just real estate brokers used to selling houses and land, John, as you all know, is experienced in greater issues. If he can build a hospital, I figure he can build a couple of employee units.
Different hat.
But John, why don't you give us a little...
Well, before you do that, because that sort of goes slightly different direction in terms of dealing with the issue at hand, which is the employee housing. I'm guessing it does.
It's about it.
Unless you have an option how to address that.
This relates to your question of where's the carrot stick and why, how do I have some assurance we won't be here in another year? That's what I was going to address.
Yeah, well, before we do that, because you never know how real estate deals go.
For sure.
Right. I remember Rachel had a good suggestion last time, and that was, why not come up with some temporary short-term housing, even in town, for your employees, in terms of renting out some units without having to purchase, but you're still providing employee housing. I think that was the gist of it.
It may have been, it's been a year, but for me, I'm kind of looking at this and going, if I get it right, Suzanne, from the memo, that there still is housing for 10 full-time equivalents, that this is short.
No.
I mean, I'm just trying to read the paragraph here. The master plan requires the applicant to mitigate for 16.4 full-time equivalent employees, full-time equivalents. The applicant previously committed to comply by providing 2 one-bedroom units on the Montezuma Mills site, built, 2 one-bed units adjacent to the King Cabin, not built, and 1 3-bedroom resident behind the cookhouse, not built. which combine to mitigate for 10 full-time equivalents. So you're right, John, so it'd be the 10 full-time equivalents minus the 2 one-bedroom units that have been built. And I guess it's 1.5 employee.
It's actually, I think it's 1.75 for a one-bedroom, so that gets you to 3.5, so it's 6.5.
So there's 6.5 employees that have not been mitigated, and how far back does that go? Does that go from the construction of the cookhouse, or is that associated with the new approvals?
Employees there were employees housed, not the full 6.25, but in the schoolhouse. There was a 3-bedroom building right out in front of the cookhouse that was in place. Was that taken down last year, 2012? Or 2011?
We tried to keep it, and the Forest Service had stimulus money and toward that.
But so anyway, there was some of the housing being captured while the schoolhouse was still there.
But in total, there's been a deficit of what was committed and then what people were able to be housed that were associated with some of the past improvements as opposed to the new improvements that you're contemplating in the new master plan. And it just to have it continue and roll over year after year. I mean, this started in 2001, 2003, 2005, 2006, 2007. I mean, all the different years we've done extensions, and it just, you know, the community is what's being shorted here in terms of the housing. So you're right, I did say that last year, and I think it was kind of overwhelmed that, hey, we're going to get them up this summer for sure, no matter what, and you don't want to have the people driving up Castle Creek Road, and it got, you know, okay, let's just push that aside because we will get that housing this year. And now we haven't, and it just seems that some folks should be getting a better rate of rent somewhere, whether they're working for you or not, because this unmet requirement is just embarrassing for us. It's embarrassing for any of our, you know, why shouldn't every applicant come in and then stall for 10 years, you know? And I'm sorry if I'm using arbitrary language at the end of the day. I know it hasn't all been your fault, John, but it still just hasn't come to pass.
Steve?
I had the one note I wrote on this, and I was thinking of this as a way to have you be able to fulfill your obligation and not be at the mercy of the Forest Service approving something. And that was similar to what you said last year. How about building the 3 units on some other piece of private land somewhere? Your obligation is fulfilled to do 3 more units. They wouldn't be in the ideal place for having employees on site with not having to drive up and down the road. But it could put an end to this, and then at some point, if the Forest Service gives approval, one of those sites could be sold to somebody else to get the money to build on-site employee housing.
I guess I was even thinking about being a little more generous than that if we can, and that is, again, rather than having John have to go out and actually build housing to at least in the interim here for next year, is to at least go out and rent housing for the employees. So the cash outlay, the capital would not be nearly as significant. Rob?
And just to understand it, I mean, if you were to go out and rent units to kind of meet the need of this requirement temporarily until building on site or finding an option or finding a buyer that's going to have the cash flow to build on site, wouldn't it really be just subsidizing that rent and not really paying that full amount? Because
Yeah, just bringing it down.
bringing it down to an affordable housing requirement. So you find you have an employee that's renting a place for X dollars per month, and it gets subsidized to meet this requirement to, 70% of X or whatever.
Into a certain category.
Into a certain category or something.
Yeah, to bring some free market units down to an affordable rate for 1 year.
Yeah, that's an idea.
It's not impossible. In essence, we do that. We've always been at Merle year after year. We subsidize that for visiting cooks or chefs from other places. But yeah, we could look into that, that's a possibility. I mean, I know it's going back, but it's extenuating circumstances. I didn't burn the restaurant down, the restaurant burned down, and therefore we went into a mode of trying to replace it, and we did, but I mean, if you look at the numbers of what I've spent on employee housing now, it's more than 80% of the actual cost of the restaurant building. So, you know, at some point I said to you, I'd love to come to one of your work sessions when you talk about employee housing as it relates to businesses that are selling soups and salad versus lots being sold or ski areas that are grossing hundreds of millions of dollars. Because it is difficult to try to, you know, to think that, I mean, in essence, right when the approvals were done, the employee housing mitigation was $3 million for a $2 million restaurant on the cash in lieu. But if you remember after that, the cash in lieu dropped to something that was more sensible. But at the time in 2000, I would have had to have spent more for the employee housing than the restaurant building, which, so that's why I never got billed. Hatfield asked me one time, did you promise? I didn't promise. I tried to do it, and I've done over $1 million. I say in the letter to Mike that I sent in July, I think I estimated at 1.3 million spent to date on employee housing. And the restaurant, I think, cost me 2.2. So, you know, but yes, we'll look into that. There is a guy who comes to mind who's worked for me for a long time. He's down in Aspen Village in a free market. I could love to get the call tomorrow that I tell him I'm going to subsidize it. But I could come back to you with a plan for a couple of those. It would be helpful.
You know, I think that would be helpful, John. And you know, to be clear, if you have an employee who's staying at Merle, that's actually publicly subsidized affordable housing already. That was built.
No, I understand.
So that wouldn't count. It would be bringing down something that is free market. And so I'm not so sure Aspen Village, which is deed restricted affordable housing, would count as well. I mean, it's really got to be.
He's in a free market.
It's got to be bringing something from the free market.
Not a.
Down to, you know, what airport business center in town.
Yeah.
Wherever.
It's very hard. I mean, many of my employees are in them. They own units at Highlands or they own units at Burlingame. And I tried, if you recall, there was a period of time where it actually said in the approval that I could do it there or at an approved employee housing development. And then I go to the employee housing development or the housing authority and they say, no, there's nothing for employers to get their employees into. So it's sort of a Pandora's box that I've been caught in.
Yeah. So I think what we're offering is the carrot, but I just want to know where the stick is to ensure that that gets done as we're going into this winter season's operation.
I'm sorry.
I mean, how do we ensure that we actually follow through on our offering and not have us go through the season again and again nothing has happened?
Well, what would, I mean, how many would you want? And I could do some kind of letter to county attorney or to Suzanne or somebody.
At a certain point, we haven't asked this question, maybe it will help with all our thinking, and have John or Lance answer, but if we were to not approve this extension for the requirement to get the affordable housing built by the end of this December, would that put the zoning of the current cookhouse into non-compliance, and it would basically, you know, kind of be red tagged or shut until we either extend this or some other agreement is made? Okay. What is the outcome if the board refused to grant an extension again?
I believe that's true. It's tied to the approval of the cookhouse. Correct. So it would be would not be in compliance with that approval.
So, I mean, I think we all love the cookhouse. We all love Ashcroft, and we'd like to see it continue and go forward. And, you know, frankly, in the master plan, there were a lot of concessions to what we might call the unknown about a timeshare fractional ski cross-country hut project. in trying to help this go forward. And so it just seems that there's got to be some give, you know, that whether if those units aren't acquired and bought down to Category 3 rental level or something like that for 6 full-time equivalent employees for, you know, the coming year, then the extension would be revoked.
I'm just trying to, it's a lot of math in my head to try to figure this out. And I understand the direction you're going in. I'm just trying to figure out how it quantifies into dollars when you take a, you know, hypothetical, or you take 6 hypothetical free market units.
Well, you get
1.7,
1.75
so
equal
call
for
it-
1 bedroom. So 4 1-bedrooms would just about get you there.
So 4 1-bedrooms, and you subsidize them to a level that would meet that employee's requirement based on their income or whatever. You know, what are we talking here for you know, a seasonal operation, a 6-month period of time? You know, is it subsidizing it from $1,000 a bedroom to $500 a bedroom? So
I don't know that that's our quandary. We're not the ones.
no, sure, I know it's not the
Yeah.
quandary, but he's going to have to do the math as to whether or not he should just pay the mitigation fee versus paying that, or, you know, the other options. And I'm just going through
Yeah.
my head the way that he would see it, you know. And so it is our purview a little bit to kind of look in the eyes of the applicant of how they're going to view this.
So that would be another question for John and Lance and Suzanne is, would John's other opportunity here be to do a full payment in lieu and close out the remaining 6.45 employees or whatever that was, 6.50?
I guess it's a possibility. I think in the past, the conversation has always been around wanting to have some
And
units
then
on site.
Discretion lies with us to accept payment in lieu instead of actual units, or
In
does
the
the
way the
applicant?
code is written today, the new, you know, the housing impact fee is, you pay the fee, you come in with the request to mitigate in an alternative way by providing units.
One or the other.
The way the code was when this was approved was the opposite to that. Was we wanted units and paying your way out was an alternative.
And I understand that the reason perhaps we don't want to take the payment in lieu is because ultimately we probably would like to see the housing up at Ashcroft, so you don't have people traveling up and down the valley every day.
And we have to go, I mean, again, is, you know, there is the master plan approved with the Forest Service. They obviously make reference to caretakers versus employees, but I think employee housing, but, you know, I don't know where they would stand in terms of not having any housing on site, because I think they look at it as protection of the resource on public lands.
And that's why they use the verbiage caretaker versus employee housing.
That's how they get it approved, because they don't allow employee housing.
Yeah.
But you do have 2 $700,000 existing employee units on the property now, or on the adjacent inholding. So you wouldn't not have employee housing on the property. And those 2 are going to be replaced at the King Cabin area because of access and not having employees using snowmobiles to access their units. So if there was that approach, then to pay off the mitigation, there still would be units on the property in the future if the other 2 ever left to be replaced for the lodging.
Right.
Does that make any sense?
Right, I understand. So then I guess the question would be back to you, John. Given those 2 options, which one would you prefer pursuing?
Can I look at them and get back? I mean, what?
Yeah. We could look at continuing this. If that's, we could look at continuing this.
I mean, I got to see exactly what it means
No, I understand.
financially,
Yeah,
right?
no, I understand that.
It's the off-season. bank
Yeah.
accounts doesn't have a lot of money.
Right. Steve?
John Sarpa was going to tell some, give
Exciting.
an update on something which we didn't
No,
hear.
see, I was trying to get out of
He maybe
here.
hasn't
I was
figured out.
happy to go home and let you guys go home. You only been here 7 hours and 45 minutes. Boy, what a day. But thank you. Yes, I'm John Sarpa. I'm here with my Sotheby's hat on tonight. Since February, I've been working with John, and I wanted to say that, just to give you assurance, he's been really adamant that the right people come along for this, which is great. That's a special place for all of us up there, and I'm happy to say we have several really good, strong, capable kind of owner-operators, let's call them that, because that's what this takes. This is a lot of moving parts up there, particularly with the Forest Service and everything else. So I think there's a good chance finally to answer part of your question, George, about what's the likelihood? Who knows? Maybe he could be sitting here a year from now and no one bought a thing. But we got some pretty darn serious people. They've looked hard at the numbers and they've walked the site. They like the site. So at least he's made good progress. And certainly they all know of all these requirements we're talking about. That's just a factual matter. They all understand that. So in one way or the other, for instance, if he does cash in lieu, then that takes care of that piece. There's, some other things left, perhaps. Depends what the new guys do. But just wanted to come tonight to assure you that it's actually Chris Klug and myself been really busy, and we got some great people that we're in discussions with John and his wife Juliet right now. So at least there's a good prospect that what we would think to be good stewards of the land could show up next to be sitting here in front of you saying, I'm the new person, here's what we're doing, and right now it's consistent with all the approvals that you've already made.
So could you do as a condition, if you had a prospective buyer, that if John went ahead, per se, and went ahead and paid the mitigation cash in lieu, to have that as part of the contract to reimburse John for that, since that's been an ongoing requirement as part of that property, the purchase of that property is to fulfill the requirement for a caretaker unit. I'm just trying to see if there's a way for John to be reimbursed in any sort of negotiations that you may have with a potential buyer.
It's a fair question. Yeah, I can't tell how I'm negotiating with him, but frankly, it's a good point. But if he put the money in, my own opinion is the purchase price would go up anyway. So there's a price today, and if he said, wait a minute, I just paid X, well, that's that price plus X. So I think it would work that way. In fact, I'm sure he wouldn't feel it. Yeah, he would insist on it.
It satisfies the liability that's on the property.
Correct. They would have to do it anyway.
Well,
it's right.
There's John, the covenant that we have still is in effect, it will be renewed, which is that if I did have a buyer, that we would have to bond before closing, that he assures that he has the money. You guys didn't want him coming in here and saying, oh, look, I just bought this place, but I got no money to do this. So either I or them put up the money, right, cash, some kind of a bond.
It was a payment out of the proceeds of closing.
Yeah, to pay for the employee housing. Well, to put it in some kind of escrow so he could build it if he wanted to, yeah.
No, it's just an idea, so I would recommend that we continue this. So John has a few weeks just to work out some numbers and see which way you'd like to go to address this issue, and get this resolved before winter gets going.
Good, thank you.
Take the rest of the night off.
I got to drive to Junction for meetings tomorrow morning, so
I make a motion to continue to
let's not say December 18th.
December
What?
6th,
December 4th.
December 4th. Squeeze it in on that meeting.
Will that work for you, John? December 4th?
Yeah, sure.
That's a Wednesday?
Rachel, you're going to be in CCA.
I know I'm not going to be here, but we'll have a full board. I'll be okay.
So continue to December 4th. That's the motion, Rob?
Second?
Second. It works for the applicant. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Well, you just had about a dozen items to discussion, so.
Discussion.
Look it over.
Is there anything that's pressing?
I'll call it done for me.
I do have something, I hope it's just less than a paragraph's discussion. I have given George a phone call about it, and unfortunately Michael's already gone because he's one of our RAFTA reps as well. But I've had a number of people kind of call me and talk to me and ask me about the HOV lanes being in the fast lane on Highway 82, and that's opposite of anywhere else in the country where the HOV lanes are on the slow lane, and back and forth about that. And I would just like to request that RAFTA actually relook at that issue and take time out to relook at that issue and see if what the pros and cons are on which lane the HOVs are on, and be able to respond to the public with some good reasoning, whatever their choice is. But especially now that BRTs come up and come online, and maybe that sort of documentation is already there in RAFTA, and we need to find a better way to get it out to the public. But, you know, the one phone call from a longtime friend just said, you know, I've just seen so much road rage. I'm seeing people trying to pass on the wrong side. I've seen near accidents. And we really just need to look at this again, and why not have our HOV lanes similar to the rest of the country? So,
yeah, I mean, one reason is, of course, because that's where your bus stops are.
yeah, but that's the same with other parts of the country too, though, with HOV lanes that have mass transit and buses. And so I just would like RAFTA to really take a hard look at it instead of saying this is the way it always is, or at least address it to the public.
If you would do me a favor, if you just shoot me a quick email on that, and I'll bring that up in the next RAFTA board meeting.
Okay.
Which is next week.
Yeah, because I realize it relates to carpools as well. It's not just a RAFTA issue, but RAFTA may have the greatest stake in it.
Yeah, so just send me a quick thing, and I'll bring that up.
Okay, thank you.
I've had people talking to me about that for years. The HOV lane in the wrong lane has instilled bad driving habits in people, and it carries on clear down to Glenwood Springs.
Yeah.
You have people driving really slow in the left-hand lane. They get in the habit of doing that. They do it up here when they don't even have to. It's not during the commuting hours, and it does create dangerous situations.
I know it's come up before, and I know RAFTA has come up with a rationale why, but we can revisit it again.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for the extra few minutes.
I would accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.